Sean and RJ, right here on The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is a Tolo Tuesday on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Entire morning squad is here along with you. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Troy Hughes on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. And today is travel day for Oxnard, California, and Cowboys training camp. We're live on the Fan Cam, live on Twitch and on YouTube. Are you all packed up and ready to go? And are those 4 eggs going in the carry-on or the check bag?
They're going on my stomach.
Yeah.
That's what they're going. I am ready. I'm packed. I'm not ready. I'm tired. I'm not ready for this drive after the flight. Yeah.
Oh, man. To see Sean's soul sucked out of him at 5:30 in the morning because he's like, I've got to deal with this all day today.
Why are you so like this?
Like this.
Why are you so like this?
I just, I had
Your dad?
Yeah, quite the day yesterday. So I didn't get started packing until late. So I didn't finish packing until 1.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
1. So what was the timeline of your day after leaving here?
Went home and had some people coming over to do some stuff with the pool. Then I had let's see, what did I have yesterday? I had some stuff with the kids, and then I went over to see my dad, and that was a mess in its own right. And then I started getting work done. I got work done. Then I went and saw my dad. Then I got back.
You went and saw your dad again?
Yeah, I'm back over there, and then I got and I started packing, and that was a mess. It was a big mess. I had to do laundry. Still had more laundry because I can't find. Is it me? I can't find underwear without holes in them.
Well, there is one hole.
I know. But I mean holes in the undercarriage.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I had to go buy underwear. Then I had to go wash those.
Yeah, around the perineum.
Yeah. I had to go wash those underwears. And then, by the time I started packing, it was like 9:30.
Now, are you in the girlfriend stage yet of her assisting you with the packing, or you don't want any help with that? You want to just touch and mess with your own stuff?
I do my own stuff. She had to pack her stuff because she's putting some of her stuff into my bag because I fly her spirit, and they don't allow you to take bags on the board on the plane.
You better pack a first aid kit for the fights.
I know, right? So it was like 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
12:30, 1 o'clock.
So how many bags are you rolling with today?
I'm trying for just one. We
with her stuff?
We stuffed it all in there, man. It might be 78 pounds.
In that case, let me ask this question because clearly I never get to go to Oxnard. How far is the nearest big box store? Should you have to buy more stuff? Because I have a feeling if you're taking one bag, you're going to get there and realize, we don't have this, that, and that.
Oxnard's like a regular.
Okay.
Good city. It's a good size.
Then.
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff there.
A lot of gang activity, so they need places to go and get their colors and
the
get
Crips
their
hang out at the Target and the Walmart and the Bloods at the Target.
Yeah, the Bloods are at the Target.
Yeah,
no, that was a warning years ago.
Yeah.
Don't wear cowboy colors.
Right.
Because that's the sign of one of the gangs out there.
It is.
And then you combine that with what happened at Love Field, and our survival rate should be good to go for this trip.
Yeah. Was that in the terminal? How did they get a gun through security?
It was at the ticket counter.
Oh, okay.
So
right.
It's before you go through pre-check and everything like that. But yeah, a woman pulled out a gun after entering a bathroom yesterday at Love Field, shot it up into the ceiling, started ranting and raving about her boyfriend or her husband from all sides. And
they
then
were flying. One guy had the TSA pre-check and the other didn't.
Yeah, something like that. And then what was interesting, News Radio 1080 KRLD, they announced
Marconi nominated.
Yes, congratulations again. So much awards. When they announced the woman's name, I instantly went, wasn't she arrested for robbing a bank a couple of blocks away from us?
You recognize the name?
Yeah, because how many bank robberies are in Wiley? Not many, and this happened maybe 2 or 3 years ago. And I was like, wasn't that the same woman? And sure enough, it was.
All right, here's what I have on it. 37-year-old woman went into a restroom at Love Field, put a hoodie on, came out, produced a handgun, and started firing. Quote, she was aiming at the ceiling. An officer shot her in the lower extremities. She was taken to a hospital and no other injuries. They're witnesses. Dallas, Texas TV is an amazing follow. Shout out to them. And they have an eyewitness saying the woman that was shot made an announcement and said her husband was cheating on her, then started blasting away. So I guess an instance where I always make fun of athletes taking your guns to the airport, like you're going to be held up at the baggage claim, like people are waiting for you, which has never happened before in any of the stories over the years. And here she is packing heat just in case she got the boyfriend news.
Man, crazy story. Because I was like, when I first saw this, I was like, wait a second, you don't bring guns to an airport. You know, at least you get it through security. This is nuts. And thankfully that this was not worse than it actually could have been.
Yeah, awesome job by the TSA there at Dallas Love Field. And then they had to suspend flight operations for several hours because you had to recheck everyone that had gone already through checkpoints.
No.
So that was a headache as well.
Oh my God! Speaking of pre-check and one person getting pre-check and the other one does not, I looked at our boarding passes,
and I don't have it.
I'm blaming Tim Collins on this one.
Yeah, it used to be if you had it and you were booking the tickets, it'd be on all the tickets.
Yeah, I know. And then something happened where it's not like that anymore. Thanks, Biden. I have no idea that. But until this year, it would always been like if you had it, if one person had it in the traveling party, everybody had it.
Well, look, it's not that crushing to me. I find now that 50% of the time
No difference.
Well, they make you go. They have the TSA pre-check area like shut down or much farther away. Like, the people that have the TSA pre-check got to make the longer walk. You got to go find it, because it's not always open and available.
Right.
So I'm not feeling too terrible about it. When you got those connecting flights, then you worry. We'll see what type of madhouse or chaotic scene it is today. But the last couple times I've traveled, it hasn't been too crazy. The lines are taking forever. I guess they have a lack of staff at security, lack of staff at the check-in counters. But there we are, set for today. Not at Love Field, which I'd rather fly at Love Field, right? You want to fly on the plane 2 days after one of the planes go down. That's my philosophy.
2 days.
2 days afterwards, and maybe not the next day, but it's like, they're going to make sure everything is buttoned up. So I would like to fly out of Love today in thinking there's not going to be another active shooter there instead of going to the other airport.
I hope everyone's on high alert today. I hope the entire world is on high alert at the airports today.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on the show. Again, live on the fan cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube. So then we'll do the show. We'll go home, get the bags, fly out, and it will be the State of the Cowboys press conference today with Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, and Mike McCarthy all set up in Oxnard, and you'll hear it right here on your home of America's team. And look, to be honest, I got to be honest, and I got Mike Bassick channeling through my brain. My excitement level, I've resisted the Cowboy hype as much this year as any other year. Number one, there has not been hype in the offseason. It's been subtractions. And because of that, I'm trying to feel something or trying to see something to make me believe that this will actually be a better season because we've gone in an opposite direction in terms of additions and all the offseason hysteria.
It's, sometimes addition by subtraction, that's one philosophy that you can use.
La'el Collins is a perfect example of this. So LC is already missing the start of Bengals camp. Turns out to be a non-football back injury. And Stephen Jones, I don't know if you get a few cocktails in him, would probably say, here we go. Here's an example of it. Addition by subtraction. Amari Cooper. The league doesn't think he's a top 22 receiver, according to ESPN and Jeremy Fowler. That's an example of why we wanted to move off of him. Randy Gregory. Vegas is predicting an over-under of just 6 sacks. There's $14 million a year that we don't have to pay. So I'm thinking that was my blue and silver lining for the Cowboys' moves in this offseason, getting rid of guys who aren't totally available and totally all in that you were going to count on to be pillars for the franchise. And if I wanted to spin it, there's 3 ways I could do it right there.
There's ways to spin it. There's no doubt about that. And they're going to have guys that step up this year that we didn't expect. They're going to have guys that we expect to step up that don't.
Yep.
It's just the way it is in the NFL. When you have a salary cap and you're not loaded up with, Hall of Famers and Pro Bowlers and All Pros at every single position, they're going to go as far, basically, as Dak's arm takes them.
Rangers in action last night. Choppy will tell you about his day that had much of Twitter talking about him, and another gangster passes away. The Goodfellas are dropping like flies, and you may slice some garlic very thin tonight in honor of it. It's all coming up. It's a Tolo Tuesday training camp preview edition with Sean and RJ on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation with the Cowboys press conference at noon live in Oxnard. We'll have
going back, he's on the track, he's at the wall, it's gone. Just to the right of dead center, Ty France clears that 8-foot-high fence. His 13th of the year. And the Mariners now lead it 3-1.
And they end up winning 4-3 on your home for Rangers baseball late last night. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Troy Hughes running things as always. The Mariners had lost 3 in a row after ending the first half as the hottest team in baseball. They won last night, their 8th straight game decided by 1 run. They've won 8 straight, decided by 1 run, and they're 22-12 on the season in that category. Last time Seattle lost a 1-run game was June 26, and now they're back to 7 games over 500. The Rangers are 9 games under after falling 4-3.
Man, Seattle's been outside of that little start of the post All-Star break. They've been a very good baseball team.
And what was the hype
month.
for them to start the year?
Well, they had won about close to 90 games last year, and the hype for them was, hey, this is the year that they break the longest streak in sports. The Mariners have the longest playoff drought in sports. The last time they made the postseason was 2001. Every other team has made the playoffs since then in all of American professional of the four major sports. And they were the last ones not to, or the longest ones not to. And they started off really, really poorly. You could tell they had the hype, and they just started off really, really bad. And now they have played fantastic baseball over the last, I would say, 6 weeks of the season. They've been tremendous.
Dane Dunning is going to make his first start today since July 10th. He is winless in his past 13 starts.
Oh, now that's like the actual win-loss for a pitcher. That doesn't mean the Rangers don't win the games. Doesn't mean the Rangers have lost 13 straight starts of his. He just hasn't gotten the win, which means he's either A, losing when he leaves, tied when he leaves, or not going 5 innings, which is not uncommon in today's baseball. Far too many pitchers go out there and give you 4 innings and make the bullpen pick up the rest of the crap. But hopefully Dane gets a good little outing today.
Another passing yesterday, and it's from the Goodfellas movie, my most rewatched TV movie in history. Whenever it's on, I stop down and check it out. Paul Sorvino, the big man, the head of the family, specialized in playing crooks and cops like Paulie Cicero in Goodfellas. Paulie, the NYPD sergeant on Law and Order, passed away at the age of 83. Has the daughter, of course, very famous, Mia Sorvino, but I remember him from Goodfellas.
Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure.
Slicing the thin garlic.
Yeah, which never did anything for me.
Did you try it?
No. I've never tried to slice garlic. I've never tried to slice. I've smashed it.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I've smashed that.
It's supposed to disappear in the oil. I wonder how many people. I think I may have tried it once, but I don't remember anything great from it. It's supposed to dissolve and infuse the oil with the way that they were eating in prison behind the scenes. But another classic character and another mobster going away. You got Sonny.
Yeah. James Caan.
Ray Liotta.
Yep, Ray Liotta died. You had Paulie Walnuts from The Sopranos.
Oh, yeah.
Passed away. You had, let's see, you had another one from The Sopranos died recently as well. They're dropping like flies, man. That's what happens.
Yeah, you brought up Ray Liotta and Paul Sorvino. That one scene that's in Goodfellas where he like slaps him across the face.
You know that you're only out early because I got you a job. And I don't need this heat. Understand that? Uh-huh. And you see anybody f***ing around with this shit, you're going to tell me, right? Yeah. That means anybody.
All right.
If you remember that scene, Ray Liotta looked at him like, whoa, that was improvised.
Oh, no.
What?
Paul Sorvino improvised it. It did not call for him to slap him in the face.
No.
And he improvised it. And the other thing about Paul Sorvino, he was an opera singer. He sang in musicals in New York before he really got the acting bug and started doing television and film. So this man, he had a life. He had a life.
All right. I am very eager to hear the explanation for your McDonald's photo that you tweeted out yesterday. Was that what I don't know what that was.
You think you're ready for an explanation? I'm ready for an explanation as well. Okay, so here's the situation. Number one, music, please, whenever you get a chance. Because, thank you, Feasters Feast. My son sends me a text message yesterday. And I look and I was like, what is this a photo of? And then I see mom asked for a cheeseburger with cheese and ketchup only from McDonald's. Once again, mom asked for a cheeseburger with cheese and ketchup only from McDonald's.
So no pickle.
No pickle.
No diced onion.
No diced onions. Just a meat and cheese kind of family with ketchup. I don't think we can order there again. And there's a photo of what looks like the McDonald's container for their breakfast.
Yeah.
That holds like pancakes and the eggs and everything. And inside, as you can see at Tommy Sledge on Twitter, are 2 slices of cheese with some blots of ketchup on top. They took it literally that my wife, who had ordered this through a food app, that she wanted a slice of cheese with ketchup on top because, it's $8 and that's what she wanted.
All right, give me the order one more time so I can put it with what you actually got.
I would like to have a cheeseburger with cheese and ketchup only.
Okay, a cheeseburger with cheese and ketchup only.
Yeah.
That's not 2 slices of cheese.
Well, apparently at McDonald's it is because they couldn't come together and realize, oh, wait, she paid $8 for this through a food app, which don't even get me started on that one. I was like, just get in the car and drive to McDonald's.
Thank you.
But at the same time, it's like...
What? Wait. What do you mean, thank you? Sometimes you don't want to get in the car. That's what delivery's for.
It's 5 minutes away. And
Doesn't matter.
No. No. If you want to order something, that's fine. Get something, invest your money well.
Okay, so you're saying order more.
Order more, or, if I'm going to pay $8 for a burger, bang for your buck,
Sometimes you're craving McDonald's.
And and they were, but clearly all they got was 2 slices of cheese and ketchup on top. So my wife, she then got into the car and drove to McDonald's.
Oh, yeah.
And I was
Like
like,
to get lawyered.
Well, yeah, exactly. I was like, here she goes. She's going to go all Karen on them, or Karina in her case. And then,
God. Jeez.
And then sure enough, she went up there and she said she didn't lose her temper or get upset, but she got a little stern with, do you really think I was going to pay $8 for 2 slices of cheese and ketchup? And so they remade it for her and they made good. And then they gave her a couple of apple pies or whatever it is. So everything's good with us at Mickey D's.
Right.
That's amazing. That is amazing. You don't get delivery?
Yeah, I'll get delivered pizza or something like that. But if it's it's never dawned on me to get fast food delivered.
Okay.
It's never. I've never used what's it called? Instacart.
Instacart's for the grocery store.
Yeah, I've never used that.
You've never had groceries delivered.
Nope, and I've never had them picked up either, where they're pre-done. Kicking old school sometimes. Walk in there. You got to walk in because if you don't walk in, you don't buy extra stuff. That's the whole point.
If you don't walk in, you want to buy extra stuff.
I want to walk in and say, ooh, I haven't had that in a while.
So you didn't get the official McDonald's corporate response on Twitter or anything?
No corporate response from McDonald's. I've had other people that...
if I go next door today after work and I go, I want 2 slices of cheese with ketchup, I don't even think they'd give it to me. I don't even think if I was if I ordered specifically, even more specific than what they thought your wife did, I don't think they'd give me 2 slices of cheese.
They'd be confused as to how to ring that up. How do you ring up 2 slices of cheese and ketchup?
Yes.
But yeah, in this case, it was cheeseburger with, I would like a cheeseburger with ketchup only. And it became 2 slices of cheese and ketchup.
That's hilarious. Wow. That's amazing. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. We are live on the fan cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube here on Sean and RJ. We're heading out to Cowboys training camp, Oxnard, California, 24 hours from now. We'll be right there, a few feet away from where the players are sleeping, along with Brad Sham and Mickey Spagnola, as we usually wake them up.
Man, I cannot wait to be the one that is hated the most by the players for waking them up.
Yeah.
That's
we need
usually
to figure out whose room is closest to the court. It used to be Travis Frederick. Travis would always give us this dirty look, this dirty eye glare when we were out there. And we're like, what's up, man? You're supposed to be the nice guy here. You're real cool. And he's like, I hear you guys. You're so freaking loud. At 3:15 in the morning. And then I think as Travis became more and more of a vet, he got the upgrade in terms of the room.
Yeah.
So he moved further away from us. So we need to figure out who's at that corner room and get them on the show as a must-have priority.
Yeah, we do have to find that person out. I hope it's a rookie.
Tyler Smith?
Yeah.
I hope it's Jalen Tolbert. I got my sights set on Jalen Tolbert because of his barbecue takes. At first it was Tony Pollard, and now it's Jalen Tolbert, who I guess is cooking with wood chips or pellets or something like that. So we need to have a big talk with Jalen. So maybe it'll be him on the corner. Okay. Sam Williams, he could be a rookie that's down there with us.
Or if it's not a rookie, maybe it's Michael Parsons, and you guys can go over there and steal a scooter.
Is he scooting around already?
Oh, yeah. Yesterday, videos out of him not only on his scooter, but on his scooter holding 2 bags of luggage and a pillow.
Oh, that's safe.
Yeah, very safe. I was like, where's your helmet, young man?
Where's your, yeah. He's going around with a cowboy helmet on bikes with the bike rule. All right, it's time for 6 a.m. headlines. Mike McCarthy not getting off to the best start at training camp. First question asked to him brought some McCarthy irritation, and Kyler Murray has a homework clause in his contract. What's up with that? Plus, why does this guy continue to put the hate towards Patrick Mahomes, Kyrie Irving, acting like Kyrie again? It's all coming up. 6 a.m. headlines with Sean and RJ.
Good morning, Sean and RJ.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Time for 6 a.m. headlines on your home of America's team. This is Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Mike McCarthy, quote, "It's irritating that the first question you ask me has nothing to do with how I do my job." He said that to David Moore of the Dallas Morning News. So there's David having to be, little Mr. First Question guy. Maybe he got, an exclusive interview granted by the Cowboys. But these are the comments from Mike McCarthy to the Dallas Morning News. "I show up to work every day to win a championship. How do we win today? That's what I'm asking. My viewpoint is this is not a story. It's a media-driven narrative, or at least a narrative driven outside my realm." So one of the many reasons I'm going to be trying to take up for Coach McCarthy throughout the season. I'm laying the cards on the table. I'm announcing it because I feel bad for him and Jerry Jones is to blame for much of this. Now, the attention of the Cowboys and the star being the star is going to bring half of this. That's just natural. Mm-hmm. You lose to San Francisco like that, you get eliminated in the first round. The standards here are supposed to be higher, even though we haven't won squat in 25 years. So 50% of that is natural. The other 50% was unnatural and was caused by Jerry Jones, mainly on this radio station, with the KMC masterpiece in sloppily, clumsily trying to show everyone he was mad and ticked off with the way that last year ended. Then his comments about Dan Quinn. And Dan Quinn could be the guy here. And Mike knows someone else. After Mike's second year, Jerry Jones saying, Mike knows that someone else is eventually going to be coaching the Cowboys. Then all the Sean Payton stuff with that cloud. It's had me feeling bad for McCarthy, and I think it was a little bit inappropriate for David Moore to have that be the first question. How are you feeling about your job status? Like right off the jump to start off training camp, as the team is already in California and we'll be there later today. But that's just my opinion.
I agree. I agree. I thought
it
was
get your damn act together.
not the way to start an interview like that. And it really sucks that that we're sitting here where a coach has been given basically 1 year. I'm sorry, 2020 doesn't count. It was a no offseason season, and then he loses his quarterback 5 games in. What are you gonna do?
Yep.
You're not gonna win. I don't judge I refuse to judge Matt Rule. I refuse to. He doesn't have a quarterback. How am I gonna judge him? Now I can judge him as a GM if he's the GM. I could do that, but I can't judge him as a head coach. If you don't have a quarterback, you have no chance of winning. Period. Say it for Vic Fangio with Denver last year. I couldn't judge him. What was he rolling out there? Drew Lock and Teddy Bridgewater, whatever it is. Come on now. So. I think it's ludicrous, for Mike McCarthy to even remotely be in any kind of danger. They won 12 games last year. Where their best receiver was worth a 6th round draft pick.
But do you believe he is in danger?
I believe. How available is Sean Payton? You know what I mean? Like. That's the answer.
Sean Payton's the second answer.
Oh, that's not the point.
The first answer is how available is Dan Quinn?
How good's Dan Quinn's defense going to be this year? When they finish 19th in defense, is Jerry going to have the same? Holy cow! Let's get Dan Quinn in here.
Right?
Are we completely ignoring Dan Quinn's Atlanta tenure? Completely ignoring that. The disaster that was at the end. So. Yes. To answer your question,
if the same thing last year happens this year, if they go 12-5 and they lose first round at home, is Mike McCarthy back?
I'd bring him back, but I don't think Jerry would. I would. I mean, what do you want? I mean, the guy's winning 12 games a year basically with his quarterback. That I would bring him back, especially when you've gutted the roster.
But the reality is, you think it is in jeopardy. That's the reality.
I think that Jerry has made it so that it is in jeopardy. Yeah,
I agree. Mike McCarthy spent a good portion of his summer on Lake Michigan.
Ooh,
about an hour north of Green Bay, surrounded by family and friends. He said, I'm a big believer in time and place. He told Todd Archer, I have an office there, so I was able to get some time in. As a head coach, your work is never done. You want to reflect. I'm always thinking, is there a better way to say this, or is there a better way to do that? That's always part of the focus of trying to evolve. And then by July 4th, snap, he gets back to it full time. So Dak was hosting his football camp at the Star on July 9th when McCarthy reached out to him. Got a text from Coach saying he's back, pumped up, let's get together. I sent him a selfie of me and all the kids out there. So, yep, it was time. So that's Mike McCarthy being greeted in Oxnard by the questions about his job security. And we're going to end up catching the wrath of this year.
Yeah.
We're going to end up paying the price because we have McCarthy on every single Friday. And if they get off to 1-3, ooh,
He'll be on edge.
he's going to be on edge. And
Yep.
we're going to have to rely on RJ's comedic relief to break him out of it.
Man.
Soften him up.
That's a dangerous thing to rely on. Most of my material is just all lifted from something else, so I don't know what I'm going to do with that one. But, by the way, who has an office out of state?
At a lake house.
At a lake house? Like, I do kind of want a job where I can say, I have an office, I have to go to my office. Like not the office, but my own personal office somewhere else.
Yes.
Where you got to rent out property space. It's very, very kind of Hollywood, I think.
Speaking of football in Arlington, God, I had to ask my wife to take a cold shower yesterday. I went home and I was like, did you hear The Rock is at Texas Live? And she's like, for what? And I was like, yo, chill. I'm right here. And she's like, I want to go. What's going on out there? And I was like, he's making the announcement that the XFL's brand new headquarters are going to be in Arlington. And then The Rock and the XFL put out this official Twitter video.
Texas is a very special place. It is a football passionate, football rich state. We have not one, not two, but 3 XFL football teams coming out of the state of Texas.
It is Texas Live time.
We chose Texas as our XFL HQ. Incredible facilities where we're going to practice at, where we are going to instill the XFL culture and DNA into our players. And it's all going to happen at our hub in Arlington. Texas holds a very special place in my heart. I literally started my career in Texas as a professional wrestler. My first match ever was in Corpus Christi. I did a lot of my growing up here in Texas when I was a little punk kid trying to stay out of trouble. So in a way, Arlington, I'm coming home.
There it is. The Rock setting up headquarters in Arlington with 3 XFL teams in the state of Texas, in the Armpit, in San Antonio, and right here.
Yeah, I love the fact they have ZZ Top in the back. Texas's own playing underneath that. And yeah, his first match was in Corpus Christi against the infamous jobber known as the Brooklyn Brawler.
Oh my God,
yeah,
really?
The Brooklyn Brawler. That was his first one. By the way, more XFL information coming out later today at 11:40 with the KNC Masterpiece. Bob Stoops will be on.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh man, turn your ringer off.
Hey, good callback to our interview with him. Who thinks that the XFL survives and succeeds this time around?
What are we defining as success? 3 years?
5.
Well, it better be 5 because that's how long their contract is with ESPN and Disney.
Is it 5?
It's a 5-year deal, so it better be 5 years.
If they have a contract, I forgot they have a contract with ESPN. Yeah, if they got a contract with ESPN, they'll last 5. They'll succeed if they have a contract with ESPN. ESPN will promote the hell out of it.
Okay. But I think they had TV contracts worked out in the past.
Yeah, they did, but
they've all failed.
Yep.
And you can promote whatever. You can promote as much as you want. But at the end of the day, the football product has to meet our expectations, right? We already got NFL, we already got college, and we've already been through this many, many times. If a quarterback, if you get no satisfaction out of watching 2 quarterbacks drop back and throw the ball, which I do not because they're not good quarterbacks, then I'm out. I'm already thinking in my mind, this is just me personally. I can't get it out of my mind. These are scrubs. These are guys who basically have no chance of playing in the league. And when it comes to college, yes, 90% or whatever of the guys are not going to make it, but there's still a little bit of an unknown, right? Like their fate hasn't been decided. And I like that unknown and ceiling when watching sports of saying, oh, who is this? What could they do? When I already know the fate of many of these guys that are playing in it.
You know, these are the
quality of play of the XFL compared to college. They could be the exact same. I'm just saying, making an example.
Yeah.
They could be the same level of bad, but I'm more interested in college because I don't know any of these guys, and it's already in my mind with the XFL. They've already tried. They already had their chance, and now they're just doing this to hang on.
So let me rephrase everything I just said. This will fail.
You didn't say anything. I cut you off twice.
Yeah, no, this will fail. I thought it would succeed for a second, but then it dawned on me. It's like, wait a second, what am I saying?
And all my brilliant points made you reconsider.
These are at best the 70th best quarterbacks in the world. And the more important aspect of it is we don't watch sports that don't have stakes.
Right.
What is the stakes here? The trophy is called what? The trophy means what? What does it mean? If the MLS, I don't watch the MLS. Why don't I watch the MLS? Because I don't even know what the hell it means to win the MLS championship. I know what it means to win the World Cup. I don't know what the trophy means. Trophy doesn't mean a damn thing. It's a fake trophy that started like 20 years ago. You can't just start a league and pop it up. If it doesn't have history, I'm out. I need history in what I'm watching. I need meaning. I need reference points. I know what the World Series trophy, the Commissioner's Trophy of baseball means because Babe Ruth won it and Hank Aaron won it and Jackie Robinson played for it. I don't know what the MLS one means because I don't know what the hell it means for Tony Meola to play for something. And I don't know what this means because I couldn't name you a single player in the XFL.
Troy, over the next 2 years, and this may be a poll question for the show, will you watch more XFL or Live?
Oh, XFL. I'll just because I'm not a golf fan. I'm not really intrigued about watching Live Golf. So there, but you know what? RJ makes a really good point when it comes to both Live Golf and the XFL. Football in itself is basically based upon tradition, longevity, generations. And for two organizations to start off brand new, that's going to be a little difficult because you can't reflect back on your past as to where you are today. So that's going to be a little difficult. I'll be more intrigued with the XFL. Now, probably won't be as intrigued by some of their players, which include Cardell Jones, Landry Jones, Josh Johnson.
Ooh.
Not really too intrigued by those players, but I'm intrigued and I applaud the fact that the XFL and that Arlington, Houston, San Antonio, and all the other places are basically investing themselves into trying to do something new.
Now, when the Saudis buy it out, then
that's a little different. Yeah.
Then it'll be something because then...
Yeah, if I see Arch Manning's debut in the XFL, you could somehow get those kids to skip college like the G League or some of these other leagues have done for hoops. Now you got me.
Or, they institute a draft. Let's say in 5 years. Let's say this thing's still around in 2 years. Let's say 2 years. There's an XFL draft, and they select Quinn Ewers number 1, and they offer him. Let's say the NFL the number 1 overall pick. It's $50 million from the NFL, and the XFL has got the Saudis involved, and they give all kinds of money. They say, okay, well, you know what? Guess what? $100 million for the first overall pick. Then you know where Quinn Ewers is going to go. He's going to take the $100 million from the XFL. And then Arch Manning will. And then it'll be a snowball effect. And that's when the league will start to have relevance.
I agree. But is that going to happen anytime soon? Probably not. So let us know if you had a little Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson sighting out in Arlington at Texas Live or throughout the Metroplex, as Arlington is the new headquarters for the 3 teams in Texas and the entire league overall. What does this clause mean in Kyler Murray's contract? He's got a homework clause plus an ESPN analyst on Jameis Winston over Dak. Dak's numbers without his number 1 receiver, and the QB tiers are out from league executives. Big Fat Football Sandwich with Sean and RJ next for the 6 a.m. Club on 105.3 The Fan. But let me
At Cowboys training camp, but if you want to get more Cowboys info, check out Love of the Stars, a great new podcast with Brian Broaddus and Bobby Belt. All the boys' information that you can find in one spot. Love of the Star. It's available on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. Segment this morning brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. You think there'll be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so find someone to protect you. It's Frankel & Frankel at truckwreck.com.
Wow. With the Kyler Murray clause. Kyler Murray and his contract was read through by a bunch of different media members yesterday. Ian Rappaport tried to put a positive spin on it. Oh, this is something Kyler would want. Here he does hours and hours of homework. Mike Florio had more of the same opinion as us. Kyler Murray's brand new contract has a clause. It's called an independent study clause. It requires him to engage in at least 4 hours of independent study during each week of the season, from the Monday after training camp ends through the last game on the schedule. One source told Florio this was unprecedented. The contract defines independent study to include the study of the material provided to him by the club in order to prepare for the club's next upcoming game, including without limitation any such material provided via an iPad or other electronic device. Time spent in mandatory meetings does not count. If he doesn't do it, and they, I guess, can monitor on these iPads or these Microsoft, whatever they hand out, Surfaces, players shall not receive any credit for independent study with respect to guaranteed money. So the Cardinals putting in a homework clause for Kyler Murray, and their view is if he doesn't abide by it or follow it, then we can go after some of the guaranteed money that they just gave him to make him the second highest paid quarterback in the NFL. Wow.
You know, I was listening. Some people were describing this as a huge deal. Like, this is a terrible look for Kyler Murray. I was seeing others saying this is a terrible look for the Cardinals. Like, if you have to feel like a parent, why would you sign him? And then others saying this is just a quarterback's version of a workout clause, where a lot of guys have in the contract, you have to work out at the facility 80% of the time. Otherwise, you don't hit these escalators. I don't know what to make of this. Like, I think this is like, to me, this is a parent. This is a parent trying to make sure their kid does their homework. That's basically what it is. And if that's the case, then what'd you sign him for? If you signed him, now I will say this also. Putting a number on it, 4 hours a week or whatever, well, that's a really weird. Like, what if he needs 8 hours a week? What if he is so smart that he only needs 1 hour a week? Not everybody studies or works at the same pace. You go to your job, and some guy or girl has got the same task done in 90 minutes that it takes you 6 hours to do. Some people are just better, smarter. Some people don't need to study. Kyler Murray might be this savant where he doesn't need to do anything. Obviously, he's not, because they put this in for a reason.
I think this is a huge mistake by the Cardinals publicly. A humongous mistake. This embarrasses Kyler Murray. Whether this is legit or not, or 2 hours and 6 hours, not a big deal. Every single show in America today is going to be talking about this. What is an independent clause? What is a homework clause? The impression it leaves you with, and there's no other way, I don't think, there's no other reasonable way to decipher it. Kyler Murray doesn't grind in the film room. This is very Mike Vick-esque. Mike Vick said, after his time in Philly, or now he would tell you, I wish I studied more. In Atlanta, I was just relying on natural, raw ability. I wasn't going to beat you with my mind. I was going to beat you with my arm, and I was going to beat you with my legs. And that's the impression, that Kyler Murray isn't football starved, and he's not going to be detail oriented. And even if that is the case, you do not let this story get out there by having people read it in a contract. This is embarrassing. And if I'm Kyler Murray, I'm going to have more and more resentment grow and grow from this. This is the first week after I signed the contract I've been dying for. People are going to mock me and make fun of me and question my motivation and question maybe my football intelligence, but more so the motivation. Like, we have to make you, it's study hall. Kyler Murray has separate study hall because he doesn't work hard enough. And that is a humongous, I like the way Florio put it. He said this is a colossal blunder by the Cardinals. It makes him look bad for not studying enough, and it makes them look worse for giving him all of that money, even though he wasn't studying enough. I don't necessarily agree. It makes the Cardinals look horrible because he is still a fantastic quarterback. He's a freak athlete. And even if, which they obviously know, he doesn't study as hard as he should, you still can't go without a quarterback. So you still give him the money, but man, letting this get out or having this get out publicly, I think is a mistake by the Cardinals, and it's going to make Kyler upset, angry, embarrassed, and frustrated, in my opinion.
Oh, he's definitely going to be upset about it and angry, and now there's nothing you can really do about it. He just signed this mega deal.
Yep.
He's going to give it back.
And he agreed to it.
Yeah, and he agreed to it, so, maybe he feels like this is a...
But RJ, imagine if this was Dak. Imagine if this came out in Dak's new deal. Every game, and then we had the second half of last season, right? Yes, it could have been injury, but there was a big question as to whether Dak was thrown off by the Vic Fangio, the Bronco blueprint. Yeah. And with every bad game and every hesitant throw and every interception, what would we be saying the next day here on the station? Did he know what he was looking at? Is Dak prepared for that? Is he putting in the time? Did he accumulate the 4 hours of extra independent study? That is the type of stuff that this story can cause.
Of course. It's terrible. It's terrible for Kyler Murray. Now, maybe Kyler brought it on himself by, not paying attention to film or not watching film.
He obviously did. Man, Kyler Murray's character.
Oh, dude, he's terrible.
His off-the-field stuff sounds almost as bad as you can get. Diva, entitled, quitter, selfish, and not working hard enough in the film room. Those are just 5 things off the top of my head. And again, when you're a freak and you have
get away with it.
The type of all-world, one-of-a-kind athletic ability he has, you can get away with it. But there's a reason why Jamarcus Russell was trending yesterday on social media, because he was just in the headlines for talking about not studying film, with the Raiders giving him fake tapes. And Jamarcus coming back and saying, "Oh yeah, those were some tough blitz packages on that tape you gave me, which was empty."
Troy, how many high school games did Kyler Murray lose at Allen?
I don't know. It was like 146, 140. How many was it?
I think it was 0.
Oh, sorry about that.
Did he go to college and win a Heisman Trophy?
Yeah, he did.
I wouldn't study a thing either. If I went my entire life.
Why did Peyton Manning do it then? This was the chosen one out of the womb, and nobody spent more time. Yes, he was probably to the extreme a football nerd. Why did Peyton Manning do it?
Probably because he couldn't run like Kyler does. But if I didn't study in high school and I made all A's, why would I study in college? At least when I got there. If I'm Kyler Murray and I didn't watch film in high school and I didn't lose a game, and I didn't watch film in college and I won the Heisman Trophy.
And he has numbers that other quarterbacks have not put up in their first couple of years in the league.
And I'm 2 years in the league, and I was 10-0 last year. Why would I really study film? I can understand that. But, that Lamar Jackson's not going to be able to run the way he does now for the rest of his career. Maybe for a couple of years he might, but sooner or later you're going to get slower. You're going to get older. That's just the nature of the game. Tom Brady has to be more aware now than what he was when he was 26. He has to be smarter now than he was back then. So does Aaron Rodgers. And Patrick Mahomes is going to do the same thing. So I get it. If you've been doing one thing your whole life and you got to the first pick of the draft and you've been a relative success in the NFL and you've done nothing in the film room, okay, I could buy that. I could buy you saying, well, I didn't do it then, and I didn't do it then. Why do I need to do it now? But it appears that you do need to do it now because the end of your last 2 seasons has not been great.
Big mistake by the Cardinals.
Yep, huge.
Caused by Kyler, but the storylines and the topics and the criticism is going to come in strong on him. Oh, this is an RJ Choppy special. Internal conflict, I'm predicting here for RJ after listening to Bart Scott on ESPN talk about Dak.
Everybody always laughs at me, but, they said the same thing when I said about Matthew Stafford last year. I would still right now put Jameis. I'd rather have Jameis Winston than I'd rather have Dak Prescott, because when you look at Jameis Winston was in an imperfect situation. Yes. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. Let it sink in.
Bart, come on, man. We can't be making just wild, outlandish statements.
Listen, they always say it's wild until it's over with. Watch the Saints this year and watch where they go because of Jameis Winston.
That's RG3 in the background going, what? How are you going to sit up here and just make wild, crazy statements? And these are two of your favorites that he's discussing since you're a Jameis guy.
They are two of my favorites. It's no. I will say this. Jameis is more talented than Dak. That's not really in question. It's never really been in question. Jameis was the first pick in the draft. That wasn't by accident.
What's the Cowboys' record this year if I tell you Jameis is the quarterback and he's healthy?
Oh, that's a good question. Oh, man.
Like how, and it doesn't have to be an exact record. I'm trying to get to how many games of a difference you think there would be.
I think the Cowboys will be 12-5 with Dak. I think it would probably be 10-7 with Jameis.
I was going to say
like that.
Maybe 2 games.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see what Vegas would say. How many points per game difference Dak is than Jameis? Because it takes like over the course. So basically, let's say it like this.
Problem is we haven't seen Jameis either in 2 years.
No, we haven't.
He's played 11 games in the last 2 years.
Yeah. Now, last year he played 7, and then the year before that he was a complete backup to Drew Brees, and he only played a handful of games. Then he was splitting time with Taysom Hill. So he's barely played. So there's a lot of unknowns there. But no, I would say probably about a 2-game difference.
But,
on this team.
I think Bart is a clown, but I don't think Jameis's career is near over.
No.
I mean, he had a 28-18 season, 28 touchdowns, 18 interceptions. His interception totals in his career, 15, 18, 11, 14. And then he threw the 30. Everyone remembers the 33 and 30 from Tampa Bay with Bruce Arians. But before that, again, he was throwing 15, 11, 14. If he can keep it in that range and throw 30 touchdowns, you're talking about very good quarterback numbers. And he says he learned from Drew Brees and Sean Payton. He just hasn't been on the field too much to show it. But last year, he was 14 touchdowns and 3 interceptions before getting hurt. 7 games, 14 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. It's on the way to being good numbers. It is. Mm-hmm. So there's Bart Scott with his little Dak shot. What do you think about Bart overall? You were a Jets kid growing up in New York.
I think he's trying too hard. Look, this happens all the time. I mean, they're doing it with Russo too on First Take. They're trying too hard to make things controversial.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's like his football knowledge is there, but I just think he's trying too hard. I think they all do. I think they all fall into that trap of trying too hard to be controversial.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on the show, live on the Fan Cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Charles Barkley with an update. There's a deadline.
Yeah.
Troy in the meeting yesterday with the bosses. Charles has given a deadline and the number it would take for him to leave TNT for LIV. That's next with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
provider, taking care of your project or special event tolos, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Charles Barkley has given the Live Tour a deadline. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Headlines at 7 a.m. as we get ready to fly out to Cowboys training camp right after the show. Today, the State of the Cowboys presser. You're going to hear it right here on your home for America's team. Charles Barkley went on the Dan Patrick Show yesterday. What has the last week or two been like for you, Chuck?
It's been very stressful. Not gonna lie to you. It's been tough. I'm not gonna lie, because it's hard sitting back, hearing everybody, because I don't know anything, to be honest with you. I met with Greg. He asked me, was I interested? I said, of course I'm here. I wouldn't have had dinner with you if I wasn't interested. And I'm waiting for them to make me an offer, I guess. But that's all I know so far. But it's been very stressful on me.
Okay. I don't know why it's that stressful. Like, you invited this. I guess you can be torn. Yeah. So that could be stressful.
Yep, absolutely.
But Charles was told by Mark Cuban and Ahmad Rashad and other people in his inner circle, Michael Wilbon, take the meeting. Take the meeting with LIV and see what they have to offer. And it's smart business to do so.
Take the meeting with anybody. Like, work-wise, always take the meeting. Never hurts. Never hurts to take a meeting. And the meeting can be about anything. It can be about work. It can be about let's just getting to know each other. But always take the meeting. That's a good idea.
What is Charles factoring into this decision?
Well, man, I love TNT. I love Ernie, Kenny, and Shaq, and everybody who works down there. But if those dudes do something crazy at me, I have to listen. I mean, listen, and I'm not going to get on here and say it's not about the money. Of course it's about the money. I think a bunch of the Live guys, they're so terrified to say it's about the money. It's all right that everybody's taking a job for money, but they're so afraid that, first of all, people are going to talk bad about you anyway, a certain percentage. But most people I talk to, my close confidant, they're like, no, man, you got to sit down with them, listen what they are offering. And before I know you love TNT, but, they're giving guys $200 million. $150 million, $125 million. I'd be stupid not to listen to that conversation.
I love his life perspective that he always has. Now, it's taken him a long time to get there versus throwing people through glass pane windows, but he knows that people are going to talk smack. I really do think he does as good a job of any public figure in sports of knowing that there's criticism. Now, he stays away from it a great deal by being off of social media, but he gives you that refreshing honesty of, of course it's about the money, which, of course, everyone is too scared to say.
I don't know why. They're too scared to say it. Everybody takes a job for money. You take a job for either money or happiness. Like, it may not be more money, maybe less work. Or, less time. Why'd you leave? Well, I get to work from home. I'm making $20,000 less, but I don't have to go to work anymore. I can work from home. Yeah. Okay. I mean, look. Everybody takes a job for a different reason.
Sure.
And no reason is wrong. If it's right to you, that's the only thing that matters. And, and for Charles Barkley, if he feels like he's going to enjoy working 30 days a year for Live Golf as opposed to 80 for TNT or whatever it may be, then he should do it. If he doesn't feel like that, then he should say TNT.
So what would it take to leave probably the most famous sports studio show of all time and go to golf?
Oh, it would be astronomical.
But like what?
Well, Dan, I'm blessed to make a lot of money.
But let's say you made 25, 30, like $40 million a year. Am I in the ballpark of what you expect to get or you think they'll offer?
I don't know the answer to that question. They know how much money I make. So, because, I have to factor in this, okay? There's a couple things. Number one, I have 3 years left on my TNT deal, okay? And I'm probably going to lose all my commercials. So those are two big things. If I had to lose my TNT gig, that would hurt me a lot. But I'm also going to lose my commercials. And listen, let's be realistic. I'm not sure how the public is going to get about as far as the commercial thing. I might not get commercials anymore because so it's a lot that goes into it. But man, I love my job, but I had to take the meeting.
He does. He's right. He's got to take the meeting, whether he loves it or not. He has to take the meeting, and he did. And now he's going to figure out whether or not he wants to do this or not.
It's lifestyle and money, right? And he loves golf.
Mm-hmm.
Lifestyle and money versus chemistry, fit, commercials, notoriety, all those things. You know, he's a part of something that's never going to be replicated, I don't think, again. And he does the NCAA tournament coverage.
Mm-hmm.
He's Sam Jackson, Spike Lee. Does all that stuff go away? Is all that worth it for whatever they would do to double, triple the salary? Here they are talking numbers.
Mm-hmm.
I think he makes around kind of 20 a year. Everything all told.
Yeah, that's what they said.
20 a year. So let's talk specific numbers.
Listen, okay, let me get an example. I just hear, I know most of the numbers just when reported. I know, somebody say Phil Mickelson got $200 million. I'm like, you take that money. Somebody said Dustin Johnson got $150 million and Bryson and Brooks. I'm like, $150 million to play golf 15 times a year? I have no problem with those guys taking that money. And if they offer me something crazy, I'm going to take it too.
What's crazy?
Well, consider how much money I make now. It would take a really huge number for me to give up my life right now. I mean, I'm not going to give up my life for... I don't like talking about how much money I make. And let me tell you, well, next time, if they triple it, and next time I'm on your show,
yeah,
the first question better be, Charles, what are we celebrating at tonight? That should be your first question. That should be your first question if they triple what I'm making now. Your first question should be, hey, Charles, where's the party tonight? And then you can ask me a second question after that.
So that was Troy in our meeting yesterday. He goes, deadline Thursday after Charles plays in this live event on Thursday in Jersey.
Yeah.
There's a deadline, and then if they offer him, so there's a little floating of what it would take if Greg Norman, when he sees this story,
correct,
$60 million, it's a done deal. They triple what he's making, 20 a year, and you make it 60, it's a done deal. But Charles saying basically it would have to be astronomical.
Yeah, so he's making 20, 25 ain't gonna cut it. That extra $5 million, when you're already making $20 million, that extra $5 million isn't enough to ruin your PR.
Yeah.
If you think this is going to ruin it, you start getting in the 30s. Okay, now we got something here. You start getting in the 40s. I mean, it may not even he may not even need 60. Greg may hear that and say, "Oh, we can get him for 40." Now you'd be settling a number in between somewhere, but
right.
It's they got the money. They definitely have the money. If they want to get Charles Barkley, they will get Charles Barkley.
What do you think's going to happen? I still think he stays.
I think he stays. I don't think they're gonna meet his number. That's a lot of. They can't give I guess they can.
Well, Dan Patrick was saying he thought Charles was more valuable than Bryson DeChambeau to live.
Well, no. Dan's just trying to prop up his industry.
And his guy. He's boys with Charles.
No announcer is more valuable to the product than the product.
Well, it depends what player. I mean, if it's give me the lowest profile player at Live. There's some guys we said last week he was more important. He would be more valuable than.
Right, but they're not paying him. They're not paying those guys gobs of money to be in there. Like the guys are paying money to be there to play. The Brysons, the Brooks, the DJs, the Phils.
Yeah,
those Cam Smith. Those guys are infinitely more valuable to you watching Live. No one's going to watch. You might tune into the first one, but for Charles, but they're going to watch. You're going to watch Live because A, you can find it, and B, the golf is good.
Barkley went on to say TNT has been dead quiet, but that Live is going for a younger demo. Greg Norman told Charles the average PGA what?
You go for a younger demo, so you're going to get a guy that last played basketball 35 years ago.
Well, just in general, I think for their for their philosophy. I wonder what inside the NBA's average demo age is. But Greg Norman told Charles the average age of a PGA fan is 60 or 61. So they're trying to incorporate music, and they're trying to make it feel a little younger and a little hipper. And then Dan said, are they going to be on TV? Let's say you take this deal. What network are you going to be on? And he said, I think they'll have a TV deal by the end of the year that he's had 10 or 15 big-time, mega big-time announcers, all-time great announcers hit Charles up. When this story broke that he was talking to them, 15 of them called. He may have been exaggerating, but heck, even if it's 6, saying, Liv has called us, we're scared to go first. So I wonder, did Jim Nantz, I think he signed back up for CBS, but I'm thinking Jim Nantz had to have gotten a phone call. Maybe Bob Costas got a phone call. Maybe Joe Buck got a phone call. He said, we're talking about Hall of Fame types that have talked with Liv. Just David Fetty was the first one to have the stones to go and do it. Everyone else is kind of scared of pulling the trigger.
Yeah, they are scared seemingly are scared to pull the trigger. And a lot of the players have been scared to pull the trigger. Like, Justin Thomas and Jordan Spieth, these are guys that are like the future of the game, the present, and the future of the game. They haven't pulled the trigger for a reason, even though Liv is throwing more money at them than the PGA Tour could even fathom of giving them.
All right, this college story that I didn't see you put in your prep work. Saw you put Bruce Pearl, your former coach, but death penalty talk for your Tennessee Volunteers.
Oh, no, this is
what happened?
They found there was no lack of institutional control. This is a slap on the wrist. They will not get the death penalty. That's the same guy who wrote that wrote the Cowboys practice facility sucks. You guys are dope.
Bro Bible.
Yeah. This is a Jeremy Pruitt special. Jeremy Pruitt was the coach there. He famously did not know what asparagus was when he took over as coach. Only my school would hire a coach who, A, didn't know who asparagus was, to follow up a coach who had to show the kids how to shower and showered with them and Derek Dooley. They'll get punished. They'll get punished of some kind.
And then what is Bruce Pearl advising? Don't pass gas in a body of water?
He is taking his Auburn Tigers to Israel to play basketball there as like a kind of a preseason warm-up. And he told them, look, we're going to go to the Dead Sea. And now Bruce Pearl is he is Jewish, and so he goes over there a lot, and he's very very into that region, and he has gone there, and he mistakenly tooted into the Dead Sea. Evidently, Troy, you are not supposed to toot in the Dead Sea.
You're not?
Because apparently when you toot, it opens things up, and because of physics, it sucks the salt in there, and it burns like crazy.
What?
Shut
yes. Up. I'm dead serious. I am dead serious.
And this is a Jewish thing you're saying?
Well, no. Bruce Pearl is Jewish.
Okay.
I'm well aware, Chris. Thanks.
I know, Sam.
The Dead Sea, apparently, though, because it's so salty, you're not supposed to toot in there because
nearly 10 times the amount of salt than ordinary seawater.
Yes. It makes swimming very hard, and the salinity allows you to float with very much ease, but physics kicks in. A natural suction system injects the salt back up where the toot came from, and then it burns because, you get salt on an open wound and orifices, and all of a sudden, it feels like you just got salt in an eye.
Well, I think it's pretty evident. Payoff time. You guys are going to be right next to the ocean in Oxnard. You might as well go out there after eating some, I'm not sure, beans or whatever, cauliflower.
Yeah.
You've got to test the theory. Now, obviously, it's not as salty as in Israel or wherever, but still, I think you got to test this, RJ.
Or you just pour a bunch of salt on there one day.
On where? On what? The what?
Just cover it with salt one day and
cover what?
Your booty.
Okay.
And then let it rip.
Pink salt, rock salt,
Himalayan sea salt, whatever you want to do.
Shake it like a salt shaker.
That's right.
Mike McCarthy not happy with the start of his Cowboys training camp because of one reporter. The Rangers in action late last night. Kyler Murray with a homework clause, and The Rock is making Arlington home the official headquarters of the XFL, as he was in Texas yesterday. Headlines, our highest rated segment of the show to get you ready for a Tolo Tuesday, is next. But
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Time now for headlines on a Tolo Tuesday on travel day.
Yeah.
For the radio station. RJ and I will be heading out to Oxnard for Cowboys training camp. Tomorrow is the first practice. Today, the State of the Cowboys presser with Jerry and Mike McCarthy and Stephen Jones. And Mike McCarthy was apparently rudely greeted.
Yeah, it was very rudely
by a reporter from the Dallas Morning News. And he was asked about his job status. And McCarthy's response, it's irritating that the first question you ask me has nothing to do with how I do my job. I show up every day for work to win a championship. How do we win today? That's what I'm asking. My viewpoint, it's not a story. It's media-driven. It's a media-driven narrative, or at least a narrative driven outside my realm. So Mike McCarthy can't even get a snap-off or a conditioning drill in California before being asked about being fired during this year or afterwards.
It stinks. It really does that Mike McCarthy's having to go through this after a 12-5 season where, did we overrate the talent on this team? Is that what happened after that year? I don't know. But 12-5, and now all of a sudden you're on the hot seat. The first question you get asked when you get out there to 70-degree weather, you're thinking you've made paradise. You've hit paradise. And all of a sudden you're greeted with, whoa, what's your job status? Yeah, I don't know.
How much you blame on Jerry and how much do you attribute to just because Michael Irvin would be lighting us up and texting us, stop crying for McCarthy. It's the Dallas Cowboys' job. It is what it is. It comes with the territory. How much territory? How much Jerry with his offseason comments?
Well, look. We got to stop this. It comes with the territory here. We got to stop this. The Dallas Cowboys have this standard that nobody else has. The Dallas Cowboys have won nothing.
Yeah, like in terms of success, the Cowboys do not belong in a Yankee or Laker recent conversation. Now, the Yankees haven't won in a while, but still more recently than us.
I mean, they're in the conference, the league championship series like every 3 years.
Yeah.
The Dallas Cowboys have fewer playoff wins since 1996 than Tom Brady has with Tampa. Okay, there is no standard. We have to change our standards. We have to. The expectations must change. This is not Tom Landry anymore, and Jimmy ain't walking through that door. And neither is Troy, neither is Michael, and neither is Emmett. So, miss me with this comes with the territory of the Dallas Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys are very similar to the Detroit Lions. They're more similar to the Detroit Lions than they are to the Dallas Cowboys. And if you can't accept that, that's not my problem. They are more relatable to the Detroit Lions than they are to a regular title contender.
At RJ Chopping, and the text is open at 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line, and let us know your top 3 Cowboys you'd like to hear from. I put in the request yesterday, but we're going to be able to tinker with it throughout camp. But your 1, 2, 3 for training camp interviews. You have an immediate favorite on your list. Troy, Choppy, someone that for you is an absolute must-have when we go out here for the shows.
It is always, for me, Rain Dakota Prescott is my number 1 must-have. My number 2, though, I feel I have to take a young man under my wing.
Oh.
I do. I feel I have to take Micah Parsons under my wing.
Oh, yeah?
And say, sir, you got to stop playing. You got to be a D-end.
Stop playing linebacker.
Do you want to be an $18 million a year guy or a 30? I want to be a 30.
Can you imagine you give this financial talk to Micah Parsons and like all of a sudden
he could buy me tomorrow, by the way.
Yeah, I have no doubt about that. A couple days later, like comes out like Micah just wants to play D-line.
Man,
the Cowboys, Jerry may he may throw you out this window himself.
He could try. But as I'm going down, Micah's parachute is going to come and help me out.
Yes. Micah Parsons number 1 on my list just because I can see RJ just fanboy out in front of Micah. So I'm going to have Micah Parsons number 1. Number 2, without question, the guy that holds all the secrets to the Cowboys front office and that knows everything going on behind the scenes. We got to talk to Dorrance Armstrong.
Yeah.
I want to know why his name is brought up by Jerry Jones all the time.
Yeah.
What secrets are you holding?
Yes. Kyler Murray had a secret in his contract that came out yesterday, a homework clause. 4 hours of independent study outside of team meetings is required by Kyler. Otherwise, the Cardinals can apparently go after some of his guaranteed money. A 4-hour homework clause for Kyler and the Cardinals.
Man, this is it's very telling, I think.
He can forfeit up to $100 million of guaranteed money if he doesn't do 4 hours of homework 1 week.
Dude. I mean, I would do 5 just to be sure that I didn't miss time things.
A 2021 interview with the New York Times had Kyler quoted as, "I'm not one of those guys that's going to sit there and kill myself watching film."
Yeah, Kyler gets by on athleticism. And, I guess if I was Kyler, my argument would be like, look, it's more important for me to be in the weight room than the film room based on the style of my play. And I don't think a coach ever wants to hear that. Film is a major part of the NFL, of football in general. It's just the way it is. You've got to the margin for error is 0 in this league, and the guys who figure that out are the guys who stick around for 15 or 20 years. That's just the reality of it. Now, guys like Brett Favre, who apparently didn't know what a nickel defense was coming into the NFL, he had to figure it out. I don't know what Brett Favre's film study was, but I guarantee you as he got older, it was more than when he was younger.
Huge mistake by the Cardinals to even put this in. If you know people like Mike Florio go through your contracts, or Andrew Brandt, a business guy, huge mistake to put this in for someone to read. Figure out another way to do it. Because they're not going to sit there and take away his guaranteed money if he doesn't study. At least they're not going to do it in the first few years. So why even put it in there? It embarrasses the player. And I think it's going to cause resentment. This is not a good thing for the Cardinals as soon as they locked up their future franchise quarterback. I think it's going to come back to bite them somehow, some way.
Yeah, Kyler Murray is not the guy that you want to make an enemy of. He is such an entitled little brat.
Yep.
That he is going to make your life a living hell. This is a big mistake by the Cards.
Rangers in action against the Seattle Mariners last night, right here on The Fan.
The set by Swanson and the pitch. And a ground ball weakly hit to the shortstop. Throw to first, the ball game is over. It was actually Toro, the second baseman, who cut in front, picked it up, and threw out Simeon to end the ball game.
Thank you, Eric Nadell, on your home for Rangers baseball. They lose 4-3 to the Mariners. The Mariners were red hot heading into the break. Bad timing for the All-Star break for them. They had lost 3 straight, and now they come back and get a W. So the Rangers right now have lost 3 of 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7 of their last 9 overall. So pretty much close to saying bye-bye baseball season. See you later until the playoffs start, as they're 9 games under.
Yeah, they're 9 under, and they were never going to make the playoffs anyway. That was just such a pipe dream. Even though they did have a decent start, and that happens in baseball. And this is why the season's 162 games long. Baseball, more than any other sport, weeds out the bottom, and the cream will rise. It always has. So you can have a good 60-game stretch. Is it any coincidence the Marlins made the playoffs during the 2020 season where there was 60 games? You can have a good 60 games. Everyone's going to win 60 games for the most part, and everyone's going to lose 60 for the most part. In case it's outside of those rare years, but the Rangers are going to be a 90-loss team or close to it, and that's just the reality. And next year, maybe they have another offseason where they get a Seager and Simeon Part 2, spend another $500 million, maybe look at themselves 85 wins.
You taking Seattle seriously at all?
Define serious as a playoff contender?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're a playoff contender. I don't believe they're a championship contender, even though they got some really nice young pieces. There are too many teams in the American League. The American League is Houston and New York. And the way Houston has completely owned the Yankees, did you know? In the 7 games that the Astros and Yankees played, the Houston Astros have led for 795 pitches. And the Yankees have led for 0.
Wow.
They have 2 walk-off wins. And the Astros they won the series 5-2. The Astros are the favorites of the American League, no matter what the Yankees' record is.
The Rock has made Arlington the.
I thought you were going to say The Rock has a tourist attraction.
I thought you were going to go with a WWE quote, but I like it, Sean Connery. The Rock has made Arlington the official headquarters of the XFL.
The official HQ, he said, which that's something I would say. He said HQ. I rolled my eyes at that. Then I realized, dude, I would say the same thing.
To abbreviate it?
Yeah, I'm a big abbrever.
God. I gotta be in a car.
You're with him for 2 weeks.
Gotta be in a car with you all day long. You're running on no sleep.
No sleep.
I don't know. Maybe I should drive today.
No, I got this, man.
I don't know.
I got this.
Caffeine intake?
No, I'm going to get a Ghost when I get there.
A what?
What does that mean?
What's a Ghost?
A Ghost is like an energy drink, one of those big, giant Nas cans.
Nas?
Yeah, I'm going.
Nitrous oxide?
Yeah.
Or whatever it is.
Let's fight. Last 3 minutes. Let's just grapple. Let's fight right here on camera. So Arlington, the new HQ for the XFL with the 3 teams in Texas.
Yeah. So The Rock was out at Texas Live to make that a big announcement. Had the video package as well. And then today, Bob Stoops, also part of the XFL, will be on with the KNC Masterpiece at 11:40.
Charles Barkley has made Thursday the deadline for Live to make him an offer to leave TNT. Here's Charles talking about it on the Dan Patrick Show.
At some point, we're going to talk. Okay. I'm not going to keep TNT in limbo, to be honest with you. I don't think it's fair to them. And you said something interesting. They've gotten plenty of play out of me coming to play up there Thursday.
Yeah.
So I'm not just going to be no show pony. But y'all, I got y'all pub for a week. Don't be wasting my time. I'm not going to waste y'all time. But when I leave New Jersey Thursday night, when I leave the golf course, if I don't have an offer in hand, it's over.
Woo! Deadline Thursday.
Yeah.
After he plays in the Live Pro-Am in Jersey at the Trump course.
And we'll see what that offer is. I am fascinated to see what number they come out with.
Because he kind of floated. Yesterday he kind of made it known he makes $20 a year. He said if they offered him $60 a year, it'd be over. He's taking it. He's gone. So I wonder what happens if they offer him $35, $40. He said it would have to be astronomical. I don't know what astronomical is to someone that has Charles Barkley's money.
Tom Brady's making 37.5 coming up. I think if they made it 37.6, and he has that, has that crown.
$18 million a year more.
But he's also now the highest paid broadcaster. Unless you want to count Judge Judy or something like that as a broadcaster.
Who should be the highest paid sports broadcaster?
Should be Nance or Buck. Well, I guess Buck not anymore because he only does one thing.
Yeah.
Nance does 3 jobs. Lead football, lead college basketball, lead golf. I mean, how is he not the highest paid?
Yeah.
He should be. I think he should be.
Headlines on a Tolo Tuesday here on Sean and RJ. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. That is what Tolo stands for, 877-881-1053.
While you're throwing out numbers, the average coffee has 95 milligrams of caffeine in it. And this Ghost drink that RJ mentioned is well over 200.
Yeah,
You're going to have a great time today.
At least we'll make good time.
Yes.
A great time. I made a playlist just for this, too.
Oh, no.
We got to go over that. We make time. We have to make time to go over this playlist. I would love to know.
If you show me proof, if you show me right now on your phone the title of it, we'll go over it on the show.
All right,
I don't believe you, though. What did you name it? What did you abbreviate it?
What did I Road Trip.
Okay, let me see. Show it to me.
Road Trip.
It says Road Trip, ! That could be the one to Oklahoma.
Could have been.
But that would be a different theme.
It is a different theme, but okay. I've added some songs to this one.
Okay.
Some good stuff. I had some oldies for you.
Oh!
And some newies for me.
Okay.
Some Tay-Tay. Some,
Stop, please,
so
God.
let's see. There's Soundgarden on here, Troy.
Okay.
Some Migos. Let's see. I've got, Hall & Oates.
Don't give it away.
Yeah, baby.
Don't give it all away. Okay. One of my favorite Lists is out. Again, this is all about lists during the dead period. The semi-famous QB tiers from The Athletic. Mike Sando does a phenomenal job. He talks to league executives about the quarterbacks. What tier is Dak now on? And who said this about Lamar? I don't give an S if he wins the league MVP 12 times. He'll never be a 1 as a QB. The Athletics QB tiers are out. We'll dive into it next. But let's get you to Athletics.
I don't know why you need a playlist. Just go check out my music station. It's streaming 24/7 on the Odyssey app, and Tolos, you can check it out as well. It is called Stadium Anthems. Give it a listen on the Odyssey app. This segment of The Fan brought to you by Rubin and Associates. We've all probably felt this one time or another, the feeling of dread to start the day with credit card debt or maybe a missed mortgage or car payment. Call Rubin and Associates. Let them help you find a way out at 1-800-LAWYERS or DallasTexasLegal.com.
We'll talk about RJ's personal tweet that had many talking and reacting yesterday at 7:40 this morning. It's Sean and RJ on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Again, it's list season. Chris Arnold, everybody loves lists. Jeremy Fowler, Madden, Pro Football Focus. The ones that I like the most, Jeremy Fowler's and this one from The Athletic, because this is from people in the league. I love hearing from professional evaluators and seeing their opinions and the way that they think. And Mike Sando from The Athletic has done this for a number of years. The NFL quarterback tiers. They put 35 veteran quarterbacks into one of 5 tiers. They were then ranked by average vote. The survey excludes rookies because we haven't seen them play in the NFL. What category will Dak be in? Tier 1 is a quarterback that can carry his team each week. The team wins because of him. He expertly handles pure passing situations. He has no real holes in his game. That's Tier 1. Tier 2. Let's see how many guys are in Tier 1. There's 6, just to give you a hint. Tier 2. A Tier 2 quarterback can carry his team sometimes, but not as consistently. He can handle pure passing situations in doses and or possess other dimensions that are special enough to elevate him above Tier 3. He has a hole or two in his game.
Okay.
All right. That's Tier 2. Tier 3 quarterbacks, which I think Bobby Belt put Stafford on when he was in. He does not like Matt Stafford. He does not like Lamar Jackson. So that is Bobby Belt, who will be joining us, of course, every single day in Oxnard on DFW Sports Station. You have any feeling for what tier Dak is in, or you want to hear what Tier 3 is?
I hope he's not Tier 3, so I'm going to say he's in Tier 2.
All right, Tier 3 is a quarterback who's a legitimate starter but needs a heavier running game and or defensive component to win. A lower volume drop back passing offense suits him best. So those are the 3 tiers I'm going to give you because we know that Dak has to be in one of the 3. Let's just go in order. All right? This is going to be pure football analysis with the top guys in the league. Aaron Rodgers, number 1, stands alone at the top. The 8th time in 9 years that he finished no worse than tied for the number 1 spot. He is the standard for Tier 1 quarterback play.
Okay.
I'm going to read you a lot of quotes. All right,
let's do it.
From a defensive coordinator. I can't wait to rate him as a 2. That'll be like the favorite day of my career. Where's the flaw? He can make every throw. He has got command of things. He can read defenses. He is challenging to go against because of the mental part of it. The smirk, the shoulder shrug, the command of hurry up tempo in 2 minutes. He's got it all. The head coach wants to run the field goal team on. Rodgers waves them off, calls another play, completes it to make the field goal try easier, and burns enough time so the kickoff coverage team doesn't have to run out there. The guy oozes Tier 1 in ways other quarterbacks can only dream of doing. And then you had an offensive coach say Brady has had the more decorated career with the Super Bowls, but I'll say this. Aaron Rodgers has helped elevate every player on that offense. Brady with N'Keal Harry did not elevate his game.
N'Keal Harry sucks!
Aaron has had Devontae, but he's still waiting for a first-round receiver. They have not had great receivers overall, and he's still putting up major numbers. So there you go with some of the people in the league on Aaron Rodgers, number 1.
Okay, I mean, look, I'm not going to argue there, Aaron Rodgers. I mean, when you get up to the top of Tier 1, I mean, you're as Jerry would say, circumcising mosquitoes for the most part. I mean, you take that guy, I'll take this guy, I'll take my chances, and you'll take your chances. And it's like the margins and the differences are so slim. Do I think that Look, Tom Brady is the most accomplished quarterback that ever lived. Do I think that he has elevated his teammates at the same rate as Aaron Rodgers at some times, or Peyton Manning? No, I don't know about that. But he won at a rate that those guys never dreamed of.
Mahomes is 2. A single contrarian voter prevented Mahomes from tying Rodgers at the top. That voter, a veteran defensive play caller, said there were times last year Mahomes failed to read defenses the way top-tier quarterbacks should. We love Mahomes because of his unorthodox throws, not because of his natural pocket presence. And when that disappears, that is when they lose games. I don't think that's a 1. I think that is a 2. Nothing against the guy. I love the kid, but take his first read away, and what does he do? He runs, he scrambles, and he plays street ball. A QB coach. This guy, he's box office. Anyone would pay to watch Aaron and Mahomes play. If you have the worst seat in the house, you would still go watch Patrick Mahomes play. So there you go. An offensive coach also said, if I'm playing the optimistic side, I say defenses caught up with them a little bit. They wanted a slow death, and he was still on a throw it downfield mentality because he had Tyreek. Without Tyreek, he'll dink and dunk, and they will coach him to do that. He will complete so many balls this year because they're going to get his mind wired for that before the season. Remember, that was the book on Kansas City last year? Mm-hmm. That's been an NFL defensive kind of copycat throughout the league. Back off, prevent the big play, and beat us with paper cuts, and do you have the patience to do it? And earlier in the year, Kansas City did not.
No, they didn't. And Mahomes had to learn how to do that. Every quarterback has had to learn how to do that. Brady had to learn how to do it. Manning had to learn how to do that. Rodgers, Rodgers is the only one that doesn't always do that. He's like, screw it, I'm just going downfield. But, Tom Brady did not beat you because he was throwing the ball 50 yards every time. He beat you because he was getting first downs. Lou Holtz said this is not a game about points and touchdowns. It's a game of first downs. You can't score a touchdown without getting a first down first. And, I mean, in a way, in a very simplistic way, he's got a point. If you keep getting first downs, you'll be fine. You're going to continue to move the chains, eat up clock, win the game.
Number 3 on the Athletics QB list, Tom Brady, voted on by league insiders, executives, and coaches. Quite a few voters think Brady might now belong high in tier 2. The totality of what Brady provides is why Rodgers and Mahomes stand above him. Brady, he is a 100%, said a QB coach. He can carry that offense. He is that offense. He has an all-star team around him. Just look at how that team oozes confidence when they have him back there and playing. Can they protect him? That's the big question. Defensive coordinator said you still have to give the dude a 1. He still has the physical skills, different than Peyton at the end of his career. Tom is going to get you into the right plays and make the right decisions. He can still throw it. He can win games. So there you go. His command, the knowledge, the vision, Tom Brady's still up there. Number 4 is Josh Allen. He has proven he can handle big moments, said a personnel director. He still throws interceptable balls, but he gives his guys opportunity to make plays. 9 times out of 10, they are making those plays. You can really see the maturity. Someone said Josh Allen is a better version of Lamar, and I love him as a football player. I still think he's erratic as a thrower. He doesn't scare me the same way Rodgers does, but he is ascending. I got to give him credit for overcoming a lot of stuff. So Josh Allen is 4. Justin Herbert is 5, tier 1. Short list of quarterbacks to reach tier 1 before age 25. Mahomes, Andrew Luck, and Deshaun Watson did it. And here is Herbert doing it with a career record of 15-17. An offensive coach. I was so impressed with him live. He has a chance to do something special. He's the best pure thrower of the 3 young guys, Herbert, Allen, Burrow. I didn't realize he was that athletic. One of our studs was chasing him down. He got around him and was laughing at him the whole time. The competitive spirit, the athletic ability, I saw a freaking stud in our game. So, beaming compliments for Justin Herbert. 6, Joe Burrow.
Man, I think we have elevated tier 1 a bit too big.
I agree.
Don't think we're 6 tier 1 guys. Justin Herbert, how can you be a tier 1 player when you've never made the playoffs as a quarterback?
It's not all about the playoffs, RJ, to quote RJ Choppy.
Well, it's all about wins. It's all about championships. It is about getting to the playoffs, though. Like, a tier 1 quarterback overcomes a flawed roster. A tier 1 quarterback overcomes a flawed coach.
Joe Burrow, horrific offensive line.
And he overcame it, right?
Overcame it for a season. A GM said he's a young Tom Brady. I remember another Dallas morning host saying that a couple years ago in terms of the intangibles. I think Herbert has shown he can do it in doses. Burrow is a step ahead. I think his mind is a lot quicker than Herbert's. Burrow wins with his brain, and he's had to because he's played behind probably the worst offensive line ever to go to a Super Bowl. Any concerns? He got fooled on that 4th down in the Super Bowl. He predetermines a lot of his quick game. They'll spread it out and try to show him the picture. When you change the look for him, I think the kid locks in on some of his guys. So there you go. Joe Burrow is getting those props at the end of tier 1. That's it. So just to reset, Rodgers 1, Mahomes 2, Brady 3, Josh Allen 4, Herbert 5, and Joe Burrow at number 6. Now, the big comment and quote that went viral on this yesterday was Lamar Jackson at 10. And in the write-up of this, that's why Jack Del Rio's name was trending. Probably unfair to Del Rio, but the internet was like, this has to be Del Rio. It absolutely has to be him. A defensive coach was quoted as saying, if he has to pass to win the game, they ain't winning the game. He's so unique as an athlete. He's a really good football player, but I don't care if he wins the league MVP 12 times. I don't think he'll ever be a 1 as a quarterback. He'll be a 1 as a football player, but not as a QB. So many games come down to 2 minutes. That's why they have a hard time advancing, even when they're good on defense. Playoffs are tight. You have to be able to throw the ball, and he's just so inconsistent throwing the ball. It is hit or miss, as the Ravens are 1-3 in the playoffs with Lamar starting. He came in overall at 10, but that quote was the one that went viral yesterday. I don't care if he wins MVP 12 times. I won't give him props as a QB, only a football player.
Okay. Well, what is the number 1 job a quarterback does?
Win,
but
pass.
There you go. Sub 5 minutes in the 4th quarter, last 3 years trailing. So, less than 5 minutes to go in the 4th, trailing last 3 years. Patrick Mahomes, 509 yards passing. Lamar Jackson, 574. By the way, they both had the same amount of attempts. Lamar, 64% completion percentage. Mahomes, 63. Lamar, 9 yards per attempt. Mahomes, 8.2. Lamar, 5 TDs, 1 pick. Mahomes, 4 TDs, 1 pick. Lamar had a better quarterback rating as well. He also had better numbers in the same scenario than Tom Brady over the last 3 years. Sub 5 minutes, 4th quarter, and trailing. The narrative on Lamar Jackson that he can't throw, I think, was one of the biggest disservices that the Ravens have done to him by not having him throw, because their philosophy is that they are a run-first team. So the idea is, well, they run because Lamar can't throw. When in reality is they run because they're really good at running, and they prefer to run over throw regardless of quarterback, at least in my opinion.
All right, let's figure out where Dak is on this list after we gave you the top 6 and we gave you number 10 with the Athletics QB tiers that comes out every single year. We'll do it in a little bit here on Sean and RJ, but let's talk about RJ's personal tweet that had many heartbroken yesterday. Choppy opens up next on Sean and RJ 105.3. RJ coming at you live on a Tolo Tuesday, heading out to Oxnard for Cowboys training camp. The State of the Cowboys press conference will take place at noon today. The KMC Masterpiece will have on Bob Stoops, head coach of the Arlington XFL team, as yesterday The Rock announced that Arlington will be the headquarters for XFL 3.0, trying to survive this time around. But RJ Choppy this morning, looking worn down, looking exhausted. What's going on? You got dad, you got a dog, you got everything.
Yeah. Where to start? Let's start with Pops.
Yeah.
Yesterday, I went to see my dad. He's staying at he's living at a nursing home. Memory care center is what they call it, because he has dementia, if you don't know. And that has been going on he's 75. He'll be 76 in October. He's had this, I would say, since his late 60s. We started noticing things. First time I noticed it was scary as hell. He was driving me and my kids, and at the time, my wife, to the Rangers game. And he decided to make a left turn into traffic without an arrow.
Whoa.
And just weave it in between cars. He was turning on a brown boulevard off of 157. And I was like, whoa, what are you doing? I go, you gotta have a green arrow. He goes, what do you mean? I don't need a green arrow. And at that point I was like, okay, this old man ain't never driving me again. And then a couple of weeks later, you hear another thing happen, you see another thing happen, and the hamster wheel starts to move. It moves in my head while it's slowly stopping in his head.
Yeah.
So he's been in a memory care center. He's fallen a couple times I think he's fallen twice now in the last month and a half. The most recent time he had to go to the ER. Actually, both times he had to go to the ER. He had to get stitches in his eye, and then he had one on top of his head. He had to get staples. And I saw the staples, and it's not cool. It's not nice seeing staples in the top of your dad's bald dome. But yesterday, I went over to the center, and I knew my mom was going to be there. So I walk in, I sign my name in, and then they take the temperature with the the gun temperature thing. By the way, they took this temperature reading for me. They were 5 feet away from me. Every time they've taken the temperature reading, it's been the exact same.
The exact same number?
The exact same number. They don't care. It's for show. They're not taking a temperature reading. My temperature's not 97.1 every single time.
COVID theater here.
So they're just doing this for show. So I walk in there, and the door is partially closed. And I walk in, and I see, and I'm about to turn the corner. My mom says, "Come on in. How are you?" She sees me, and I'm like, "Hey, good." And there's my dad standing up, Blair Witch style, back to me into the corner of the wall.
It's a really good reference.
Thank you. Completely naked.
Oh, man, no.
She's changing his diaper. Let me tell you something. Dad, I know you're in a nursing home. Mix in some glute bridges. That is the saggiest butt I have seen in my life. This old man, he's 75 years old, sagging like crazy. I was like, you poor guy. But I will never get used to seeing my dad get his diaper changed. Never for a second. This is I don't think anybody would ever get used to it.
Of course not.
My dad he's very old school, right? Old school Italian. Like he had the gender roles, and he believes masculine, and if he saw himself right now the way he is, he would be so embarrassed by what he has been reduced to.
Yeah.
And I go to I step back. I say, I don't want to see this anymore. Let him get his diaper changed, in peace. Let the man have some dignity. And then he starts walking around, and he walks very slow. So he has been. He was a college baseball player. He was a really good athlete. He walks down in baby steps, and he kind of leans to the left, and his head is down. Like he doesn't ever raise his head anymore. I don't know if he can or not, but his head is always looking down at the ground. And he grabs hold of this little, this doll, this baby, which has kind of become like his.
Did someone bring this to him?
They had it in the facility. They just gave it to him, and he kind of took ownership of it. Yeah. What do they call the dogs on a plane? Emotional support animals.
Yeah.
It's kind of become his emotional support thing. He just kind of carries it around, and he like blows in its ear and like smiles at it or whatever, and taps it under the head. He never held me.
Yeah, the son he never had, this doll.
Yeah, this is the child he never held. So he, I kind of scooched down to look at him, and he kind of gives me a smile. I don't know if he recognized who I was or not. And then we start hanging out, and I'm talking to my mom a little bit, and then he sits down, and I look at him, and I try to get a look into his eyes, and he is just looking just dead into the corner. And I swear I saw like a look in his eyes of like, please put me out of my misery. He is miserable. And I was talking to my girlfriend, and we were just chatting about, because I'll tell you the story about her dog in a minute, but we put animals down and out of their misery. Why don't we do that to humans? People who are our loved ones. Like my dad has nothing to live for. He's a walking vegetable. He's a vegetable who can move his feet. And that the only difference between him and somebody who is bedridden and brain dead is that my dad still has the ability to sometimes walk. And I don't know why we don't have the ability to say, let's stop this dude from suffering and let's put him out of his misery. I don't know. That's just me. Like because I remember him saying when his dad had the same thing, he said, if I ever get like this, shoot me.
Right. My dad, he's like, stroke is his biggest nightmare. A stroke. He's like, just do what you can and pull me out of my misery. I do not want to have a major stroke.
If I could, I said this, like if I could hire a hitman tomorrow and I knew that nothing would happen to me, I would do it. Like that, he would be mortified if he saw how he was.
Yeah.
Completely embarrassed if he saw how he was.
Does your mom agree with you?
100%. Yeah. Now, she goes over there and she spends, she'll spend 4 or 5 hours a day over there.
Yeah.
Maybe not quite that much, but, she goes over there every day. She feels bad if she doesn't.
I don't know how you do it. I'm much weaker. Even standing at Ted's funeral the other day, you think about, I think, people's lives around you, right? My dad's 85. His siblings are dropping like flies. I know he's probably thinking about his mortality. I'm sitting there. You think about, do you ever think about that? Like, what would my funeral look like? Who's going to speak at mine? What would they say about me? What would they say about my parents? What would they say about my loved ones? How long does this person have to live? These are some of the things I was thinking about at Ted's service the other day. And I came and hold myself together just thinking about my dad one day, passing away as he's 85 years old. And you're sitting here going into a heartbreaking situation of, the leader of the family being reduced down to a diaper, and I couldn't handle it. I could not sit here like you do and just talk about it and go and deal with it. I would probably try to avoid it, but you can't avoid it, right? You want to be a good son and show up, but man, this is dementia. I mean, you tweeted it. This sucks.
It sucks, man. And you could tell you're getting close to cancer. Not a cure, but more advancements.
Yeah,
there's no advancements with brain issues because we just you can't study the brain while it's alive the way they can it sucks. It sucks. Like they don't know about CTE because they can't study CTE until the person's passed away. There's very little we know. I wish there was a way where we could, and I get it. Medical miracles exist, and it would suck to put him down. And then 2 weeks later, they come up with a dementia cure.
Right.
But, I mean, it's no way to live.
I mean, there are ways to do it. Here in Texas, you can't. But, physician-aided suicide, that's a legal thing in other states, Vermont, California. They have something similar to that. But when you're talking about your dad and you're talking about him holding, a stuffed toy or an animal, and it's like we've talked about, Sean. I've had to deal with dementia in my family as well with a loved one. It's the Benjamin Button effect. You go from being a normal adult to a child again. So you use those things as a way to cope and feel secure when you're grabbing a toy or a stuffed animal.
I looked under his fingernails. There's weeks of food under there. Like he just can't clean it.
Yeah.
He didn't know it's like
they should be cleaning it.
They do the best they can. They got to bring him in on a gurney. They wheel him in there. They stand him up. He's strapped in. they strip them down and they take one of those little old person hoses, spouts that you have for your shower, go underneath his whatever and hose them down.
Some of the Tolos tweeting at you yesterday. This is tough. I went through the same thing with my dad and my grandmother. Probably the toughest disease for the family to deal with. I'm sorry you're going through it. Aaron, lost my mom at 66. Hers onset when she was 55. It's awful. It's a strange feeling knowing it's coming, but honestly feels like they're long gone before they're finally actually there.
They call it the long goodbye.
Is that what they call it?
Yep.
My mom got diagnosed 2 months back, so I understand how you feel. It's early, but I already see she's getting worse each time I see her. From Chris, I hate to hear it. As much as we heard about him, it's almost as if he's someone that we know as well. Praying for you and your family. Miguel, I'm sorry to hear about it. A lot of respect for you sharing something so personal with us listeners. I hope you don't take it the wrong way. I really enjoyed those segments. Makes me feel like I actually know you on a personal level. Taylor Stern, who used to work with the Cowboys, chiming in as well. Sarah, longtime Tolo, Dave, a lot of people tweeting you back yesterday.
Thank you for all that. And the truckwreck.com text line, everyone who just texted in here in the last 10 minutes or so, I really appreciate it. And a lot of people are going through the same thing with their parents.
So is there like a timeline on this, or they have no way of knowing?
I mean, he could be gone by the time we get back from California. He could live for another 10 years.
Oh, wow.
He's healthy. Like, his body is relatively healthy.
Except for his glutes.
I mean, they're sagging. I mean, he's got to get. He needs that glute ham activator.
Pretty sure that's not important to him right now.
You should send Sarah in once a week to motivate him and do like a little. Get her a little. Who's the girl with the Bowflex or whatever? Is it Christine Summers? Suzanne
Summers?
Get her Suzanne Summers at like a 15-minute little small dumbbell workout. And motivate the man. Welcome her to the family.
There you go.
So there's a little choppy update. Caused him to go to sleep at 1 a.m. last night. Why'd you go back to the hospital a second time?
Because I had forgotten something there.
Oh, now you're forgetting.
Yeah, now I'm forgetting.
Oh,
yeah.
Great. Here we go.
I forgot a hat there. I left my hat there.
Okay.
So I had to go back and get it.
I think I don't know. That's too much of a painful experience. Leave the hat until next time.
Yeah, I can't leave the hat.
Like, what was the hat? The one you're wearing? What hat was it?
Yeah, it was what I'm wearing.
I mean,
what is that? What is it?
It's just a Marucci hat, but I didn't have.
Oh yeah, you can't find Marucci gear anywhere.
I just I was going to wear it today. I just I didn't want to do my hair again.
Did you get a straw?
Fabio?
Did you get a straw hat for training camp?
I did not get a straw hat for training camp.
Did not get a straw hat.
I need to get one.
All right, back to football somehow, some way as we head out to training camp today. You can hit up Choppy at RJ Choppy on Twitter, and of course the truckwreck.com text line at 877-881-1053. How is this really the strongest position group on the Dallas Cowboys when it's one that we may be worried about the most? That's next with Sean and RJ.
Let's get you over to Zero. Let's get your carpet clean way green.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
8:40 this morning. Troy's one-on-one with the UFC Women's Bantamweight Champion, Juliana Pena. She is going to be involved, of course, with what's going on this weekend. AAC, the UFC event that's taking place. So 8:40 this morning for you fight fans. Troy has the one-on-one with the UFC Women's Bantamweight Champion here on Sean and RJ. And then later in the week, Troy will have a one-on-one with Dana White. You have to bust his balls over what he called the stadium. Dallas Football Texas Stadium. Dallas Texas Stadium. You got to drop that on him.
Really? Do I have to drop that on that?
He'll be a good sport.
I don't know if he will be because that was kind of a
Dallas Texas Stadium.
That was a little embarrassing. A little embarrassing to call AT&T Stadium. What'd you call it?
Dallas Texas Stadium.
Dallas Texas Stadium. But yeah, I do. I'm looking forward to talking to Dana White one-on-one. I'm very curious to get his reaction to the retirement of Vince McMahon.
Yeah.
So I definitely want to get because they are in a business relationship together. So I would like to get his thoughts on that. But yes, Juliana Pena coming up at 8:40.
All right. The recent media reports have the Cowboys not interested in Anthony Barr. All right. He's now 30. Linebacker, still unsigned, some connections to the Cowboys coaching staff. The Cowboys apparently have the second most cap space in the entire league, but no Anthony Barr for the Cowboys, according to multiple reports. Mike Fisher has kind of been on this story. Anthony played at $10 million last year. So no Anthony Barr for the Cowboys, at least according to a few recent media members. We have the best position group for all the teams in the NFL, the strongest units in the top depth charts, according to all the insiders. And I was surprised, like you were, that Todd Archer, I'm assuming this is Todd Archer, but it's ESPN with the Cowboys' strongest unit as, which one would you say is the strongest? The receivers?
Man, I think wide receiver on offense is still the best unit. I think it might be still the best unit on the entire team. I mean,
and is that a good thing if receiver is their strongest unit, since that has so many question marks?
Well, what is the question mark is whether or not their first round draft pick is a can be the number one top lead guy.
Yep.
And who the number 3 is.
And can Gallup be a true 2?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
All right, I asked this to Bobby Bell. Your ranking of the worry for the receivers. CD replacing Amari, Gallup in the number 2 role, and finding the number 3. Which one's your biggest concern? Finding the number 3 is number 1. Gallup is probably your least concerning. You're a big Gallup guy.
I think there's a level of concern with all of them. I think finding the number 3. Yeah, I would think finding the number 3 is the most concerning one.
Oh.
And then, well, I'll tell you, Gallup's got a lot of shoes to fill because CD was really good as a 2.
Yeah.
I'm least concerned about CD replacing the number Amari as the 1 because I think CD's kind of already been the 1.
Oh,
I think he kind of was last year. It was him and Amari. They were like co-1s. They were co-conspirators. So they were co-1s, co-creators of that. So I would say it's 3-2-1.
Okay. Offensive line is the strongest unit according to ESPN.com. Offensive line. Here's what they wrote. While the line is not as strong as it has been with the defections of Leo Collins and Connor Williams, by the way, a back is already keeping Leo out of the start of Bengals camp, the Cowboys don't have another position group with a 1-2 like Tyron Smith and Zach Martin. First-round pick Tyler Smith should slot in nicely at left guard for the short term. Terrence Steele was much improved at right tackle last year, while covering for Collins and Badez is still young with room to grow. Connor McGovern is solid interior depth and could functionally be the backup for all 5 positions, with Smith stepping in at tackle if need be. So, offensive line listed as the strongest position group by ESPN.com. Around the rest of the division, For the Eagles, it's defensive line. Josh Sweat, is he an underrated player? Brandon Graham is coming off injury. Fletcher Cox, Javon Hargrave, Milton Williams was a third-round pick, 2021. Derek Barnett. Oh, yeah, Jordan Davis, number 13. They got some beef, and they got some bodies up front for the Eagles. Defensive line, wide receiver for the New York Giants. Your guy, Sterling Shepard, rehabbing a torn ACL. Kadarius Toney, Darius Slayton, Kenny Golladay, the Robinson kid that they got from Kentucky. And then for the Commanders, it's easy. Defensive line. Jonathan Allen, Chase Young, Montez Sweat, and Deron Payne. So those are the strongest groups according to the local beat reporters for the NFC East on ESPN.
Truckwreck.com text line. You have two Hall of Famers on the O-line. That's got to be the best group, sadly.
I like the way that's put. Kind of have to agree with that, the two Hall of Famers, and then that's the best group, sadly.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. They do. There's no doubt about it. It's the only unit that's got two Hall of Famers on it on this team. I mean, nobody else comes close to being able to say they're a Hall of Famer on this squad, either by age or ability. Like, it's too early for Micah, stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, they do. But they also have, they have a hole at center, and they've got a hole at guard. They don't know yet. They don't know. I should say it's a hole. They don't know about the right tackle.
Right.
They don't know what Tyler Smith's going to be. So there's a lot of holes here.
For the Miami Dolphins, easily the strongest group is wide receiver.
Oh, it was going to be quarterback.
Tyreek, Waddle, Cedric Wilson. Well, if you ask Tyreek Hill, it is quarterback. I got a weird respect for what Tyreek Hill is doing with Tua and Mahomes this offseason.
Yeah, he is basically saying he is putting all the confidence in Tua. He is telling Tua, man, you could do this. And I do love it. I mean, like, if you're Tua,
how much of this do you think is belief versus build-up? What percentage of belief that Tyreek Hill believes his numbers will be the same or better with Tua versus Mahomes?
Look,
that's the way he's talking.
Yeah, I think it's really believable that Tua might be more accurate than Mahomes. Just pure practice accuracy with nobody on you.
Okay.
I could see that. I could see that Tua's an accurate quarterback. I buy that. You have to be. If you're Chad Pennington, you have to be, dead on balls accurate, as to quote Mona Lisa Vito. But if you are Patrick Mahomes, you can get away with it because you got a rocket. So I buy that, but man, it's not. It makes you lose a little credibility when you say it like that. When we don't believe it, we don't see it. Now he sees it more than we do. I've never caught a pass from Tua. I have no idea.
Tyreek on Tua on First Take.
I say it once and I'll say it again. Zach Wilson is a dog, but I'd rather play with the most accurate quarterback in the NFL, dog. Tua, he's not your typical gunslinger, but, like if you really just pay attention to his game, everything is spot on, everything is pinpoint, ball is on time, his fundamentals are on point, so, I mean, he takes the time to make up in other areas and be great in those other areas that, other quarterbacks may not be good at, so that's all I got to say on that.
All right, there's the catch. It's not Tua saying he's more accurate than Patrick Mahomes. He said the most accurate quarterback in the NFL is Tua.
Yeah.
You're telling me he's more accurate than Aaron Rodgers. He's more accurate than Justin Herbert. You're telling me he's more accurate.
Yeah, I mean, like
Tyreek said he got death threats when he talked about – I can't keep track of the things he said about Mahomes, but one of them generated some death threats. He said that he felt underutilized. In Kansas City, he's talking about the play calling. He's talking about Tua's accuracy versus Mahomes. He's going all in.
I mean, normally you can tell if someone's lying by looking into their eyes, but apparently he got cataracts yesterday.
Those were the Brett the Hitman Hart glasses.
What they were a little Hitman-esque.
Yeah.
Except they were a cool looking blue.
He had 159 targets last year. How is he underutilized? That's 10 a game.
I mean, he's going in. I respect it.
Yeah.
I like it. He's setting himself up to get destroyed, and get crushed throughout the year, or maybe Tua is legit. And, again, we also had Tyreek commenting on the social media person who showed him being underthrown. I mean, find someone who loves you like this. Find someone. The Miami Dolphins, you worried about just getting a player and not leadership? Tyreek Hill is showing leadership, even though it may sound delusional.
Yeah, it might. It might be delusional a little bit. We don't know. But, he had a career high in targets last year and a career high in receptions. I mean, if that's underutilized, I would love to be underutilized and have a career highs in both.
On the QB tier list that we went through, part 1 from The Athletic, what tier do you think Tua is in?
Okay, so tier 1 was no holes. Tier 2 was some holes. Tier 3, what was tier 3? What was the explanation for it? I would say he's a tier 4 quarterback.
Tier 4 could be an unproven player, not enough info, or a veteran who ideally would not start all 17 games, and he is there in tier 4. Justin Fields leads it at number 25, Tua number 26. Let me give you some of the write-ups. Offensive coach. He's being set up for success with a running game, defense, O-line, then obviously the impact players at the skill positions. If there's ever a time for him to be successful, it is this season. What is success? Staying healthy all year and leading his team to the playoffs. Voters worry about his ability to process quickly enough to protect himself. They question how well he identified protections, coverages, and mic points while blaming him for getting hurt against Buffalo when he had failed to account for a pass rusher. An evaluator called Tua the most accurate of the recent Alabama quarterbacks. But he called Jalen Hurts and Mac Jones much fiercer competitors, which could help them grind through struggles. And then someone gave the positive. I'm excited to see what he does with this cast. I'm a big fan of the offense they're installing, getting the quarterback to make quick and easy decisions. I don't think Tua is moving into a consistent 2, but I could see some people next year saying he has 2 attributes, level 2 attributes. Okay. So he is number 26 amongst these quarterbacks, right above Davis Mills. This is really, really low for him.
Wow. That's really low.
Yeah.
Look, there are quarterbacks that, in the NFL that you can win with them with the proper players around them. And there are quarterbacks that that you have that you can't win with at all. Tua he's not in that either one. I don't think he's in either category because I just don't know enough about him. He cannot be in anything other than unproven. He has not been given. First of all, however long it takes to come back from that ridiculous hip injury, plus just the fact that he's young. I mean, there's a lot of unknowns with him.
All right, another good fella passes away, and you may be close to becoming a billionaire after tonight. What are you going to do with it? Who are you going to spend it on? And how fast are you quitting your job? Plus, the Rangers in action and Troy's UFC interview with the champ at 8:40. It's all coming up with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to QC.
teammate here at Odyssey. He drops an episode every Thursday on the Odyssey app, so check it out. It's called Hey Maine. But this segment of The Fan, by the way, brought to you by Frankel & Frankel, 214-333-3333, or truckwreck.com in case you've been involved in an accident and it's not your fault. Principal office, Dallas, Texas.
Rangers end up losing to Seattle 4-3 last night. Overall, they've lost 8 of 11, so their interest level is fading quickly with Cowboys training camp starting tomorrow. And, of course, we're flying out right after the show. We're going to have you covered. Daily videos, all the interviews. We're going to swarm the practice fields with all the guys, the hangout moments with some new blood. Some new welcome blood here at the radio station on the G-Bag Nation. Feels like we'll be out there for the first time, really, with KMC. And it all gets started today at noon with the State of the Cowboys press conference. How about this report that Kyrie Irving wants to play for the Nets next year with or without Kevin Durant there? There's just some people in life. I always like, one of the reasons I love my wife, we like to analyze things, human behavior, gossip, talk about what's going on with that person. What do you think they're thinking? Here's what it probably is. And then there's just some people that you may as well stop trying to figure it out. You can't figure it out.
Isn't she the one who eats all the chicken wings?
That's her.
That's her.
That's her.
And there's just some people you're wasting a lot of energy, and it's an impossible task to try to dissect what they're thinking, and that's Kyrie Irving.
It is very difficult to figure out and guess what this dude wants.
And Shams is the one who reported it. Kyrie wants to play out next year as a Net with or without Durant.
Yeah.
With or without him.
What? What?
Isn't Katie doing this for... It was a great question that Woj was asked the other day on the DP show. Woj was, his usual horrible self in delivering the info while speaking. He can tweet it. He can't talk it. And I think he was scared. He's like, I don't want to speak for Kevin. And he didn't want to get in trouble or maybe kind of divulge too much information he was given from an agent. But no one can really answer the question why Durant wants out of Brooklyn. No one has been able to give an amazing, great answer. I've heard, he just didn't like the way last year went overall. They're not committing to Kyrie. That was the original story. They're not committing to Kyrie long term. So Kevin's not happy about that. And in order to show up for his boy, he's like, we both want out of here. I want out. You're not going to commit to him. Get us both out of here. But no one can really answer it because Durant ain't far behind Kyrie in the difficulty of figuring out what goes through his brain.
Man, they say misery loves company, and nothing has been more true than those two together.
Jeez.
It's wild, dude. Those two are just they're the worst. They are. They're the worst. But I'd still take them on my team.
It's still.
Throwing caution to the wind. Is that the phrase? Caution to the wind?
Yep, that's the phrase.
What does that mean?
Vegas, you throw it up and maybe it just gets blown away. And
yeah.
I don't know. Stick with your farts from Bruce Pearl. Bet online in Vegas with the odds update for Katie's next team. Who's the favorite to get Kevin Durant now?
Brooklyn.
If not the Nets.
If not the Nets.
Yes, sorry.
Is it? Oh. Is it the Wizards?
It's not the Wizards. The Wizards aren't even listed on here.
Really?
Somehow.
Okay.
His hometown team.
Please tell me it's not Golden State.
Golden State's second. Plus 350.
Phoenix?
Phoenix is third. Come on, don't overthink
Miami?
it. Think back to yesterday.
What was yesterday? What happened yesterday? What did I miss yesterday?
What was the latest team involved? The one added to the mix. Don't say it.
One added to Boston.
Boston is the new favorite.
I find that hard to believe, but okay.
Well, they got the most win now player to offer in Jaylen Brown. By the way, Jaylen Brown tweeting back SMH. So Apparently, he's not thrilled with the stories out there that he would be the centerpiece of a deal between the Celtics and the Nets. Boston is minus 200, then the Warriors plus 350, then the Suns plus 600, then Miami, Portland, Toronto, Clippers, Grizzlies, Hawks, Knicks, Lakers, Bulls, Thunder. No Mavericks, obviously, and no Wizards, his hometown team. So those are the latest odds for Kevin Durant. The Celtics have moved to the top of the list after Woj's update.
You know, okay, if Jaylen Brown, Marcus Smart, and picks, yeah, I could see that happening. The Nets are in the predicament of doing what's best for your organization or refusing to help your rival. And many times, people refuse to help their rival at the expense of their organization. That's sometimes a mistake.
All right, we got another Mafia member passing away. Paulie from Goodfellas passed away. I think I saw from natural causes at the age of 83. Paul Sorvino. Paulie from Goodfellas, NYPD sergeant on Law and Order, died at the age of 83. I just remember him sliced the garlic thin. That's what I remember him from the most when it came to Goodfellas. So he passed away yesterday.
And don't forget about his daughter, Academy Award winner, Mira Sorvino. Of course, Paul Sorvino has some harsh things to say at one time.
Mia Sorvino just sounds like a Hollywood actress.
Oh, she was until she got blacklisted by Harvey Weinstein. He was accused of sexually harassing her, and Paul Sorvino had some very choice words about him once he was sent to prison. So, definitely a dad protecting his little girl.
I never did the garlic sliced thin.
You don't like garlic?
Well, I don't like garlic.
You're fake Italian.
I also don't keep razor blades in the house. Some of the girls I've dated may have wanted to use those in ways that I would not have wanted in the past. Thank God that's not the case anymore. So that I never really kept those in the house. But I gotta say,
Do you use garlic powder?
Yes.
Or do you hate garlic that much?
I love garlic powder.
Okay.
I use garlic powder a lot.
The minced garlic, will you use that?
I will use minced garlic as well. So like
the one in the jar, that comes.
So we get a jar. We've been making French dips lately.
Oh.
Yep. And you got to take that minced garlic and spread it on the whatever the hell that meat is.
Okay, you put it on
chuck.
Okay.
The chuck roast.
The chuck roast.
The chuck.
Yeah.
So you spread that on. But I don't like the cloves. They're the big things, the cloves.
That's the best.
You ate whole cloves.
I still do. Roasted. You go to, what is it called? Like a Mediterranean bar that like most grocery store has with like all the disgusting black olives and everything. And they have like roasted garlic. Oh my gosh. I eat that like they're chips.
Really?
Oh, it's so delicious.
You just roast a thing of garlic cloves.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
I feel so bad
good
for Ryan when Troy does that.
What are you talking about?
Ryan's stuck in that studio with you. It's oozing out your pores.
No, it's not. Ryan, do I smell good?
Yeah, exactly. Dead silence.
Well, he doesn't talk. Yeah, he's still learning the English language. He's 4.
Okay.
He's still learning.
I got 5 more tickets for the Mega Millions. After 3 months of no winners, the grand prize has risen to $810 million. Your odds of winning stand at 1 in 302.5 million.
All right.
I want more money.
1 in 302.5. So my mother would laugh at me. She'll probably text me here listening on the Odyssey. Well, trying to listen on the Odyssey app. And I'll write back to her, Mom, if everyone took your stance, no one would ever win. Someone has to go into the store and buy a lotto ticket. Shout out to Tolo Ray, who saw me the other day buying one. But yesterday I went and bought more. So I got 5 more chances to win the Mega Millions, $810 million, RJ. By the way, Raising Cane's founder bought 50,000 tickets.
At $2 a pop.
1 for each worker.
That's
How
great.
awesome is that?
That's awesome. That is he's we think this is great. He's probably paying his workers so little that this is like, oh, what a great gesture. But it's still really cool. Like that's an awesome thing to do.
Now, here's the one thing. Of course, that is life-changing money for you and generations and generations and generations of your family.
Not me, but for most.
Yeah, for most it is. But it also makes you angry when you realize that if you should win the $810 million, there's one person you absolutely have to pay.
Uncle Sam?
24% federal tax withholding is what you'll have to pay. In other words, $112.8 million of your price.
Take it.
So what?
Take it.
Goes
Holy
to the
cow.
government.
So what?
I thought it was going to be 50%.
I'll write it so fast. I'll write that check so quick.
I thought it was going to be 50%. I am ecstatic about 24%.
But I'm so dumb. Like, I didn't even get okay, this is the mega. What's the other one?
Powerball?
I didn't get the Powerball. The Powerball is 120 something.
No, I'll worry about that later.
It's nothing.
I don't even know why. I don't even know why I didn't buy a mega one.
Yeah.
But I always determine it by, like, can I buy this with debit? Because
you can't. Some place will let you.
Who carries cash? So I went to this convenience store yesterday, got gas, and I'm like, do you take debit? Go ahead. But I feel like I need to start picking my own numbers because I haven't had any luck winning the hundreds of millions.
I mean,
so 800.
Have you had any luck winning hundreds of millions when you pick your own numbers?
No.
Yeah.
So tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning, yeah.
First off, do you have any for tonight?
I'm going to buy some on the way home.
Okay, so tomorrow morning, we wake up at 2:45 a.m.
Yeah.
We start the show.
Uh-huh.
We check our lottery tickets.
Yep.
You hit.
Uh-huh.
You win it.
Uh-huh.
What do you do?
We let Troy run the rest of the show.
Do we walk off?
Yeah, absolutely.
5:30,
Yes.
we walk off and we just chill in California for the rest of the trip?
You know,
Do we walk off? Do we be good radio people? Give it 2 weeks notice? Or we
you know what? I'll give him 2 weeks notice.
2 weeks, but we're going to, for 2 more weeks, we're going to have to wake up at 3 a.m. We're going to do that after we just won $800 million?
I mean,
go out to practice twice in 2 days?
I probably won't go to practice.
Okay.
I probably won't look at the computer. I'll just come on the show and
BS.
Start talking about how much money, how I'm going to spend my money.
No prep.
No, none. How I'm going to spend my money.
Be like the other station and just don't even look at sports.
Don't even look at sports.
Yeah, whatever.
So just I will absolutely just mail it in.
Yeah. So let's just make
maybe my best show ever. You never know.
Probably.
Yeah. Best show ever.
So let's just make a verbal pact.
Yeah.
You win, I win. We give each other 5?
5. I think 5's good.
5.
I think so. Yeah.
After the tax, you get the taxes taken out. We give each other 5.
Yep.
Done. Is this binding?
This is binding.
Okay.
This is binding.
You've got to spit.
Into the hand?
You spit in the hand. It's a spit handshake. Come on, spit in your hand.
Here, let's just touch.
You're
tips.
vaccinated.
Touch tips right there. Bam.
Why are you touching tips up?
There we go.
Pinkies.
We touch tips. There it is.
Our pinky.
It's in. $5 million. If I win, $5 million. If you win, get a ticket today.
I'm gonna get. Yeah, I am gonna get about. Let's see. They're $2 a piece. I'll get $20 worth.
And all I think of, I'm like, how much have I spent in lottery tickets in my lifetime? And I'm not a weekly player.
No.
But
$1,000, couple $1,000, man.
Go to the Circle K in Irving. Someone last week won $7.25 million there.
Really?
Yeah, someone there.
And they don't tell me good luck anymore. They used to say good luck when you had the tickets. I don't like that.
Yeah.
It makes me feel better. I'm like, I'm not going to come back. Now, I think that store gets money for some reason.
They'll get a percentage of it, a kickback.
Right?
Yeah. Which is good. I mean, especially the store I buy it at is an older store. It needs a facelift.
It does.
I hope they can do
And
it.
if they don't tell me good luck, I'm not giving any money back to that person. It's like it's service. I'm not tipping them. I'm not tipping them with any of my winnings. They're not saying good luck. So $810 million to someone with the latest drawing tonight. All right, we got the UFC at the AAC this weekend in the Metroplex. Troy's one-on-one with the UFC Women's Bantamweight Champion, Juliana Pena, next on Sean and RJ. But, look, if I win all that money,
Service provider, taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
UFC 277 is taking place this weekend in the Metroplex. And Troy Hughes has gotten access to a bunch of the major players. He's going to catch up with Dana White later on this week. And yesterday, Troy, you had the opportunity to sit down with one of the champs.
Oh, absolutely. The champ. It is bantamweight champion Juliana Pena. She is, without question, coming off not only the biggest win of her career, but probably the biggest upset in UFC history, the win over Amanda Nunes for the title. This was...
Where would that... Is that number one? You got Rousey losing...
I mean, Rousey losing to Holly Holm was probably an upset for most people that just see Ronda Rousey as indestructible. But then you have, you go back to, Matt Serra when he beat GSP. That was big. Chris Weidman when he beat Anderson Silva, even though Anderson Silva was showboating, so that's why he really lost. But this one, she was a 12-1 underdog. And she goes in there and not only beats Amanda Nunes, she beats probably the best female fighter in UFC history. But yeah, yesterday had some time to sit down with the champ.
What is going on, Tolos? It is Troy Hughes, 105.3 The Fan, and it is now Fight Week here in the Metroplex as we get ready for a gigantic card going to be taking place at the American Airlines Center in Dallas on Saturday night. UFC 277. Amanda Nunes will be in the octagon with this woman right here. She is the women's bantamweight champion. It is Juliana Pena. How are you doing, Juliana?
I'm great. How are you doing?
I'm doing absolutely great. Where are you in the Metroplex right now, or where are you at?
I am in Chicago, Illinois, actually. I get there tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, Chicago. So you'll be able to get here tomorrow afternoon when it's only going to be 110 degrees in the Metroplex. Are you a hot weather kind of fighter, or do you prefer the coolness of your hometown of Spokane?
I got that spicy Latina heat, so my body runs on hot all the time. It don't matter where I'm at. Turn off the AC. I'm ready to go.
I'm glad you brought that up because I'm going to bring that up in a second. But you know what, Juliana, I have to congratulate you. You are the bantamweight champion in the women's division, and you're coming off that gigantic win over Amanda, and now the rematch coming up this Saturday at the AAC. But before we get to your days as a UFC champion, I want to know, what's the biggest difference between the UFC bantamweight champion Juliana Pena and the Juliana Pena that was the waitress at the neighborhood bowling alley in Spokane?
The only difference is that I've got a really nice, shiny accessory to carry with me. But in my mind, I've always been a champion, and in my heart, I've always been a champion. So now I just have an accessory to prove what I've always felt in my heart to be true. So it's not really much of a difference to me.
Yeah, I mean, everyone starts somewhere, and you started, like I said, in Spokane. You worked at the bowling alley. You started doing cardio kickboxing classes, and you made your way into the fight game. What has been the biggest challenge, or what has been that one thing that you've had to overcome in order to become a champion?
I think that the biggest thing that I had to overcome obstacle-wise was just getting that hand raised in that championship fight. I've been itching and clawing at the fact that I wanted people to notice that I was here in this division, that I was a force to be reckoned with, and that they needed to take me seriously, and that it was just a matter of time before I became a champion. And so that I was falling on deaf ears for so many years, and to finally have that, shiny accessory that I was talking about, that belt. Now it's like, okay, now I don't have to say that. People are taking you serious because you are the champion, and I think that's the major difference.
Absolutely. Juliana Pena joins us right now, 105.3 The Fan, the women's bantamweight champion, UFC 277, Saturday night at the AAC. Of course, it'll be on pay-per-view, courtesy of ESPN+. Speaking of the title, where do you keep the title?
It's in my house. Sometimes I sleep with it. Sometimes I just leave it in my vanity room and look at it while I'm getting ready. I haven't been able to decide if I want to get a display case for it and not be able to take it out or touch it again and put it behind glass, or if I should just, continue to sleep with it sometimes and kind of just look at it and carry it and have it around for, guests to come and see, and for me to even touch and hold sometimes too. So I'm caught between a rock and a hard spot on what I should actually do with it. I don't know. Maybe when I have a second one, I'll have more of a better understanding of what I'm supposed to do etiquette-wise with the belt.
God, I love the fact that you sleep with it in bed. I think that's the craziest yet awesomest thing that you could probably do with the championship. It's funny, like that gigantic win over Amanda Nunes, without question, one of the biggest upsets in UFC history. You're a 12-1 underdog, yet that fight happened months ago. That happened like 7 months ago, and here we are getting ready for 277. Do you feel like the narrative about you as a fighter is that you are a champion, or do people still tend to harp on the fact that you won over one of the greatest fighters of all time?
I think people more so harp on the fact that she was injured and that she was hurt and that I didn't get her at 100% and I didn't get her at her best, which is great because she didn't get me at my best either. We were both have the nice excuse of not being on our A game. So that's the most exciting thing about this rematch is that we will be fighting at our A game and there will be no more excuses left on the table. With that being said, I'm just so excited to get this rematch underway because, like you said, that fight was 7 months ago. It was in the past, and I just want to focus on the present and moving forward. And presently, as it stands, there's no more excuses, and the work is done, and now it's just nothing left to do but to get it over with and meet at the middle of that monster logo.
She is the women's bantamweight champion. It is Juliana Pena joining us on 105.3 The Fan. UFC 277 this Saturday night at the American Airlines Center. Earlier, you mentioned about being a hot Latina and how your attitude is, and now you're a mom. I believe your daughter's 4. Is that correct?
That's correct.
She's training right now, isn't she?
She actually is. Yes, her jiu-jitsu class starts in 15 minutes.
Okay. So I understand you got to go and you've got to get ready for class. But my question to you, being a mother, me being a girl dad, I've got 2 girls myself running around. Are you more of a helicopter parent, or are you allowing her to learn from her bruises and her mistakes?
That's a great question because in my heart of hearts, I'm definitely a helicopter parent, which I don't necessarily like because I'm so strict and I'm so paranoid and I'm always freaking out. Like, what if somebody take her? You know what I mean? Like that,
right.
that kind of stuff is always running through my head. So I watch her like a hawk. But then in the same regard, yesterday she was outside running through the sprinkler while I was trying to clean the kitchen and do the dishes, and she fell and scuffed her knee and just, I had to run outside and, play doctor. And I was thinking like, man, this wouldn't have happened if I would have been watching her. But so I would say I'm a little bit of both. And I would also say that, as far as letting her make her own mistakes, I thought, well, this is the first time that she's scuffed her leg and that she's bleeding pretty bad. And I think the moral of the story for her here is you didn't ask mom if you could run through the sprinkler in your, full attire and your entire getup. So this is just another lesson for her to always ask mom.
Yeah, I totally understand. Every time my kid is out of my eyesight, I always worry what's going to happen. But hey, you've got to learn from that, right?
That's right. Yeah. No, she'll learn the hard way. I mean, my parents, that's why I'm a fighter, man. Like tough love. That's all they gave me was tough love. And so I'm trying to be a soft balance between tough love and I guess you're going to find out the hard way.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of you being a fighter, Juliana Pena, the women's bantamweight champion here on 105.3 The Fan, UFC 277 coming up on Saturday night, ESPN Plus pay-per-view action as always. I loved your interview with Joe Rogan on his podcast, and I absolutely love what you said. I don't fight for points. You don't hop around the octagon. You don't wait for someone to come to you. You like to do something head on, face to face. I don't want to take away from your strategy or at least unveil any of your strategy for Saturday night, but is that pretty much your mindset going up against Amanda again? Or is that just who you are as a fighter, where you like to face someone one-on-one and not leave it to the judges?
I always say we're going to go toe-to-toe, mano y mano, hermana y hermana, and we're going to see, who the better woman is, and may the best woman, last woman standing win. I can't tell you exactly how it's going to go. I can't tell you in what round. I can't tell you how I'm going to get the win. I can tell you that I will not retreat, and I will be absolutely ready to react to everything that she brings. And, she's looking to put me out everywhere at all points of the fight. Throughout the entire fight, she's going to be looking to put me out, and I will be ready to do the same. And so it's just going to be a matter of wills, and I believe that I have a stronger will. I'm hungrier, I'm ready to go, and I want it more. And I think that that's going to be the determining factor in this fight for me.
She can knock you out. She can choke you out. She can fix a bum knee. She can tell you the best way to sleep with a championship belt in bed. It is Juliana Pena on 105.3 The Fan. Congratulations on your success. I've been following your career since day one of The Ultimate Fighter and you becoming the champion on that show and now what you're doing now. I think it's awesome, and the best of luck on Saturday night.
Thank you so much for the time. I really do appreciate it. Thank you.
What'd you just say?
Well, Troy said she could choke you out, and I was like, that sounds like a good time to me.
You would go there.
I was looking at the odds, like how much is Vegas viewing what happened the first time as a fluke. What percent? First off, who's the favorite, Troy?
It's going to be Amanda Nunes.
What percentage chance do you think they are giving Nunes to beat Juliana?
Oh, percentage-wise?
Yeah.
Less than half, 40%.
Yet Nunes is given a 73% chance to beat Pena. So
Okay.
pretty heavy odds.
Yeah, those are hefty odds. Yeah, but it just shows you, like, in fighting, like, anybody can win. It takes literally one punch.
And she mentioned that in the interview, which, by the way, will be posted at 1053thefan.com. A lot of people are blaming the loss that Amanda Nunes had, saying, oh, she overtrained, she had 2 knee injuries, and that's why she lost. Well, no, it may be, but Juliana Pena is not a fluke fighter. She's not at all.
All right, Troy will be catching up with Dana White a little bit later on this week. We're heading out to Oxnard right after the show for Cowboys Can't to See number 4. Where is he listed on the annual QB tier list from The Athletic? He's not in tier 1. Is Dak in tier 2? And who are the names surrounding him? That's next on the home of the Cowboys with Sean and RJ on the Fan.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam. It's a Tolo Tuesday with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Troy Hughes running things as always on your home of America's team. Tomorrow at this time, we'll be in California, right there, outside the Cowboys practice fields, site of the training camp facility where all the players are staying on your home of America's team. You can check us out with all the interviews on the Fan Cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube as well. And of course, we'll be focusing and talking to the quarterback number 4.
Yeah, buddy.
And every year I look forward to this list from The Athletic. Mike Sando talks to 50 NFL coaches and executives, 6 GMs, 8 head coaches, 10 evaluators, 12 coordinators, 6 QB coaches, and 7 executives. So these are quote-unquote experts. And at 7:20, we took you through the Tier 1 quarterbacks. That is a guy who can carry his team each week. The team wins because of him. He expertly handles pure passing situations, and he has no real holes in his game. There were 6 in Tier 1. Aaron Rodgers, Mahomes 2, Brady 3, Josh Allen 4, Justin Herbert 5, Joe Burrow 6. The Tier 2 guys, a Tier 2 quarterback, can carry his team sometimes, but not as consistently. He can handle pure passing situations in doses and or possesses other dimensions that are special enough to elevate him above Tier 3. He has a hole or two in his game. This is where you guessed Dak was going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Number 7, the first QB Tier 2 guy is Matt Stafford. Bobby Bell rolling in his grave as he puts Matt Stafford in Tier 3. Russell.
Hang on a second.
Yep.
All right, look, in fairness to Bobby, I would.
You said let's not overreact to 1 year.
I'm not going to overreact to 1 year. And when he was in Detroit, they were bad.
Yep.
Like, they were not really any different than they were this year with Jared Goff. They're a little bit better.
I'm going to bring a little Southern hospitality to this.
But, I mean, Matt Stafford has elite ability.
Yes.
Just whether or not the production is always there is a different story. No. I do think we have the pendulum has moved too much on him. He was getting not enough credit in Detroit, and now he's getting too much.
Number 8 overall, second Tier 2 quarterback, Russell Wilson.
He's been forgotten.
And I was fascinated to read the write-up on him. Bobby just texted us, oh, man, you and Bobby live in person at Oxnard, it's going to be amazing. I'm just going to sit back. We're going to do round by round. What? Well, you give me a weird look.
Is he going to be live?
He might be.
Okay. All right, then. Yeah.
He might be. He's willing to. I'm trying to let him do his daily hit from the hotel.
Oh,
I'm trying to save him. He says he's more than willing to come drive to the tennis courts at 4:15 in the morning, and I'm like, dude, no. You don't have enough Adderall for that.
Wait, he has Adderall?
Yeah.
Jeez, you look like a kid in the candy store.
You need
over there.
some today.
Who says I don't have some?
Then,
lying around.
Then why do you care that Bobby has it?
Well, I may need some more. No, I don't have any right now.
You take it?
You're
I don't.
Horrible liar.
No, I really don't. If somebody has it, I may throw one in there.
Okay.
Get turnt for the night.
Get turnt for the night. All right. Okay. Russell Wilson. Don't start that. A GM. The difference with Russell is he's a lot more high maintenance. He's got the entourage. He needs the office at the facility, the extra hotel rooms on the road, all that stuff. It will be interesting how that dynamic works with a rookie head coach and rookie offensive coordinator, how they gel. So another story of Russell being high maintenance. He's been a high-level play action, shot, pocket, extend plays quarterback. His drop-back game is well above average, but I don't think it's elite. This is going to be a legacy-defining change for him. Is he going to be that guy, or is he going to be what a lot of people thought but weren't sure because it was easy to blame Pete and the system and all that? So here we go a very, very extensive write-up for Russell Wilson. Number 9 overall, Deshaun Watson. A tier 1 distraction is what Watson is, said an evaluator. It blows me away paying the all-time NFL contract for a tier 2 player. A GM.
Ooh.
I can't believe that the Browns did what they did. There's just too many unknowns. I love the GM, but I just can't picture him doing that. Take the contract out of there, just making this guy the face of your franchise and really not knowing, do we have him this year? Do we not? I can't imagine doing that. A D coordinator. I know he's all screwed up, but he's a 1. I'm just rating him as a football player. He's a legit 1. You could put the game on him. They were bad and losing in Houston, but it wasn't because of him. And then finally, someone said, it will not be hard to put him back into tier 1 if he does what the Dolphins and Cleveland and a half dozen other teams thought he would do if they signed him. So there he is, number 9. Lamar is number 10. Of course, the big quote that went viral yesterday that all the shows are talking about today. I don't care if he wins. This is from a defensive coordinator. I don't care if he wins the league MVP 12 times. I don't think he'll ever be a 1 as a quarterback. He'll be a 1 as a football player, but not as a quarterback. The playoffs are tight. You have to be able to throw the ball, and he's just so inconsistent throwing it. It is hit or miss. And that really offends a lot of people, disrespecting Lamar as a QB1 versus an ultimate amazing football player.
Man, look, he is a look, you want to say the term QB1, you know, I guess what does that really mean? Like he is, you know, to me a QB1 is a legitimate starting franchise quarterback, you know, like he's a QB1. And that's what he is. That's what Lamar Jackson is.
Why don't people get insulted when they refer to Debo as a weapon? We take away from Debo as a receiver, but it's a compliment. And when we take away from Lamar as a quarterback, it's a racial insult. That's what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I think there may have been a.
I know it's a quarterback versus a receiver, but
there's a history of a racial component to the quarterback position when it comes to black quarterbacks. So, you know, there was a time where it was like, they can't lead a team, can't do that. And you know, there's a racial component to, you know, now it's shifted, like, you know, where you get like a scrappy white dude player. He couldn't possibly be this athletic marvel.
Yeah.
You know, Luke is kind of bucking that trend. You know, like,
he's not an athletic marvel.
No, he's not, but he's a dog. Like there's respect for Luka. It's not like just like, oh, he's this cute little white player. You know, it's like that. There's respect there. He plays basketball. He just plays the game the way it's played today. And you know, and I think historically that has been the case with quarterback.
At number 11 on the tier 2 status is Dak Prescott. I'll give you the full write-up. There was a point last year when Dak and I pretty much agreed with all of this. I thought this was very good from league personnel, league executives. There was a point last year when Dak seemed to be gaining as a potential tier 1. Perhaps it was a calf injury that set him back. Whatever the case, the momentum stalled. Prescott wound up back where he's been for years. A solid tier 2 quarterback struggling to crack the top 10. Here's a head coach, quote, he played like how he always does. He's a solid player, really solid. He's not going to change and all of a sudden become something more special. He's had a premium setup. That's my Dak Silverspoon comment I always make as an a-hole. The head coach. He's had a premium setup, premium O-line, premium skill position players, and you know what he's done? He's been really solid, and they've won a ton of football games. He has legitimate intangibles in terms of his leadership and toughness, and he's a good player, end of quote. It's possible Dak will ascend this year after healing fully from the serious leg injury and the calf injury that slowed him as well. A personnel director, quote, I think Dak is a 2, which is not bad. Some of these teams that have tier 1 quarterbacks, the line is okay to questionable, and they're still producing, whereas Dak has generally had a talented offensive line, and he still gets that mixed performance. I personally agree with that. That's Sean Sharif commenting. One coach thought the Cowboys' offense becomes more predictable later in the year as the team repeats plays. Kellen Moore, Mike McCarthy. A quarterback coach who placed Dak in Tier 1 noted that Dak kept the Cowboys competitive even though their offensive line had fallen off and the team had disproportionate resources stuck in an unproductive running back. This voter called Dak's footwork impeccable and admired how the quarterback adjusted coming off a serious injury that limited his mobility.
Well, now footwork was one of the things that was a negative to Dak early in his career. I don't know that it's changed. I don't study footwork, but that was a massive negative early on in his scouting report.
A defensive coach finally, quote, I don't think there's a major flaw in his game, but I'm not sure if he has truly hit that upper echelon. I think he's a very healthy 2, a 2+ in terms of the tier. He has never really made that leap. I have a lot of respect for Kellen. I think he does a good job. It just seems like every time they have their chance to really put it together and elevate it, they fall short, so I don't know. So Dak Prescott, Tier 2, number 11 overall, right behind Lamar and right ahead of Derek Carr, Kyler Murray, Matt Ryan at 14, and that ends Tier 2 before Tier 3 with Kirk Cousins starting at 15.
I think Tier 2 is fair for Dak. I don't think there's anything wrong with being a Tier 2 quarterback. You can win a Super Bowl from Tier 2. I don't think you can win multiple Super Bowls from Tier 2. The multiple Super Bowls are your all-time greats. That's who wins multiple Super Bowls.
This entire...
Unless your name is Eli Manning, then you're just an all-time lucky.
Right. All these lists have proven what we've been saying about Dak for 2 years.
Which is?
You could get him as high as 6 and as low as 11, and it's all fair.
It's all fair.
It's all fair. Madden had him at 6. It wasn't crazy.
Nope.
You could justify it. You could say you'd rather have Dak Prescott right now, today, to win a game over Joe Burrow. Yes, Justin Herbert is the next, and he's got better tools, but you could say it. You could make an argument of Dak over Deshaun Watson, Dak over Lamar. You can easily make an argument for one game, I want Lamar Jackson. I mean, I could make any. You can make any argument from 6 to 11, and that's what we've been saying, and that's what all these lists have shown.
I think there's too many guys in Tier 1. I would not put Herbert and Burrow in there yet. I think Allen and Mahomes and Brady and Rodgers, those are the guys that, to me, if you put, prime Tom Brady, prime Aaron Rodgers, prime Mahomes, prime Peyton, prime, bet anybody of those guys, you put them on any team in the NFL, and they go from whatever they are to Super Bowl contender immediately. Any team in the league. They transform that. Whichever team drafted Aaron Rodgers or Peyton or Mahomes was going to be a near immediate contender for a dynasty. Those guys don't grow on trees. And your only job as a GM is to find one of those guys as your quarterback. They're hard to come by. Short of that, you got to get yourself into Tier 2. You can win a Super Bowl from Tier 2. Everybody in Tier 2 from, let's see, I guess the top one in Tier 2 is Matt Stafford to Matt Ryan, which is the bottom of Tier 2. Every single one of those guys can win a Super Bowl. Every single one can. They may not at any point in their career. They may not. Like Matt Ryan's not going to win a Super Bowl ever. But, I mean, he should have won one.
So just to reset, Tier 1, this is from The Athletic. Aaron Rodgers was 1. Mahomes was 2. Brady 3. Josh Allen 4. Then I'm going to get some text from the Tolos. Justin Herbert 5. Number 6 is Burrow. Stafford is 7. Russell Wilson 8. Deshaun Watson 9. Lamar 10. Dak 11 in Tier 2. The first 6 guys were Tier 1. Now we're in Tier 2. Dak 11, Derek Carr 12, Kyler 13, Matt Ryan 14, and then we get to Tier 3. Cousins, Garoppolo, your boy Tannehill, Mac Jones, Baker.
But that's too high for Baker, I think.
Jalen Hurts.
Baker's unproven. So is Jalen Hurts, I think.
Jalen Hurts, Carson Wentz, tied for 20th in Tier 3. Your boy Jared Goff. Mike's guy, Trevor Lawrence. Jameis Winston, who Bart Scott said he would still take over Dak Prescott. Jameis Winston ends Tier 3. And then Tier 4, Justin Fields, 25th in the league overall. Tua at 26, Davis Mills, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, Daniel Jones, Marcus Mariota, Sam Darnold, Trubisky at 33, Drew Lock at 34, and then Tier 5 is a backup, quarterback best suited as a backup, Geno Smith in his own tier. So there you go with some big young names at the bottom of this thing.
I find Tier 3 to be fascinating. If you go to Tier 3, you got, I'm going to go from the back to the front. Number 1 overall pick.
You what? You
Jameis, number 1 pick. Lawrence, number 1 pick. Goff, number 1 pick. Wentz, number 2 pick. Hurts, not a number 1 pick. Baker, number 1 pick. Mac Jones, mid-first rounder. Tannehill, early first rounder. I mean, it is rife with guys who have pedigree on top of pedigree.
Let's see and hear if the league thinks as negatively about the Eagles quarterback as we do. Why does Kyler have to do homework? Plus, our road trip playlist with the KMC Masterpiece for Crosstalk. It's all next with Sean and RJ on the Fan.
Let's get you over to carsforkids.org and let's help out the local kid.
Associates. Are you drowning in debt? High credit card balances, personal loans, or outstanding taxes? Everything is spiraling out of control, and you feel like you have no way out, but you do, Tolos. Get in contact with Rubin and Associates, 1-800-LAWYERS, or DallasTexasLegal.com.
The big story yesterday, I think this is a major mistake on the part of the Arizona Cardinals because it's going to embarrass their entitled, oversensitive quarterback, Kyler Murray. There is a homework clause in his contract that Tyler has to study for 4 hours on his own. An independent study clause for the Cardinals quarterback with his brand new deal away from the facility. And people are making fun of and going to mock Kyler for not caring enough about football, not studying. And they're mocking the Cardinals for, why'd you sign him if you felt like you needed to put this in his contract?
Amen. If you felt that he didn't study hard, why would you bother? If you felt that he was just getting by on athleticism alone, talent alone, and which means he was never going to get better.
Well, the answer to that is, and I would have re-signed him too if I was the GM, even knowing this, which obviously they're going to know it, because he can get away with it. He can get away with it to be 10-0. He can get away with it to be a playoff team. And right now he can get away with it to put up some numbers that other quarterbacks have not put up in their first 2 years in the National Football League. So, look, no one's perfect, right? Everyone has flaws. Every player has flaws, and this is something that can be fixed. Accuracy, some quarterbacks don't believe can be fixed. Speed, arm strength, elusiveness. You can't adjust that stuff. Kyler Murray can fix and address and improve his work ethic. So this is not a reason, in my opinion, to not give him the extension.
That's fair. You can mature.
Yeah.
You can mature. You can realize the error of your ways. Or you can be like me and just completely ignore the error of my ways.
Yeah, you do a very good job at that. Adam Beasley, he's a NFL insider. He writes for Pro Football Network. He actually put an article out this morning talking about Kyler Murray and other quirky NFL contract clauses in the past. Dez Bryant at the top of the list. If you don't recall, back in 2012, Dez Bryant was...
the babysitter?
Yeah, Dez Bryant was a little bit of
accountability partner, sir.
Yeah, that's what it was, because in his clause, the Cowboys set him up with a 3-man security team. Adam Beasley then goes on. The Cowboys didn't want Bryant using alcohol. They said he could not attend strip clubs and only allowed to visit nightclubs if they were team approved. He also was required to meet with a counselor twice a week, and the Cowboys even installed cameras inside Bryant's house to monitor who was entering and leaving.
What? Who wrote this?
This is Adam Beasley. Adam Beasley writes for Pro Football Network. I believe him, Sean, because he has a check mark, and most people without a check mark, I don't listen to.
Screw you. Who else is on that list? That's a great idea for an article.
See, other names on this list include, of course, you've got to bring in the weight. Who was it? Eddie Lacy.
Yeah.
He was in there talking about tipping the scales at 267, and they had in his contract he had to lose weight, and there were incentive plans in there. And then there's some other ones on here. Tavon Austin, he had a clause that was in his contract that had to deal with a certain amount of touches he could get in-game and out-of-game during practice.
So Florio says this is unprecedented. They can go after $100 million of his guaranteed money if he's not studying throughout the year for 4 hours on his own. And they're going to check it like on the Microsoft Surface, I guess. The Athletic, with their QB write-up from coaches, executives, and league personnel on Kyler. I thought about giving him a tier 3 because of the meltdown against the Rams. But by the same token, he's talented, athletic. He runs around, extends plays with his feet. It's difficult because he's not a big-bodied guy that shows up at times. I think he's a wide receiver mentality playing quarterback. Things have to be a certain type of way for him to have success. Being more of a loner or introvert at that position is tough. And then you had another coach who said the game he played against Dallas in Week 17 was about as well as I've seen him play. He played his ass off, made a lot of contested throws. I thought he managed the game, but the thing you see when you watch all the games is you see a lot of cadence issues. You see a lot of sloppiness. Then he'll take off on 5 plays and potentially change the game. He just makes a lot of mistakes and it cost them. He's a streaky guy. I don't see the consistency of excellence at the position. When he can't run, I haven't seen him play well enough from the pocket to win. So there you go. The write-up on Kyler Murray. Tier 2, the end of Tier 2. Let's just throw in Hurts, who was put in the Tier 3 category behind Mac Jones and behind Baker Mayfield. So here you go, Filthy. He was put as number 20 overall. Hurts jumped 10 spots from last year, the largest year-over-year gain. Some of that was because he debuted so low as a player with no experience, but, of course, everyone keeps talking about intangibles. Here you go, offensive coach. He's a poor man's Lamar because he can't run that fast, but he's so serious about his job, and he's physically and mentally tough. He'll play very, very consistent. He just won't be a good enough passer over time to get out of the threes. A defensive coach. Their staff did a masterful job adjusting the offense for him. It's just very rare that you're going to have sustainable success running a college-style offense with a limited passer. You're on a path where you're either going to recreate Baltimore's offense or Hurts is going to prove to you that he can play in a pro style, or you're going to get a new quarterback. 2 head coaches think he could move up to Tier 2. Quote, Jalen is a 3 with an arrow to maybe a 2. I love the guy. We couldn't take him as high as Philly did, but if he would have fallen, we were interested. I like that he wants to be really good. I thought he was playing some pretty good football last year, and the prevailing thought he's doing an excellent job running an offense the Eagles staff has tailored to his strengths, and that he'll need to grow as a passer. Quote, if the guy can't stand there and win on third down with his arm, you don't have a chance. So that is the league's thought. I love this stuff. There's paragraphs and paragraphs on every quarterback. We could have done 2 full shows on all these guys.
You have to be able to succeed on third down. That's it. That is.
Yep.
And now you also need to know that you don't have to go to third down. You can get a first down on second down or first down. But if you get the third, you've got to be able to convert. And that is what separates. And that's what happened that in 2017 with Carson Wentz. They hit on an unsustainable amount of third downs, and the year the Eagles won the title.
It's like your one-run wins in baseball. Like Seattle has won a ton of. Now they beat the Rangers yesterday 4-3, another one-run win.
But last year they had a boatload of one-run victories. The Rangers that one year, the second Banny year, they had 36 one-run victories. You're not going to get that, and you're not going to hit on third and long at an unsustainable rate. And you got to look at what the league average is or that quarterback's average. And if they want way above that, you've got to take that into account.
Charles Barkley says Thursday is the deadline for Liv to make him an offer. He's going to play in their Pro-Am at Trump's course in Jersey. And if he doesn't have an offer, leaving that course, or by the end of the day, he's sticking with TNT. Sounds like Charles makes about $20 a year. And Dan Patrick asked him, hey, what if they offered, what if they tripled it? And Barkley said, I'm gone. If they triple it, I'm gone. And then Dan was asked about what criticism has hurt him the most about, the moral issues, the Saudis, all the stuff that has come with a very stressful week from Charles Barkley. What criticism has stung the most?
Oh, there's no criticism. I don't do with this selective prosecution about things, the public. Everybody picks and chooses. I just think it's funny they're more worried about civil rights in Saudi Arabia, a place 99.9% of people in the United States have never been. And all of a sudden they're worried about civil rights in Saudi Arabia. That kind of gives me a chuckle. I said, you don't worry about civil rights of people here in the United States.
Ooh.
But all of a sudden when guys start taking money, they're like, well, I'm worried about civil rights in Saudi Arabia. And that just makes me laugh. I said, why don't y'all get worried about civil rights here in the United States? Let's worry about that before we worry about what's going on in Saudi Arabia.
Woo!
Man, I love it. I love hearing it. Yeah, I mean, it's you get all up in arms about it. Is anybody looking after what's going on in China? No. Why? Because they don't want to give their iPhone.
Where at?
China.
Okay.
They don't want to give their iPhone.
But look
you start
at here.
taking away the iPhone, all of a sudden you know what's going to happen.
And he's sitting here comparing it to here. His civil rights here. And you want to sit there and get mad at everyone else in another country. Take care of your own house first. And then, so Charles was talking about the numbers. Deadline Thursday. He was also asked about Draymond's old school, new school. Draymond Green went on Twitter and said, I'm rewatching like the 97-98 finals between the Bulls and the Jazz. Yes, we would have beaten the Bulls and we would have smoked Utah. And Barkley, who played in that era, was asked about triple single.
You know, and I think when guys get on the radio and TV and say, who's better, LeBron or Michael, that's just lazy journalism. They're just trying to stoke fires out there to get idiots and fools to call into your radio show. Listen, the Warriors, I love what they do, but them little bodies they got, they wouldn't last in the 70s and the 80s. No disrespect. You know how think about this, Dan. Let's be realistic. You know how much I love Steph Curry, correct?
Yeah.
You think he could take that beating that Michael got against the Bad Boys Pistons? Come on, Dan. Please stop it. I mean, the game was just so much more physical. And I'm not talking, hey, listen, these guys are great today. They're great today. Everybody think every time you criticize them, you like the old guy, get off my lawn. I'm just saying, when I watched that Last Dance, first of all, I played during that generation. I tell people, when you played against those Bad Boy Pistons, you had to call your family and say, just in case I never see you again, I want y'all to know we're good. I love y'all. Because those boys are out there trying to hurt people. So that's the thing you can't compare. Like, yeah, today, you know how many free throws Michael Jordan would shoot today compared to how many? I mean, James Harden's a great player. He shoots 12 a game. I mean, but you just can't compare us because of the physicality.
He's right about Steph getting murdered. Mm-hmm. If you just go back and watch the Pistons 30 for 30, go back and watch The Last Dance. Like, there's no way Steph would survive. No way with the absolute pounding. But they allowed you to get mauled back then. So that was Barkley with his take on the old school and the new school. Group text has started. Oh, Lord, here we go. Group tech, Corey Majors fired it up.
And I love being the one to screw it up.
How are you going to screw it up?
I got the Android. Well, I don't have an Android. I have a Samsung. We don't claim Android. We're different. We're special. So I love being the one to screw it up.
Oxnard group trip. Let's see if the fellas get down with the Sean and RJ road trip playlist.
No, you may not want to attach your name to this.
No?
No, I probably would not.
Apparently, this is what we're going to be listening to while traveling to Cowboys camp right after Crosstalk with KMC on the Fan.
But first, Tolos, it is Troy.
is now time for a Cali crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece here on Sean and RJ, Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, and Corey Majors as we head to the airport after the show. Corey, good morning. What's coming up?
Guys, we have Bob Stoops coming up at 11:40 today. We have Jerry Jones joining us today at noon, so we'll get some Jerry Jones action at noon. At 11 o'clock, Jerry Jones' greatest quotes as we head into the presser today. I'm really looking forward to that one.
Man, how much time are you going to get off of this show with that press conference?
Usually an hour to an hour and a half.
Yeah. Oh, very nice.
We're going to leave Kevin for crosstalk. Mike and I are going to head to the airport. Yeah.
Okay. Isn't it the first time that Rich Dalrymple isn't leading it to kind of shut it down?
See,
so
and
it's
that
a new
should
person.
be the first question, right? Hey, you guys have a different person running this press conference like usual. Can you tell us any more about what happened to the last guy?
Where's Rich?
Yeah.
Then we'll
be right back on the air. Like, that's what happened.
All right, shut it down. I'm out of here.
Fix this stuff, Rich. Remember that quote? Except not stuff.
How about Mike McCarthy to David Moore? Apparently, Dallas Morning News first question for McCarthy showing up is about his job status, and McCarthy responded with, "I'm a little irritated that that's your first question."
I got a question for you guys.
Yeah.
Does that mean assuming it's still Friday morning, every Friday morning, are you going to ask him, what are you doing to win today? Because he said, why doesn't anybody ever ask, what am I doing to win today? I think if that was your first question every time, maybe that would help, thaw him out a little bit.
No, I'm planning to be a Mike McCarthy homer this year.
Oh, yeah.
I'm throwing out.
Me likey.
I'm throwing out any criticism. I'm going 100% homer because I feel bad. I feel bad for what has happened to him this offseason.
Even whenever when
he runs it on 4th and 30 with Dak, good call. It was the official's fault.
You can't do that.
Yeah.
That is not in you to do that. That's not how you were built.
Yeah, I know.
There's no way.
It's going to be amazing.
There's going to be a moment where you're going to just snap in the middle of the season and say, I can't do this crap anymore.
I know he doesn't call the plays. He's pretty much said, Kellen Moore does all the offense. I just watch and see what happens. But, right, I mean, that's really what he's doing.
No,
right?
I like that as a quote. Sean, your response to that?
You know what? He's allowing his coaches to coach. That's
That's
a
a
good
good
leader.
leader. That is true.
That's a good leader. Hands off.
I know,
the CEO doesn't do the accounting, too.
Right. I mean, Dak gets talked about every segment of every national show on a daily basis, right? I mean, just the Cowboys quarterback. Like, they barely cover Kyler Murray, right? And think about #1 overall pick, but because he's with the Arizona Cardinals, it's not really covered.
Right.
Did you guys see where it's mandatory for him to do film study in his contract because he doesn't do it?
Yep.
And so they're like, look, if we're going to pay you all this money,
4 hours.
You have to actually watch what is happening in the NFL.
Does it say uninterrupted?
Yeah, it says uninterrupted. It also says
the commercials pop up like on the apps.
It also says your time sitting in meetings does not count towards that.
I don't understand the uninterrupted part. Like, why can't you get up and take a leak? Why can't you go?
I think this.
Grab
I think
sandwich.
what he could be doing is
it's like our Odyssey modules. Like they know when you
the film could be on, and he could just be on his phone and playing a video game on his phone. I mean, like I'm watching it. I'm doing my contract right. They're like, no, you're not. You're on your phone playing whatever game you're playing. You're actually not engaged
I
in
thought
this.
RJ had a pretty good point on this. Talk about just Kyler's level by level success.
Yeah, like if I'm Kyler Murray, just say I'm Kyler Murray here.
Little too pale for that.
I didn't lose a game in high school.
Fact. I saw most of those games.
I was a Heisman Trophy winner in college, and I didn't watch any film. Why would I change now? I was the one picking the draft, too. Like, why would I change? Then the realization comes that you're at a different level, and you can't just get by on that. But, like, until this point, like if you were a dominant hitter in high school, then a dominant hitter in college, and all of a sudden you get to, the minor leagues and you can't hit anymore, you're probably thinking, well, hang on, like what got here this way.
That's what happened to me. It happened in low A ball. I mean, I never had failure in my life in baseball until low A ball, and then I'd get behind in the count, and I'd be like, well, you know what I did my whole life? Put up a under 1 ERA and be Connie Mack World Series MVP and Dallas Morning News Player of the Year. I would just challenge the guy. All right, son of a gun, I've missed my spot. Let me just challenge him, and I would get out of the situation most of the time. And then I got to low A ball, and then they would hit doubles and home runs. And I was like, So I need to change my philosophy on what I'm doing behind in the count. And that's where I really learned a changeup and how to throw a changeup behind in the count and become a successful pitcher after that bad season.
It didn't work for RG3.
Yeah, but you did it on a small scale. Like that's what the minor leagues in baseball, they allow you to fail and figure out your failures. No, but that's what it's for, right? It's development.
For if you make enough money out of high school or college, they don't allow you to fail when you're a lower pick.
Couple of
does that make sense?
Yeah,
you better have success every time, or we're done.
Couple of things to keep in mind, I guess, for this trip. Number one was Love Field yesterday. We're going to a different airport with that woman who brought out the gun, firing shots in the ceiling.
Did you hear more about the background of that? I don't know if you want to get into that.
That
or
she
not.
thought he was cheating on her?
Well, and then also, I guess she had legal issues last year and was not fit for trial and was supposed to go through this program that she didn't ever finish. And I'm like, then why is she out?
Right.
I had questions about that.
And then Tolo Don, Corey, just sent us this from TMZ.
All right.
A 29-year-old soccer player has been killed after being brutally attacked by players and fans on the pitch during a game in California.
Oh my!
And I was like, why would they? Okay, we're going to California. But California's a large place.
It is large.
TMZ, a soccer player tragically died weeks after he was brutally attacked by multiple people on the pitch during a soccer match in Oxnard, California.
Dude.
It happened around 11 a.m. at Oxnard High.
Oh, man.
About 90 minutes west of downtown Los Angeles.
Don't we drive right by that high school?
Yeah, Jacob Rogers, former Cowboy, played there.
Do people park at that high school and they bus them over to the complex sometimes?
Holy moly.
I believe so.
Yeah, you should be real worried, Kevin.
It's like 2 miles
I'm
away.
worried for you guys.
I remember one of the first times we went out to Oxnard, it was like the Raiders were practicing with us.
Yep.
And Kevin was walking up live with the mic asking every one of the Raiders fans how long they'd been out of prison. And a couple of them really took they were a couple weeks, and we were like, oh my God.
Well, there was a
And
gang.
then the fight happened. The Mike Jenkins fight happened 15 feet from us, and we were like, this doesn't feel safe.
But that's apparently like a gang territory.
Yeah, it is. Oxnard, big gang territory.
Where if you wear Cowboy colors, it means one thing. If it means
Raiders
colors are another thing. So anyway, let's lighten the mood a little bit.
We had the dogs come through in between. I can't remember what practice it was going to be.
Who let them out?
Dog the Bounty Hunter?
No, all the
Canines.
German shepherds and everything. And then we started asking the
Paw Patrol.
because they were in full they were in close to full riot gear.
Holy crap.
And so we were asking, and they said, well, there's been a lot of gang activity around, and the issue is one of the gangs is a lot of Cowboys gear and Cowboys colors. So this is going to be very tough for us.
Yeah.
So
Go
we have to
wear
do a
Cowboy
lot
stuff.
because there's
Yeah,
going to be a
watch
lot
out,
of
Hellman.
Cowboys fans here in Cowboys gear, and we're afraid at this practice there's going to be also gangs here wearing the Cowboys gear. And so we are fully armed with everything possible because we're afraid of a situation today.
So
Trouble's going to be causing trouble.
Yeah.
So RJ created a playlist apparently for our road trip today.
Fun.
Do you have Life as a Highway?
Are y'all going
on
to
there?
share earbuds? Y'all sitting next to each other and sharing earbuds?
Oh, no,
and
this is
listening
in the car. I'm going to Bluetooth this
Oh,
bad
okay.
boy up when we get in there.
So
I'm gonna
Troy
start
has
blasting.
I haven't looked at it. Troy has acquired some of the songs on this playlist.
Most of them
Is
he
it on
can't
the
play.
Odyssey app?
We wanted you guys to go ahead and review it.
Yeah, because when I'm thinking driving songs, Kevin, like you said, life is a highway.
Yeah.
Either the Eddie Cochran, or if you're going to go, or Joe Cochran, or whatever his name is, or the Rascal Flatts version, you go with that one too. RJ, your playlist is a little odd. Now, the first song, not a terrible song on your Oxnard playlist, Morgan Wallen, Whiskey Glasses.
It's a good song.
When I think
Oh, that's the wrong clip. Sorry about that.
Oh, yeah, Charles Barkley
Charles
on there.
Barkley.
I'ma need some whiskey glasses.
I like it. 1 for 1.
Might have tickets to this concert.
Yeah.
What's this person's name?
Morgan Wallen.
Troy just said it.
Yeah, I just said that.
I don't know.
Welcome to the show. Another song on your playlist. Oh, who doesn't love driving around California listening to Pop Smoke the Woo?
That's not bad.
It sounds like a song they would practice to.
It does. It
See,
does sound like
It's
that.
interesting because we're riding with Bobby, and we know
raps
Bobby
this?
has lots of takes on music. So
Rest in peace, Pop
I'm just
Smoke.
going to let him rock that one.
Who is this, RJ?
Pop Smoke.
Yeah, Pop Smoke.
I like this.
All right, now if you're in California, another great song to listen to on RJ's playlist, Lil Cube.
Today I didn't even have to use my.
Are y'all taking the PCH all the way up? Is that how y'all, Kevin? You know how we like to use lingo.
Is there another road to take?
There isn't, honestly.
isn't.
But last year we somehow found the wrong one.
Can't go wrong with this song.
No.
All right, perfect. And then the last song we'll play from RJ's playlist to Oxnard. This one, actually, I was surprised you had it on here because my mother loves this song. Of course, I'm talking about Kevin Gates, Thinking with Your D.
Okay.
Too pretty in the face, but she's super deep.
Yeah.
She's thinking with my.
Kevin Gates has some really interesting songs.
RJ's got big plans for this trip. Yeah.
I like this, dude. That's
This
good.
is my
I'm gonna
9-year-old's
have a
favorite
great
song.
time.
Oh my God, is it?
Literally goes around the house singing this song.
Oh, there's no Taylor Swift on the playlist?
No, we've graduated.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll put some Tay-Tay on at some point, but
okay.
Yeah, it's
more lounging by the
about
pool
mood.
stuff, yeah.
My songs are
How's
about
your
mood.
girlfriend?
You'll see Thursday.
Good. Yeah, Friday.
Oh, Friday.
Well, I can't tell how old she is by her looks.
Yeah, you can kind of judge it. Ask her.
She's 33.
We met her at the fan hang, right?
Yeah.
This is, okay, it's the same one.
Same one.
Yeah. Yeah, she's great, man.
What happened to the super crazy one?
Oh my God!
We gotta go.
We're back tomorrow morning, live from That's the KFC masterpiece. Next on 105.3 The Fan. See you in Cali.
Blasting out 100,000. about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The last show before the guys head out to Oxnard. We will have Jerry Jones on the show doing his presser at noon. We will talk with Bob Stoops about the Rock and XFL stuffs at 11:40. But right now, this is a question that Peyton asked. So if you don't like it, yell at Peyton. If you think it's great, give us credit for using it. Wow. I'm just kidding, Peyton. Our question is, when do you actually get excited for football season? Like, is it today, tomorrow? Is it once training camp gets here? Because I know they try their hardest, but when it's like, hey, it's rookie minicamp and it's OTAs, I don't care at all. Like, that does not get me hyped for football season. But training camp, I think, actually does, because it feels like at least a step closer, a big step closer to the start of the football season and to the start of real football.
I used to get excited about the little camps and everything, because that was your first opportunity to see the rookies and kind of, observe what they were doing. But obviously those times were also when I was working at the Cowboys website. So I was there for those things very frequently. And so, but it's exciting to get your eyes on these players that you really know very little about. And I think now it's more like as soon as camp gets moving and I start hearing, Broadus and Chiafalo and what they're doing whenever they're doing the 3 live mics thing out there, like that's always intense and fun to hear their observations, to hear the whistles blowing and all that. Mike, I kind of do compare the sounds of football, which you're not getting the clacks that you typically would get because it is a lot of shorts. But when I walked out for the first time and my kid was playing at a higher level of baseball, and you're in the room and you can hear the crack of the bat and you can hear the gloves popping, like I get a little nostalgic about that and really excited about baseball and just being around it again. So that's when I when we get out to camp and I start seeing the action going and hearing those guys talking about it, I'm going to be pumped up as of tomorrow.
I noticed this weekend, my brain started turning towards football. Oh. And I guess because I knew I was flying out on Tuesday, which is tonight. And so I just started, now I'll be honest here, I started thinking about Trevor Lawrence. I started thinking about Zach Wilson. I mean, there's no rookie quarterback in this class, so I'm thinking about these second-year guys. Like, how could these second-year guys really make a dramatic change in what they were in their first season, which was a struggle. And I was Justin Fields a little bit, but then I started thinking about the best teams in football: Kansas City, Buffalo, Tampa Bay, Cincinnati. And I just started thinking, wow, I'm really interested to see what these premium teams can maybe accomplish. What are teams that aren't premium teams from last year? Like, I think the Cowboys, the Chargers, that were like, hey, at times you thought they were good. At times you thought they can't compete with really the best teams in the NFL. What team is going to jump up and be the Cincinnati Bengals of 2021 and just go, wow, like, this team is getting better and better as it's going. Could this team really make some noise in 2022 and win it all? And so I just started thinking about those type of things. So I guess I'm definitely more interested in football this week than I was last week.
Okay. All right.
With the Cowboys, it's just this offseason has been so negative. So it's hard to really get in that mood when you're like, okay, what else can go wrong for this team?
And now I'm glad that you said that because, and thank you very much from the 575. Great question, Kevin. Sorry,
Peyton. Oh, and Peyton's question is a great question.
They followed the rules.
Yeah.
I have noted, and that's why I was really curious for people about this as well. And Peyton, you brought up another great point, is this seems like the most negative from a fan base perspective off season. And I know some people blame the media, which I think is weird and kind of unfair. Like, we didn't create the story about the longtime PR guy and confidant to Jerry Jones maybe peeping on cheerleaders, and that's why he had to leave. We didn't create the story about how Jerry Jones might have another kid. We didn't create the story about the language they tried to put in Randy Gregory's contract at the last minute so he bolted, or the trade value you got for Amari Cooper, or losing Cedric Wilson. Or we didn't create any of those things. I mean, we reported on them, but I'm a fan too. I want the Cowboys to be awesome. I've lived in the Metroplex. I was born and raised here. We were all born and raised here. I want the Cowboys to be awesome, but I have noticed that this offseason, for whatever reason, feels different in terms of taking its toll on the Cowboys fan base. And that's why I was curious if, like, across the board, people are less excited than usual, or are you less excited until they start moving the football and you're like, all right, I'm back in.
So you're saying that there's a lot of sound coming out that's pessimistic, as Mike would say.
Yeah.
But the other part of it is, like, how do you solve
Fair.
that a lot of times? Add a free agent. How do you solve that a lot of times? Add a draft pick that's a splash pick, right? Like, Jerry would do those things, and it would appease you during the offseason to get you excited about something. You added an offensive lineman. That's not sexy. It might be the best thing you could have done this offseason for you, but it's not a sexy thing, so it doesn't change your mind about losing Lyle Collins, who's injured, by the way. It doesn't change your mind about losing. You add Sam Williams, in the draft too, which is you have a lot to learn about this guy. You haven't seen him yet, so you don't know that he could replace Randy Gregory's production, right? So there are a lot of things that you're like, well, I just haven't seen it yet, or it's not as sexy as you want it to be. And you're right. I'm trying to look for the word. The Cowboys offseason was, it was headline grabbing. There were lots of them, just not about the great things you added to the team in the offseason. And that's the part that you're kind of like, oh man, this is might not be what I want it to be. But you're going into Micah Parsons' second season now. How much greater can this dude be?
Yeah.
And then you see what he's doing off the field when he's out there in Frisco. He's going to be down in the Oak Cliff area as well. He's going to bring pizzas down there.
in my neighborhood?
Yeah, man. Well, probably not your neighborhood.
I don't know if you're the target demographic for people in need.
Yeah, people in need. That they were like, hey, there's some other areas, Micah, and he even tweeted out, "I've heard you, thank you. I can't wait to get to these neighborhoods." So I'm excited about that. Diggs, like that's an exciting thing. Yeah. There are lots of fun things, but I take
offense to my Oak Cliff.
I think the big concern is every time you start to get excited about the Cowboys, they deflate.
And there it is from the 817. Done getting excited for the Cowboys, not getting my heart broken again. However,
get your heart broken. That's part of being a sports fan.
That's what I think a lot, and that's what I don't understand. Sometimes they're like, y'all are dumb for believing in the Cowboys. Like, isn't that part of being a fan? I have hope for all of my teams, even if deep down I know it's not going to work out. Like when the Stars made the Stanley Cup final and they're like, we're going to be good. And I was like, but do you remember the last time how it kind of fell apart? And then guess what? That's exactly what happened again. Like, but as a fan, you get your heart broken. For the 817, I get hyped for football on the first episode of Hard Knocks. From the 817, the third preseason game, though I guess now we'd have to alter that to probably the second preseason game. Preseason. And then multiple people said,
preseason's dope, man.
I wanted to ask you about this.
Ask me.
Okay, I will. I saw multiple people, 817-575-972. When my fantasy football draft takes place is when I get excited for football.
And I'm curious about this, Mike, because do you play daily fantasy baseball or are you at a...
No.
So
I play yearly baseball.
Okay, but you won't play yearly football.
Daily baseball, to me, there's just too many obstacles and too many things to go into that.
But daily football seems
weekly,
like
the weekly football, where I can choose.
Yeah.
If in week one, I think, hey, it's going to cost me a lot of money, but Tom Brady has a good matchup. He's going to throw for a lot of yards and a lot of touchdowns. I can pick him. I'm not stuck with, oh, crap, I have Lamar Jackson. This team's good against the run. And like I was, hey, Lamar Jackson might be a good pick this week. And I just like that I'm not stuck with all of these guys. I think that fantasy football, you become really interested in your guys. All of a sudden, if you do draft, you seem to like
Higgins.
I was going to mention that.
Sure.
Was T. Higgins on your team last year? And so you have a connection with T. Higgins.
I also wish the Cowboys had gotten him too. But yeah,
if you don't draft T. Higgins this year, maybe there's still a little bit of a connection because you're going to wonder, gosh, I really liked him last year. But you're going to have this connection with 4 or 5 wide receivers where I don't have that connection. But I also feel like all of a sudden Gabriel Davis is on my team this week. And then I might be like, you piece of dump, like do better, And I know that's weird, but like, I feel like I'm not locked in, and I'll always remember the year. It's to the Cowboys. In 2015, I drafted Tony Romo and Des Bryant. Both of them got hurt, and it ruined everything.
It does.
So I'm just like, I don't want to do that anymore. I don't want injuries to ruin my whole fantasy football experience.
I totally get that. Yeah, Kevin, I think the part I like the most about that is we have 10 dudes that have been tight forever. Like all of us are really close friends.
Right.
And we've been in this league together for a long time. So I get excited that we're all going to be together for a draft. You know, like so the fantasy season's fun because you start to really dig in on the players and you learn more about all the rest of the players. I don't draft Cowboys typically because I just don't want to deal with that. But I really get excited about hanging out with my friends. And so that's a fun part. I will ask you this, though.
Okay.
About the part about getting your heart broken.
Yeah.
I have always believed this, and you've probably gotten on to me about this and been like, no. But I always believe that the glory is so much better when you've been through the pain. Like you go through this and it's just it feels terrible. But then when you finally get over that hump, look at how much we love the Dirk moment. All right. Like it felt so amazing that Dirk finally got that after all those heartbreaks and it feels bad that Tony never got it. And I think that might be the helpless, like, oh, but what if it never happens? I get that. But man, would you not rather have a 2011 Rangers run and lose the way that it, maybe not the way that it did, then never be in that position? Like that was the best, dude. That was so much fun.
No, I would.
I miss that kind of adrenaline that came with every day we're about to play in the World Series.
Okay, you're definitely right. But the issue that I have with that comparison, because your logic is spot on, is you said you got the Dirk moment. I didn't get the payoff with either one of those two. Like I did not get an eventual Rangers payoff. I have not gotten a payoff for, I mean, you can go further back if you want, but let's just say I haven't got a payoff for 07, 14, 16. I haven't gotten a payoff for any of those Cowboys seasons. For the Rangers, I didn't get a payoff for 10, 11, 15, 16. I didn't get a payoff for any of that. So when you talk about Dirk and you're like 03, 06, that sucks. But then I got 2011. And so I'm like, I've been waiting. We
been waiting too
long. As in Metroplex have been waiting too damn long. So you're right. And I'll tell you what.
I'll take those 2 seasons every year over the last 3-5 years of Rangers baseball.
And that is very fair. And you're right. I will probably change my tune. Let's say the Cowboys won the Super Bowl this year. Because in the moment, I could be like, oh my God, Corey, it was all worth it. I'm still pissed about what happened in 94. I'm upset about 96. And I'm upset about 7, 14, 16, but now we got all the glory. But sitting here before you get that moment, I'm like, man, it sure does suck that in 2016, it looked like we were going to run the NFL for 10 years, and here we are, still not having got past the divisional round. That's why I have a hard time with that.
From the 469, Corey, would you rather have the Dirk moment or 5 Dirk moments in a row? I mean, come on. I want to be in the championship game every year. Like
you're still mad about 94.
I am mad about that. Don't get me started because I'm gonna Game 6 might pop out too, and people get all mad about that. But yeah, man, like that is the fun hope every year is that it might happen. But I can understand that Cowboys fans are just beaten.
From the 210, I get excited the first live training camp scrimmage, which is obviously coming up. And then somebody texted in, and this was really nice. I get excited, honestly, when y'all go out there for training camp, which will be tonight. The shows will be there starting tomorrow. I do think we dropped the ball on this, as somebody saying volunteering as tribute. I think there's probably insurance concerns that went along with this, but maybe we should have figured out a way to send a Tolo in my place.
Oh, that would have been
There's probably all kinds of legal restrictions about why we would not want to be responsible for that, but what a fun contest that would have been. Is like, we're sending a Tolo to Oxnard instead of Kevin. And like, I had to go do their job for 2 weeks or something. That would have been incredible. But like I said, there's probably a lot of legal holdups.
Would you do all the jobs? Like no matter what the job was, would you do it for a Tolo? Would you do their job no matter what it is?
You know what? I want to say yes, but then I've thought about like movies I've watched and stuff. And
we have a Tolo that I met at Taste of, I guess it was called Dallas Cowboys, Taste of Cowboys, which was great out at the Star. But he's a professional food writer. He writes for, I want to say D Magazine. I'm not exactly sure. If I'm getting that wrong, I'm sorry. And I want to say his name was Sean. I'm sorry. This was about a month ago.
You're doing
awesome
great.
Tolo. I know. But I don't think you could do that job.
Oh, of course I would be great at that. All right.
You couldn't eat. You couldn't try foods. You'd be like, I'm not trying.
Of course I could. Go to the burger place. D+. The problem with this burger place is what happened to a burger. A burger needs to have a bun, meat, and cheese for a reasonable price. I don't need all your fancy jams and, we've got farm to table this and that. I would be hated as a food writer, but I could do it.
They're right. We should have sent Reggie in your stead.
Oh, what about Kevin Gray? Does he just get?
Reggie, like in your stead, since he's been part of the show. We could send Peyton.
Not even Peyton, even though he came up with this idea.
Yeah.
First, you stole the credit for it.
Yeah,
is the
you
way I
stole
remember
credit.
it. Then
so much on the show.
you wouldn't send Peyton.
I'd send Peyton. Peyton's great. I've worked with him for a while.
From the 469,
Name's
Kevin.
Peyton Russell.
Kevin, are y'all still
There you go,
expecting baby gifts? Yes.
Expecting or accepting?
Oh yeah, son of a gun.
Accepting, not expecting.
When was the thing?
We had our last shower on Saturday. Man.
Gross.
Oh my God.
Dude, take a shower.
The
It's hot out there.
baby shower. I did not realize that baby showers are kind of politically driven as well. Like you have to, man, we had 3 baby showers. I probably should talk about.
because you have.
Yeah, I probably should talk about this
different
off
people.
air.
No, I know what
need
you're
to
saying.
Yeah.
My buddy did ask
Is
me
Noah
though.
a Republican name or Democrat name?
Ooh,
Christian.
He's in the Bible, so
So
whatever you want
liberal
with that.
elitist and then
Oh
just
my God.
regular conservative.
Man, sometimes I wonder if my son's going to become a liberal elitist. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.
He's gonna like
3 The
animals.
Fan. Coming up
Noah's
next.
Ark.
That's right. Only in pairs of 2. Coming up next, do you see a clear path to title contention for the Mavs? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
All right, guys. Let me talk.
trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. It's Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where there is a lively and interesting discussion happening on the Twitch right now, led by Mr. Mike Bassick. If you are so inclined to get involved, it might be worth your time. But
I might ask it during Baseball Nuggets.
Okay, you can if you like. But also on the fan text, 877-881-1053. Love all of you guys rocking with us and giving us feedback all day long, especially as the guys get ready to head out to Oxnard. Do you see a clear path to title contention for the Mavericks? And so I was reading an article about this in The Athletic, and it kind of had some sobering thoughts about what the expectations were. And so when I was reading it, I thought it was very well put together, and I wanted to get y'all's take on it. It was from Saad Youssef and Tim Cato. And so it was well put together, and they made some intriguing points, and I wanted to see what y'all took from this, is because the idea is you're going into the NBA season, and people in the betting world and the experts aren't predicting that the Mavericks are going to be in the mix.
Right.
They'll
be a playoff team.
Yeah, they're more like 8, 9, 10 in terms
maybe
of
win around.
Yeah,
next
in
year
terms
is what
of
they're guessing.
exactly in terms of NBA betting odds to win the championship. And you kind of sit there and you're like, well, hold on. We just finished in the group of the last 4. And we lost the NBA champions.
By luck.
So, yeah. Okay. Well, I don't know if the Mavericks ascribe to the same theory as the Cowboys. Maybe you're right. And so why are the Mavericks not put back into that category? Is it just a byproduct of losing Jalen Brunson? Is it also a byproduct of people believing that the health will improve for so many of other teams? They gave some of the breakdowns, but I just wanted to, before we dive into this, I wanted to get y'all's thoughts about that.
Mike, I still don't think everybody quite knows how to understand what Luka's capable of. Because you don't have Jalen Brunson. That doesn't affect Luka's game that much. Other than your team is going to lose another offensive guy, but maybe you gain on defense and that balances that out. His ability to get guys involved and take those players with him, that's the thing that I don't think anybody quite understands how to put a number on or how to quantify what he actually can do with the players around him. If he has a better defense, I suppose they're going to be a better team. But I also understand they did something unique and special last year with their three-point shooting in the playoffs. Those guys were insane. Dorian Finney-Smith and Reggie Bullock, their numbers were through the roof. I can imagine what it's going to be like when Tim Hardaway's on the court. There's going to be even more three-pointer shot. But what they did last year, I still don't think that people quite understand how good Luka is. I think the world knows it, but they don't understand how to quantify how much he means to the rest of the group.
I guess I did see this Twitter that I follow. I think it's called NBA University or something. I don't know how many followers it has, honestly. But they did a poll. It's like a bracket of 64.
Okay.
And they did the best offensive player in the NBA. And Luka beat, I want to say it got down to Jokic in the finals.
Okay.
Durant versus Luka was in the final 4. And I'm not saying it's gospel that Luka's the best offensive player in the NBA. It was on this Twitter poll and he did it, but it does give you an idea. Luka, I think, is arguably the best offensive player in the NBA.
I put him third, but
with the ability to score and distribute, I think he creates more offense than anybody else.
That's an interesting point. I probably didn't totally factor in the distribution of the basketball as well, because instantly I thought Kevin Durant would still be my number one despite some of the injury concerns. Right. But I mean, I think Luka not being the top 5 is preposterous. And if you want to tell me top 3 or obviously even top 1, I would certainly listen to that.
And I believe it even had Dorian Finney-Smith, which might have been, maybe Maverick fans just voted really hard here, as one of the final guys. I think Giannis got voted as the best defensive player in the NBA on their bracket of 64. Sure. And I want to say Dorian Finney-Smith either was in the finals or the semifinals of that.
Wow.
So it might have been just a Maverick-heavy vote where they really took over this kind of Twitter and did that. I look at the Mavs and here's my wonder. For those 6 minutes in the second quarter, we're only going to have Spencer Dinwiddie on the court who can handle the basketball. And then for the 5 minutes approximately in the fourth quarter, we're only going to have Spencer Dinwiddie be able to handle the ball. And if one of them is hurt, Luka or Dinwiddie, we literally have to ask that guy for 48 minutes to play the whole game because Tim Hardaway Jr. can't dribble and pass. You know, he can kind of dribble on his own.
Yeah.
But I mean, he can't. So to this point, how could they win it all? Luka becomes LeBron James of 07?
And Christian Wood gets his fully realized potential with a good team. Because
Yeah.
there are questions about, does he flourish in obscurity? And like, that is always a question, is when you move to a team where it matters, are you going to be able to do the same kind of stuff? I know Spencer Dinwiddie is trying to show that, like, hey, I can be a quality player on a team that matters.
My hope is with fat, out of shape Harden, Wood did put up good numbers. When they signed Christian Wood in a sign and trade from Detroit, they were bringing him in to be the second guy with James Harden. They didn't know James Harden was done playing for the Houston Rockets. At that point, he was not expressing, I want out of here. So they went and got Christian Wood for James Harden. Now, James Harden did show up to camp 25 pounds overweight intentionally. And like, I don't want to play here anymore. And I'm going to show you how much I don't want to play here anymore. So Wood didn't get to play with what you'd consider prime or great James Harden. But when he played off of James Harden, he was really good. So that's my hope, my optimism is he has played off a guy like Luka and did pretty much put up 22 points and I believe like 9 rebounds in those, 7 to 12 games that he got to play with James Harden. If we're asking to be Vegas favorites, I think it's really tough without a second star.
Second or third, I think is still in the mix. I want to read you this sentence. Tell me if you agree, and then read why some of the other teams they think are going to take a bump up. The complicated conversation I'm wanting to have is about the team's future beyond next season. Even if the Mavericks make another trade prior to opening day, and even if Wood's fit is the best case scenario, Dallas is far from certain to repeat its conference finals run of this past postseason. The team isn't, and I believe shouldn't be viewed as an obvious title contender.
Okay. I mean, not yet.
You get it?
Yeah, I get it.
I do too.
And like a lot of people think that it was a fluke to get to the Western Conference Finals. I get that part of it. I'm fine with it. But we were there and we got the experience we were begging for. We were begging for one round win.
Yeah.
Then you got 2.
Yeah.
And now you're in the Western Conference Finals. You couldn't have asked for anything better for the experience Luka and that group needed together. Yeah. So I'll take what they got, and we'll keep battling in a very tough Western Conference to go along with it. You asked, what can we hope for? Christian Wood being better, maybe JaVale McGee not getting posterized a lot, like maybe Powell would, or maybe grabbing some more rebounds. That's something you can ask for. I don't know what Hardy has to offer. I did see this on Josh Green. Have you seen the Q&A he had with Callie Kaplan? I know Callie Kaplan's a fan of the show.
Yes.
She talked to him about where he's been. He was in Vegas for 2 months, and he's going to Australia Thursday. And then they said, I like this part, because I don't know that I loved Josh Green last year yet. What kind of things did the coaching staff send you out to focus on this summer? And he said, I think everything. Me and my trainer sat down with Nico. We had a plan put in place of things that we need to do. I changed my body, but we focus on a lot of other things on the court.
Okay.
Like that, he's changing his body, eating differently. But GM Nico Harrison said, we need to talk because you need to be better.
Okay.
And so he said, we have to come up with a plan for you to be better next year.
Which I do like in terms of looking at the rest of the Western Conference. And I think, honestly, this is sometimes why I default to thinking maybe the Mavericks will be better off than people think. Is this is the breakdown for why the rest of the West could be scary. Kawhi Leonard, Jamal Murray, Michael Porter Jr., Klay Thompson, Zion Williamson, and Anthony Davis are all expected to boost their respective teams in returning from injuries or advancing further in their recoveries. I don't agree with that at all. I get that that's the idea,
But there are multiple players on that list, like Michael Porter Jr., Zion, and Anthony Davis, that I think that the idea that they're just going to be back in the fold and ready to go, that's not how I think that's going to go at all.
Now, the other thing that I guess we have to compare is when you just name some of those names, Tim Hardaway Jr. doesn't fit in those categories. Does that make sense? So, if Anthony Davis is, and to your point, I don't think he is. Michael Porter Jr. Unfortunately, I have like $500 worth of Michael Porter, some rookie cards, and I'm like, oh crap! Like he's never going to be healthy and never reach the level that I thought he was going to reach because of health.
Right.
But if he does, Michael Porter Jr. versus Tim Hardaway Jr., both healthy, there's no comparison.
Sure.
One guy's a borderline all-star, and one guy you're hoping just stays hot when he's hot.
Yeah.
And so that's, I think, when Vegas looks at these things, when they're putting odds on, because, I mean, Luka can carry a team. We just saw it. But if these guys are healthy, they have to put odds on Denver and LA and New Orleans going, hey, if Zion's healthy, if Anthony Davis is healthy, if Michael Porter Jr. is healthy, what happens to these teams? If Tim Hardaway Jr. is healthy, what happens to the Dallas Mavericks? Well, there's a big lift from the three other guys we just named, and there's not that big of a lift from the guy that we lost because of injury.
Now, this is not related to anything, but I wanted to throw it out there in case anybody needs a minute. I hope I'm not ruining your day or anything.
It's all connected, Kevin.
But did you see yesterday that Klondike announced after almost 40 years they were forever discontinuing the Choco Taco?
Oh, okay.
What? Okay.
I thought for sure you were going to say like Zion or Luka got a deal with Klondike Bar, and I'm like, dang it, like we don't need Luka eating more Klondike bars. And if you're New Orleans, you're like, Zion already has a weight issue. Now he's going to go with a chocolate-covered ice cream bar.
No, I am not aware of either one of them getting a deal with Klondike. I was going to ask, was the Choco Taco ever a part of your, especially like school eating habits? It feels like Corey is a big fat no on that.
I had my first Choco Taco this summer.
What?
Yeah, never had one up until this summer. My kids like wanted them out of the freezer. They wanted them at the grocery store. They wanted some. And I tried it and I was like, pretty good. But I'm not nostalgic about it. But yeah, I could care less about that. Sorry, Choco Taco.
So it wasn't that great.
Let's just keep having whatever the drumsticks. I'll eat a drumstick. Same thing.
Did you see the amazing way that Klondike described why they were getting rid of the Choco Taco?
Oh, no, because of money?
Well, actually, yes, but they said it was due to an unprecedented spike in demand for other Klondike products over the last 2 years. So they didn't say,
dude, like the Reese's, the Reese's Pieces ones, all the like the Crunch Bar ones.
Cookies
they're
and
really
cream ones.
Yeah, they're
okay,
really
but they
good.
didn't say no one's buying the Choco Taco. They were like, oh my God, everything else we have is super popular.
Mm-hmm.
So
I haven't had a Choco Taco in forever, but they were solid. I'm not gonna.
I thought they were kind of chewy.
That's true too.
Yeah, like
you really feel like you won my
get a waffle cone that it's going to be crunchy, and it was always kind of like
no.
It's bendy.
There's no way that you can do that.
Yeah,
right. I mean, I'm sure at some point that waffle cone might be a hair crunchy, but you put ice cream in it and then you ship it out like 2 weeks later or a month later when you buy it. It's not going to be. It still doesn't matter.
Oh,
have you ever had anything that has ice cream in it that is sitting in a freezer for a while that has any crunch to it?
No.
Like nuts do.
Even the drumstick shell, like
I don't know if I've had a drumstick
crunchy at the bottom
forever.
where the chocolate is.
Yeah. Oh wow, that is so weird. All right,
you're welcome.
Well, from the 214.
Sorry, Choco Taco.
You know what? I think this is why. From the 214, never had one. I'm 37. From the 951, I've never had a Choco Taco.
There you go.
And apparently,
it even sounds gross.
You never will. That's a good
point. If you said chocolate taco, I might be like, okay, now I'm interested.
See,
but
you know
Choco,
what? I think Choco Taco is why I thought it was Pepto Bismol. I thought we were just like rhyming the end of these things.
You have a problem with saying that word?
Bismol. That sounds gross. It sounds like you have diarrhea saying it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Basak.
Well, what rumors are the Rangers in? And G-Bag Nation is taking off. I asked the question next.
Dear. Coming up in the next G
thefan.com.
Segment brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com. If you'll need a traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event. No matter the size, from start to finish, the Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals at BuyersBarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. Make sure to tune into G-Bag today at 4:40 for Matt Moore right here in your home of the Rangers, by the way, and the Cowboys. 105 through the fan. And now it's time for some baseball nuggets with Mike Basak.
All right, man. The Rangers got a lefty. Dallas Keuchel, Cy Young winner.
Oh, am I supposed to be
He was scouted and
excited
drafted
about
by Jim Stevenson, who we had on Friday.
Yeah.
He was the guy who found him out of Arkansas and got the Cy Young winner. And so now we got 2015 Cy Young winner Dallas Keuchel. He's going to Round Rock, though, not to the major leagues.
But do you think he can pitch anymore?
Well, I mean, let's just look at his stats, and you tell me.
Hey, listen, before you get all his stats up, Mike.
What?
If there's anything that we know about the Rangers, it's that they can develop from the farm system.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a guy who's already been developed.
Okay.
So he's coming up. I mean, the Rangers can't develop from the farm system.
So he's pitched with two teams this year. All
right.
The White Sox and the Diamondbacks.
Okay.
Both teams wanted him so bad.
All right. I'm going to give you the positive stats here.
Okay.
He's won 2 games this year.
Oh, yeah.
He's pitched 50 and 2/3 innings.
Okay, sounds good.
He's
no.
only
You got shaky
intentionally
eyes.
walked 2 guys.
Oh, no.
Why is he struggling to find good
He was
stats?
the Gold Glove winner in 2021 for the Chicago White Sox.
What is the problem with the rest of his stats?
He was 5th in Cy Young voting in 2020.
Okay.
Now I'm going to give you other stats.
Oh, no.
He's lost 7 games this year
Okay.
in his 12 starts.
Could have been his team's fault.
He has an 8.53 ERA. He's given up 76 hits in his 50 and 2/3 innings.
It might not be his team's fault.
His whip is 2.033. So he
sounds
might come
bad.
out to that song in the 80s.
You know
Whip
what, though?
It real good.
Mike,
Whip
since
it good.
he went to
Whip it.
Arizona, though, his
Whip it
whip was
good.
lower. All right. It was only a 1.821, not a 2.156.
He makes Mike Basak look like 2015 Dallas Keuchel.
What was his ERA with Arizona?
With Arizona?
You have that?
That's
I have
bad. 9.6.
Yeah.
9.6?
I mean, okay. If you want to be accurate, it's a 9.64.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's why he has to go to the minors.
So I don't think,
he's gotta
honestly,
work on it.
they're I don't
It's backup
think he's
plan.
going to go to the major leagues this year. I think he's going to finish out in Round Rock. And honestly, at his age, 34 years old, what he's trying to do, I assume this, is he wants to keep pitching in 2023, and he needs to have a good finish in AAA in Round Rock to have people interested to bring him into major league camp next year.
Okay.
And have the opportunity to compete for a job. I think that's where he's at. Obviously, he's still finishing out a huge contract that the White Sox gave him that, he's not going to, perform at.
Right.
But he's going to try to keep playing, I'm assuming, next year. So the Rangers, I don't believe, are signing him to use him in 2022. I could be totally wrong. Maybe after 2 starts in AAA, they're going to call him up to the major leagues. Honestly, right now, they're deciding between Dunning, Otto, Spencer Howard, and Taylor Hearn. There's 3 spots open for those 4 guys to keep competing, and maybe Dallas Keuchel becomes a 5th guy, but you do have to, if you do call him up, you do have to add him to the 40-man roster and everything.
I have a question about Taylor Hearn. Are we seeing, and I know this is not like anybody's goal who had wanted to be a starter, but are we seeing that maybe like he's best after an opener or as a reliever?
Yeah.
Like, is that not what we have kind of learned? And I know he's a big Tolo
That's
and
what
he's a
we've
cool
learned.
guy, but
I love him, but that's what we've learned.
okay.
I think he can pitch in the big leagues, but to me, he's a little bit more of a thrower than a pitcher. And as a relief pitcher, you can be a little bit more of a thrower. And what I mean by that is, hey, throw your fastball, then your slider, then your slider, then your fastball, then your fastball, then your slider, then your changeup, then your fastball. I threw 8 pitches to one guy, and I threw everything I got. I threw a get-me-over slider. I threw my best slider. I threw all my best fastballs I could. I even showed him a changeup to get him out. It took me 8 pitches to do. Well, what happens when that guy comes up again later in the game? I mean, you literally just had to throw 8 pitches to him to get him out. Well, there's a big issue there because I don't have anything left to show him that I didn't show him in his first at bat. And that's why you do want to be efficient. I know strikeouts are big, but if it's taking you 6 or 7 pitches approximately to get a guy out, or a guy gets on base after 6 or 7 pitches, what do I do the next time? And that's, I think, for Taylor Hearn, I think he's more of a relief pitcher than he is a starting pitcher. To your point, you can use him in multiple innings. I just don't think you ever want him seeing a guy again in a game, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and especially the way that the Rangers have kind of done the opener here and there. I think he's the perfect guy to go after the opener.
Yes and no.
Because you don't want to extend him beyond that third inning.
Yeah, so I pitched a guy in the first inning so he doesn't have to face their best hitters to start the game. I'm going to have him face the best hitters in the 4th or 5th inning, and I'm going to have to possibly take him out during that inning too. I'm killing my bullpen that day. And so I'm not saying Spencer Howard isn't hurting your bullpen either. It's not like Taylor Hearn has been better than Spencer Howard. When we start comparing these things, Dane Dunning's been the best. I guess Glenn Otto's been the second best. Taylor Hearn's been the third best. And Spencer Howard's been the 4th best. And you signed Dallas Keuchel. I don't believe he's going to pitch in the majors for the Rangers this year, but it is kind of this, hey, we'll let you pitch in Round Rock, see how it goes. If it goes well, maybe we'll give you a big league invite next year to spring training and see if you can compete for one of the spots.
Okay.
All right. So that being said, here's a thing that's also concerning to me, and I don't have any information on this. Kumar Rocker still isn't signed. It says they've agreed to terms, but it's not, as far as I can tell, anywhere that it's official. He has signed the paperwork. It is done because, dude, he needs to pitch.
Yeah.
He did not pitch in 2020 because of COVID at Vanderbilt. 2021, he pitched, and then at the end, he got drafted and he didn't pitch anymore because he needed a procedure, right? We don't know the procedure. It's been quiet. Scott Boras and the Texas Rangers and Kumar Rocker have been very good at not telling us what procedure he had. We don't know the surgery that he had, but he had some sort of procedure, as they call it. Man, he threw 34 innings in, I believe it was 34 innings in Frontier League, independent ball.
Yeah.
He's going to end this season at 34 innings pitched? After only pitching a college season last year and not pitching in 2020, he's 23 years old. I'm just going to be honest with you guys. I know we're excited about Kumar Rocker, and I am too, but if he doesn't pitch the rest of this minor league season after throwing 34 innings and not throwing in 2020, you're looking at 2023, 24, maybe 2025, but more likely 2026. I got to build up his arm strength. He doesn't have a lot of arm strength right now. And you build that up by throwing innings, by pitching. You don't build it up by working out and throwing bullpens. You only build up your arm strength and the ability to handle a major league season by pitching. And so if we're not going to pitch him anymore, because I don't know why he isn't in Kinston or in Hickory right now. I don't know why. But we need to get him going. The high school kid, Brock Porter, you want to take your time with him and Cole Winham. I don't know if you guys remember Cole Winn or not.
Yeah,
but
they
they're
didn't
like,
throw for the first year.
Don't pitch. The best way to not get hurt is not to pitch. And then he really struggled out of the gate, but it was like, hey, I haven't been pitching. I forgot kind of how to pitch. I'm only 18 years old. I kind of need to pitch to learn how to pitch. And so
if you were told not to pitch, would you still go out and throw?
I'd have been furious.
Yeah, okay.
Would you have thought immediately you got drafted by the wrong organization?
I won't say that, but I would have been like, why did you take me if we're not going to pitch?
Yeah. What do you want me to do?
I got to get better. And if I'm going to learn how to be healthy, I got to learn how to put together a routine to be healthy and pitch. So I'm kind of with Kumar Rocker. I'm like, dude, let's get him going. Even if it's Frisco, right? I would not put him in Frisco. My opinion, it doesn't matter, but my opinion is do not put him in Frisco. Put him in A-ball. Let him have 30 innings there or so before the minor league season ends. Get him some success. Bring him into instructional ball. Keep him pitching there a little bit. And then you get the break of pretty much mid-November through January. I wouldn't bring him to major league camp next year. He's not ready to do that.
Yeah.
You bring him into minor league camp, and then you have him pitch a whole season, hopefully part of it in A-ball, the other part in Double-A, and hopefully by the end of the 2023 minor league season, you're feeling pretty good that in 2024 he can possibly help you. But I need to start building his arm strength up.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.
I didn't get to G-Bag Nation.
I mean, everybody should always listen to the G-Bag Nation. Coming up next,
Countdown to camp, the most memorable quotes of the Jerry era. What is your favorite or maybe most cringeworthy Jerry quote? I already know what mine is. 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Two of the You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Jerry Jones press conference coming up at noon o'clock. Then the fellas are going to be heading off to Oxnard. All of our shows, or I should say most of our shows, will be broadcasting live.
All of our shows will be, we're gonna be
Oxnard.
out there, dude. And there's on Saturday we're gonna have Kevin Gray.
Yeah,
Kevin Gray from the Get Right's gonna be hosting on Saturday with every one of us hopping on at some point. Kevin, you're not gonna be with us because you have a baby on the way, and we really respect and appreciate
pregnant?
that, man. Yeah, congratulations,
I can
bro.
see that.
I'm really excited for you, man.
Thank you very much.
Glad that you're naming that baby Corey after me.
I am sorry, Corey. I'm not.
I will nickname the baby Corey.
Corey wasn't in the Bible.
Oh, man, that's a good point.
This is my little ultrasound picture that I carry in my work bag every single day.
Look at you.
For baby Noah.
Do you have a baby toy in there, too? Is that a little baby blanket?
I do not.
Okay.
I do not. But yes, so we will be out there. So to kind of go along with that, what's the most memorable quote of the Jerry era? Now, it could be good. It could be bad. I would like to request to start this segment off too. And I don't know if this counts because I think we might. Did we find what we're looking for? The whole exchange here.
The whole?
But there is
not
one
the whole thing.
specific thing that Jerry said. I think it was to Corey. I think it was just to Corey that I want to hear right now.
Are you embarrassed?
Well, that would be Corey.
That was okay. Just the question. All right.
Oh, okay.
No, I think Lucius specifically has that because he always likes to be like, dude, I just love the way you are you embarrassed?
Okay. Look around a little harder. See if we can find more of that exchange because he does not like that. And he goes, get your damn act together. We're going to have a good show today and everything like that. So that was my favorite quote. Get your damn act together.
Yeah, that was, and there was a lot. That was maybe one of the most explosive Jerry Jones interviews of the history of the Fan.
The other one was when we talked about Jane Slater.
Yes. Oh, that was awkward. That was really awkward. But I was like, I mean, we believe the report, but the moment where I asked him if he was embarrassed, it was an embarrassing loss, man.
Yeah,
like that. It was not. You lost on a Thursday night to the Chicago Bears, a team you should not have lost to.
Yeah.
In a bad way. It was one of those games that by the end of it, you were depressed, and the way that everything was running with that team, they should have felt that way. And I wanted to know from Jerry, and he was upset that day. He was upset from a long flight back. And an overnight flight and all these things. He probably wasn't happy at all anyway. And that was the first question he got asked. It wasn't a great moment for him.
Now, a lot of votes are already coming in, and I figured this one would carry the day from the 972. It's the oil drilling reference, we'll say, is what he said. I've been here 23 years. I've been here when it was glory hole days and when it wasn't. I want me some glory hole.
Yes.
And so people lost their damn minds about that. And with all due respect to it being an oil drilling reference, that is not why it was of interest to people. And everyone had a great old time with that.
That was, I had never heard that before either. As a term of oil drill, I'd never heard it. So when I first heard that live, my first thought was, did he just say what? And then he had to explain it in another press conference later. It'd be like, hey guys, don't worry about that. That's a reference for this. But that is a very memorable. People made T-shirts based on that. And that became the talk of the first day of camp. That's why I'm looking forward to today, because there's no telling what's going to come out of Jerry's mouth today. Not a clue. Steven, Jerry, Mike, they might say something we're like, I can't believe that just happened today.
Well, I have multiple ones. Back when we were interviewing him on G-Bag Nation, when I was doing that midday show, at one point, I can't remember how we compared him to the Washington owner, but his response was, don't compare me to that a-hole.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We had to dump the end part of that from our station, but I thought that was great. And then the other one was when he was comparing his offense, which was struggling, to, at the time, the Rams offense when Jared Goff was taking them to the Super Bowl and they just were rolling with McVay doing a whole bunch of different things. And he got really mad at me for saying, I don't see any comparison between your offense and the Rams offense.
Wow. And he was
he said, that's why you're on radio.
Wow. Somebody sent this in, and I almost forgot about this, even though it's not that long ago, is when he said El Paso.
When he said it to Randy Gregory?
Yeah.
My son.
He said that to Michael Irvin like back in 1990.
Oh, really? So
also.
he's just reusing them like Lorne Michaels?
It was like 30 years apart. I think that's fine.
Lorne Michaels is like, hey, Richard Pryor, I'm going to use the same speech on Dave Chappelle as I did for you.
Absolutely.
I do use that now, though, because my son, he met a girl in Mexico from El Paso, and I'm always telling him, I'm like, hey, when you break up with her, just say El Paso.
All right. All right. There's another one
if they break
that I want to get to. It's fine. You can say when. Is Peyton, he did find the entire conversation.
Oh, my gosh.
Because people are like, I demand to hear that. Let's fire it off one more time.
Win or lose, you answer questions. You know the Tolos and the Cowboys fans want answers today. What answer do you have for how this team is playing right now?
We're not playing very well.
Are you embarrassed? Are you embarrassed as an organization about how the team is playing?
Get your damn act together yourself, okay? Now we're going to have a good visit this morning, but settle down just a little bit.
I mean, as a Cowboys fan, Jerry,
we've got a lot to go over. Now, going with your question, but I'm going to give you the answers I want to give you this morning, and I don't like your attitude to come in. I've been traveling all night, and I don't have the patience to jack with you today.
I understand that, Jerry. I'm just saying, like, emotionally.
Okay, let's get with it and let's ask some questions.
All right.
Right kind of questions.
Shut up.
We want to
so
do a good job here. I want to do a good job with you guys, but there's a whole bunch of time when I have to bullshit the hell out of you.
Mm-hmm. I totally understand that because of some of the answers you just can't give.
Do you understand bullshit?
Well, we just had to drop that twice, so
I just leave it.
Thank goodness for the radio.com app. All right, so now it's the Odyssey app, Catch the Fever. I think that you asked that question.
I felt like the first time you said embarrassed, you got nervous to say that word. But then you said it again in a stronger tone.
Well, he had called an audible, too, because his first question, Jerry usually will talk on and on, is he was like, we didn't play well. And then, like, this is just my interpretation. You can answer it better, is when you decided, like, fine, if that's how we're going to do it, that's how we're going to do it.
I didn't expect that I was going to have to do it that quickly into the conversation, but there we were in that moment. And yes, you're isolated.
Let's play this, the first embarrassed versus the second embarrassed, because I think you got a little bit nervous about asking it, but then you're like, you said it, and then you're like, let me say it again in a stronger way.
Are you embarrassed? Are you embarrassed as an organization about how the team is playing?
Get your damn act together.
Did you hear it? The
second time was stronger.
Yeah.
It's like a little bit of like,
because the awkward silence that came right before it, and I was like, all right, here we go into this question. And you know what? From the 405, you sounded like a clown on that, Corey. You've never asked a damn question like that before, and you wouldn't. You wouldn't have the balls to do that. So good luck.
Okay.
Well, if it's a woman, then she wouldn't.
You're right, Mike. Thank you very much for that.
That's a weird point. But this is also maybe a weirder
Let's talk about
point.
Footballs, though. So
Keep in mind this is a quote. This one stood out for me, and I was like, "What?" At the time, how did it feel to lose Des Bryant in Week 1 and Tony Romo in Week 2? And he said, this was back in 2015. Just about as low as a crippled cricket's ass.
Oh my gosh.
Which
seems pretty low
and confusing.
It's dragging.
And I had never heard that in a million years. Like, at least other ones I could like fathom about some of those things. But like that one didn't make sense to me. I saw somebody text in when he saw Troy Aikman play. He said, all I can say is that he looks good in the shower. Do you remember that from 1989?
I think, I don't remember that because I was really young and that didn't stick out in my mind. But I've gone back and seen that one, and it always makes me go, well, how did he know? Was he walking through the showers, or you just looking at Jerry and going, man, he's got to look great, or Troy and going, he's got to look great in the showers?
Yeah, I thought that was a weird one, but for me, I think it'll be really difficult to overcome the get your damn act together. But I wonder if this is the most famous one. Like, as much as people reference some of those other ones, there are 500 coaches who could have won a Super Bowl with our team.
Man, and he kind of proved it, right?
I will still somewhat, because I don't think Barry was doing a whole bunch, because the way that when you watch the Football Life, I can't remember if it was a Football Life or what it was, but it was on one of those NFL Network type of situations, and Troy Aikman stood up for Barry Switzer to Emmett and Michael because they were so mad that Jimmy was gone and that they were bringing in Barry, and he's like, I'm telling you, I was at Oklahoma. Barry's going to be great. Barry's going to continue this. He has a lot of Jimmy Johnson type of vibes to him, this and that. And Troy was like, I was just so disappointed that he wouldn't lead the way that I remember him leading at Oklahoma. He kind of was just like, no, I'm just here to kind of, but you guys still keep doing it, buddy.
The point was proven. They did win a Super Bowl.
I know it's the worst thing that ever happened in Cowboys history.
They did win the Super Bowl with just with that team.
Yeah.
So like Jerry's point was anybody could do it, and they did it. So
I have 2 bits of good news for y'all. The Rangers were listening to Baseball Nuggets.
It's official?
They just sent out a press release that they have signed Kumar Rocker.
And they're sending him to AAA?
Within the last 3 minutes.
Or he's coming up for the...
They're going to have a press conference, but they have signed Kumar Rocker within the last 3 minutes they made that announcement.
That's huge. I mean... Thank you, Jerry. Just going back to Baseball Nuggets, if you weren't listening, totally understand. You're a busy person, but this needs to get done, and he needs to start pitching. I'm not saying he needs to be in a game tomorrow, but he needs to be sent somewhere, throw a bullpen, and then get him on the mound.
All right. Now, Peyton has apparently, he would like to vote on this as well. He's got his own audio for his favorite Jerry, I guess, quote is what we'll call it. Go ahead, Peyton.
Happy birthday to Mike Baskett.
That's got to be top 3.
It was your birthday, Mike. And he said
it was not my birthday.
Oh.
Okay. Somebody told him that it was my birthday, and so he's like, yeah, I'll just say it. But hey, man, thanks, Jerry. Jerry's an unbelievable person in person, right? I mean, when you see Jerry in Oxnard, probably tomorrow, right? We're going to get in tonight, so we won't see him today, but starting tomorrow, we'll see him on a daily basis there in Oxnard. He's an unbelievable person in person, as in you'll fall in love with him. But then you have to kind of take that step back and go, the salesman in him is just unbelievable. When he leaves that hotel room or leaves his house or whatever, he puts on a show like no other.
Oh, I mean, just think about this for a second. When he bought the Cowboys, and Kevin, I know you know the quotes on letting Tom Landry go. I had to tell him to his face. I wanted to be the one to talk to Tom Landry because he's such a legend. The Cowboys are America, all that stuff that was going on. When he buys the Cowboys and goes out to camp the first time, he doesn't go out there by himself.
Right.
He walks out there and says, Roger Staubach, will you come stand next to me and walk out on this field? Because I need your credibility right by my side.
Yeah.
Like the idea of what it all looked like the optics of everything and how to make yourself look good. He said, Roger, go with me. Because if you're out there, they're not going to boo me. They're going to cheer you. So that was a brilliant part to do. And then last year, when we were out there, he's walking out. Who's he walking out with? McCarthy. And they're doing the veterans thing. Like that was a brilliant move. And every year he does something like that because, hey, how do we get the people happy about what we're doing as the Cowboys?
There's a couple of these that I don't even remember. Is the Dallas Morning News compiled a bunch? I don't remember this one at all. In 2015, as we're getting ready to hear Jerry right here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan at noon from Oxnard, how it felt to finish last in the NFC East in 2015. I'm looking up on my back, and all I see is ass. I want a different perspective. I don't remember that at all. That's a great quote, though.
Yeah, I still, the Johnny Manziel stuff still sticks out to me a lot.
Okay.
Like he said, I'm still so damn mad. I get madder every day about missing him. Manziel would guarantee our relevance for 10 years, and I'm still so damn mad at Steven. And that's like, he was so mad at him because not because we would be winning, but because he would guarantee our relevance for 10 years. That epitomizes what Mike was talking about with hey, how do we stay relevant? How do we stay as the one that is the needle moving? Yeah, it's absolutely moving. Let's go get that Johnny Manziel kid. I'll just be mad at Steven for not drafting him.
Okay, you just said let's go get that Johnny Manziel kid, but when the beginning of that sentence, I think about a different finish to that sentence. He needs a war daddy. And War Daddy, I felt like became a huge, repetitive idea around here when everyone's like, I got to get War Daddy, War Daddy, War Daddy.
I mean, just think about who they got that year. That was the name. I mean, we were saying he's the War Daddy you're going to get. I mean, he ended up being a very bad defensive end in Greg Hardy to have on this team, but that was the name. That was the description they were using whenever they went and got him. And I mean, go back and listen to Broadus talk that year. All right, whenever the question was, should you get this guy or not? And listen to what Broadus says, and he could play on the field. Like he was like, the guy can play, and I think Broadus had a lot of reservation with all the other stuff. But he's like, as a scout, you're asked questions about, can this guy play? Yes, he can play. All right, that's all I needed to know from you today. I don't need to know all that other crap. I just want to know, can he play? If I put him on the field, can he go do it? All right, that's all I need.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we got to move it up today because we'll have Bob Stoops at 11:40. It's time for Gridiron Gravy. Which one is a better use of your money? We'll talk about it next right here on the Fan. But before we get to any of that, want to talk
And is brought to you by Rubin and Associates. We've all probably felt this at one time or another, the feeling of dread to start the day due to credit card debt or maybe a missed mortgage or car payment. Rubin Associates can help you find a way out. Call Mark Rubin now at 1-800-LAWYERS or go to DallasTexasLegal.com. That's 1-800-LAWYERS or DallasTexasLegal.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to have Bob Stoops on the program coming up at 11:41. So we're going to move it up. And right now, go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Old school buttermilk biscuits. I just said it like because it's like old school because I used to do it a month ago.
And there's only one thing we could conceivably start with today. You're familiar with the linebacker Darius Leonard, right?
He's good.
Not anymore. He's not because he doesn't exist.
Oh no.
He is Shaquille Leonard. And he
changed his name?
He would like you to call him Shaquille Leonard.
Was that his name?
I think it was his middle name.
Shaquille is his middle name. And he said,
This is like Joey Bell, Albert Bell?
Yes. He said, everybody within the Colts building knows he prefers to go by his middle name. But he said, coming in as a rookie, I figured I would just go with it. Didn't want to come in as a rookie and say, y'all should start calling me something else. Like when Mitch said, it's actually Mitchell. And then his career fell apart. So I think, I don't know if those two things are related.
Are you suggesting that he is going to fall apart this year?
If he would have stayed with Mitch.
No, I'm talking about Shaq.
Oh, no, because he earned it.
Oh, okay. All right.
Here's the
gotcha.
Here's the concerning part, because you've told me you're not allowed to have your own nickname. So what he said is, I would love it if y'all would try to call me Shaquille, which is perfectly reasonable. And then he said, or D or Maniac, and not Darius.
He's been informally nicknamed Maniac already, though, like by somebody else.
Okay. So you think
in their locker? I do believe because I'm reading it on his Wikipedia page, which has already been changed to Shaquille Leonard, and then right here it says when he requested to be called Shaquille Leonard, because in line with how he is known among his family. So that's a big deal.
But Wikipedia
pages.
If his
are
family calls him Shaquille, I get that. His family doesn't call him Maniac, right?
Maybe.
Do you think they do?
Blast.
There's no way.
Like, does your family
My
call you
family
Corey
still calls me Michael.
Oh, I could see that. I could definitely. Does your family?
Who? My mom?
No, do they call you Corey Majors?
No.
Because that's your fake radio name?
That's my real name. That's fine.
No, what's your real name?
It's Corey Majors.
How often do you get asked that? I still get asked.
I have been asked that.
Well, they're like, what's your DJ name? And I'm like, well, I'm not a DJ, but also this is my real name.
What would be your DJ
Pridemore.
name?
Yes, it would be DJ Pridemore. That would be my DJ name. That is a great bit
I always
right
wanted to go by DJ Edison because I found this watch and it was an Edison watch and I just would always wear it. This guy would be like, "You're DJ Edison," and I just was like, "I'll do that. I think that's okay."
Okay.
And then I hated it.
Oh.
Because I lost the watch or got stolen.
Oh. So we need to get you a new watch?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
That was an old time. That was a long time ago.
Okay. It's one of those you had to take it out of your pocket and wind it every now and again.
No.
Okay.
Is there a lot more stealing in this world, or is it just that it's getting reported a lot?
There are more people, therefore there's more stealing.
But like proportionately.
Yes, there's again, the percentages are about the same.
Okay, so it's just getting talked about.
There are a lot more people, so there's quantity of more.
Let's talk about all the people who are not going to go to or participate in training camp. Orlando Brown Jr. is not going to report to training camp. Jesse Bates not going to report to training camp. Roquan Smith did report to training camp, but said, I'm not going to practice.
Future Hall of Famer.
So
maybe not. I thought he was going to be a future Hall of Famer out of Georgia. That dude was unbelievable.
I did not.
He's good, though. He's a good player.
No, he is a good player.
Do you remember my report on that was...
He gets to the quarterback and no one blocks him? Is that
No,
him?
that was
okay.
Tyrone Crawford.
Taco Charlton.
That was his too. My report on him was he's not going to be the savior of this team. Like everybody wanted him on this team. I can't remember who the Cowboys drafted that year.
He was drafted, I think, before though the Cowboys could pick, right?
Yeah,
I believe so. I'm pretty sure they didn't have the option.
Yeah.
Like everybody was hoping he would fall, or they were wanting a trade up to get him, and I was like, no, don't do that because he's not going to be the savior of this team. But he is good. He's not the best linebacker ever. And I think that's what I was being told he was going to be, even though he was kind of undersized at the position.
All right, let's go from that to would you want to buy this plane ticket? Now, I know you guys already have your plane tickets for today.
We're going to class it up?
Let's go. Well, let's get there early and see if we can.
Do you think it'd be cheaper than what they were charging? Like if the first class.
You think it works like tickets, like Ticketmaster?
Yeah, I do. I think
StubHub?
it does get cheaper the closer you get to the flight. If they're like, hey, if we can make an extra $90, we're not charging $161.
Go check it again. Check it right now. In the meantime, Corey.
You told me to check.
Mike checks it. I need you to talk about
Mike check.
Yeah, Mike check.
1, 2.
You're going to need to save your money because the 1979 John Madden airline ticket from Tampa and then Houston to San Francisco is currently being auctioned off for $10,000.
Well, a John Madden airline ticket.
That's right.
Because he wrote on I thought this was an actual ticket, like on a John Madden Air.
No. We have not started John Madden Air yet.
Gotcha.
But it was on National Airlines. I don't even know what that is. This is the last time he ever flew.
Wow.
So that is currently up for auction. He started in Tampa, went to Houston for the stopover, and then in San Francisco for a total of $700. Is currently being bid at $10,000 for the last plane ticket ever for John Madden.
I don't have the money for that.
Well, but you're too busy upgrading to first class.
I wish I did. Yeah, well, I mean, you got to live life, right? You got to enjoy it while you're here.
Oh, wait. So you're telling me you need a cheaper option. That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right.
I got a cheaper option for you. $5,000 for Joe Namath's personally owned mink coat, a signed magazine, and a signed football.
This is the signed Playgirl. Wasn't he in that? Or was that Burt Reynolds?
I think that was Burt Reynolds.
Okay.
This is an Esquire magazine.
All right.
So
for his coat?
Yeah, that's for his mink
I bet
coat.
That thing stinks.
You would look fancy as hell.
So old. It's going to smell like an old person.
And you might become contact drunk. I don't know if that's a thing, but you just put that coat on and you're like, I really want to kiss you right now.
No, that year he won the Super Bowl?
Yeah, dude.
I remember I watched like the Football Life. That year he decided not to drink as much.
Yes.
Because his teammates were like, it was amazing how good he was when he wasn't drunk. And he was good when he was drunk.
Yeah. So
Dude,
you're not going to bid on that either.
So old.
But it's only $5,000. You said you needed a cheaper option.
Go into like an old person's house and you're like, you smell this? And then you go like to their closet. And
You
you're
know,
like,
here's the thing, though,
you haven't
Corey.
taken this off a hanger in years.
I lose everything.
But then I also remember that's where I developed my love of Werther's Originals.
Oh man!
So
and those little Sun Kiss gummies, you know, like they go in the the.
We need to do a segment at
Christmas
some
bread.
point. The ecosystem of the old person's house. Absolutely, that couch. You better not mess up that couch.
AC's up at 85 today.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Let's go from that to Kyler Murray. We talked a little bit about it in the crosstalk. Kyler Murray's contract extension includes 4 hours of independent study time, and it says each week, excluding any bye weeks. So they're like, bye week, you don't have to study. It's almost like spring break. But otherwise, players shall complete at least 4 hours of independent study each week during the contract. Independent study means players study the materials provided him by the club in order to prepare, including without limitation to any such material provided on an iPad or other electronic device. No credit shall be given for any interval in which the player does not personally study the provided material in good faith. How are they tracking
Is that an incentive or is that a requirement?
That is a requirement.
It's not an incentive.
The contract can become void if player
So that is
does
an
not
incentive
adhere
there.
to that.
This is
I
weird.
guess that is an incentive.
Like you would presume, like Tom Brady doesn't need that,
right?
Aaron Rodgers doesn't need that. Like when Aaron Rodgers was playing in the Super Bowl, there was the legend is that everybody was out partying and he had to go to his hotel room because he wanted to win that game. And he hasn't won all the games, but like those guys, the ones that you're putting up in that category, it's like they already do those things because that's what it takes.
Now, to go along with that, I really would like to know more how they're going to monitor this. Player does not get credit for studying if player is engaged in other activities that might distract his attention, i.e. watching television, playing video games, or browsing the material. So they're like, you can't fire up and finish up Ozarks while you're supposed to be studying. We will not give you credit. Again, how they're monitoring that, I'm not entirely sure.
I think when you watch, I don't know, I keep going to these things that I watch, but when you watch Tom Brady stuff and he's talking about, which I thought was really interesting, when he's talking about, look, going in as a 6th round pick, I knew that my talent wasn't as good as the other guys, but what could I be better than at? What could I be better than them at? And he said, I can study more. I can understand this game to the nth degree. You can't outwork me. You can be more talented than me. You can have better arm strength. You can have more athleticism. And it's amazing to me how tough it is because of how easy the game comes to some people like Kyler Murray in high school and college, that then they get to the highest level and they don't use the examples of the greatest quarterbacks of all time.
Yeah.
Because who are the greatest quarterbacks of all time? You can name them. It's easy to name. They weren't the most athletic. They weren't just pure, oh my God, super talented, can run all over the field and do everything. They were guys that figured out how to manipulate defenses. Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Joe Montana, John Elway, very athletic dude, super athletic. But when did he get great, right? It was, hey, he can manipulate you in ways where he has studied you, he knows your tendencies, and he's going to take advantage of it. I get Kyler Murray's still very young in his career, but this tells us that he is not actually anywhere close to what his potential is. I don't know if he is going to, because he doesn't really care to learn the game of the NFL. He's doing it on pure talent.
Which is interesting because Kevin Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray, all the guys that have come out of there and been Heisman Trophy winners, they all are kind of the same way, where they don't study film because the coach in college gave them, hey, here's what you're going to do. I'll tell you the play. We have a little sign up on the sideline for the best call right now that we see their defense, and they never learned those things.
Let's go from that to Bill Belichick. We told you last week they don't have coordinator titles, and so somebody asked him once again, hey, who's calling your plays? And he said, I think it's important that we all work together and create a great final product. So that's what we're going to do. That's what we've always done. Then the follow-up question was asked, okay, that's cool, but who's calling the plays? And he said, look, I'm the head coach. Ultimately, I'm responsible for everything. So just leave it at that. That's what it is.
Positionless coaching. Like we knew that it was going to morph into that at some point, right? Like I did see this from Ross Tucker. He said Bill Belichick, our good friend Ross Tucker, Bill Belichick said more good things about Mac Jones today than he did about Tom Brady in 20 years.
He said there has been dramatic improvement in Mac Jones. So
I think all the first-class tickets have sold on our flight.
Son of a
gun.
Yeah, Mike.
We should have done it.
Should have done it yesterday.
I mean, it's only $161.
How do we do? What do we do now?
$61 richer.
Yeah, but I made an offer on a Trevor Lawrence National Treasures rookie card. Because I don't know. I'm kind of, this is football nuggets here. I'm excited about Trevor Lawrence and what he can do. Can you imagine if he makes the playoffs, what's going to happen to his cards?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Last things for you, Danny Amendola retired, and the Packers extended the contracts of both their head coach and their general manager. We're the KNC Masterpiece. Coming up next, former OU coach, national champion, and once again, XFL coach in the Metroplex. It's Bob Stoops. Next right here on The Fan.
Go White Sox August 7th. Tickets available at TexasRangers.com or listen and win on The Fan.
In Texas, we're proud to be the flag bearer for freedom. Classic Chevrolet gives you the freedom to choose from one of the largest selections of Silverados in the nation. Reserve yours now at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Right now on the Diamond Factory Hotline, we've got former OU coach, national champion, and once again XFL coach in the Metroplex. It's Bob Stoops. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good to be with you.
Well, we're very thrilled to have you on, especially since in our adjacent room we have an OU person, and then my co-host right here is an OU person. So I'm going to turn things over to Corey Majors, who loves OU and OU football.
Yeah, Coach, I'll get to some XFL stuff, but my wife's freshman year at Oklahoma was the national championship year, and she was like, it's going to be like this all the time. And I was like, well, you can't always expect that. But can you kind of explain how difficult it is to replicate that type of success when you have that a championship season?
Yeah, it really is. I say that, but we were relatively, we went back 2003 and 4 just a few years later, back to back, and couldn't get it done. And that just shows you, I kind of thought we were going to do this all the time too, until we lost in 3 and 4. So. It is difficult, and you look around, and I guess just here recently, Alabama's made it look pretty, pretty routine, but they're about the only one. And overall, it's, it is really difficult to do it, multiple times. We were close, couldn't get it finished. But yeah, that 2000 year was really special to go undefeated and, and just to play as strong as we did down the stretch.
Now, you mentioned Alabama. You were back with Oklahoma for their bowl game this last year. What are your thoughts about eventually making their way to the SEC?
Oh, listen, we've got a long track record against SEC teams overall, so, and it's, it's pretty positive. So we're not, now, we'll be prepared for it and ready for it. I enjoyed our coaching our guys for a month, and they played a really strong game against Oregon there in the Alamo Bowl. So it was, the neat part was how well they embraced me, and really, they were really wonderful and great to work with that whole month. And so, but anyway, OU will, we'll be a strong player in the SEC. I get it. We're not like we're going to win it like we've kind of won the Big 12 for so many years. But we understand that. There's other really great teams, especially at the top, and right now that'd be, Alabama and Georgia both, Georgia's really strong, at least a year ago they were. So, so anyway, but I think we fit well in that league, and I believe we'll do well in the league.
Coach Bob Stoops joining us right now. Coach Stoops, I played baseball and played at the major league level, and I know there's a major difference between how you attack and pitch in college versus how you attack and pitch in the minor leagues versus how you attack and pitch in the major leagues. Can you tell us the difference when you're putting together a system for OU versus XFL? And then I know there is the NFL level. How different are your schemes and your plays, or is it not much different from college to the pros?
I think the biggest difference is just your personnel, your players. Football is football overall. Believe me, there's been a lot of, you see a lot of, in the last 4, 5, 6 years, NFL teams working a lot of college schemes, right? Especially with quarterbacks and whatnot. So I think you play to your personnel with your schemes, and you recruit, draft to your, to your system, but ultimately the players are what win and lose games, and you've got to play to their strengths, and it's all about getting the right personnel, I think, at whatever level you're at.
It's interesting. We always we have a scout on hand at the station. His name is Brian Broaddus. He does fantastic work, and we always kind of talk about team building and where you start building that team when you're recruiting, whenever you're looking for guys for your XFL team. Where do you start? What's the foundation of the Bob Stoops team build?
I think as much as anything, you find those players that love football. They love to practice. They have a passion for it. And it means a lot to them, win or lose, how they play, so it's finding the right character guys with the right passion and love for the game.
When the XFL, like so many of other things, ran into problems in 2020 when the pandemic hit, I know everyone was hopeful that it would come back. Clearly, an ownership change needed to take place for the league. But did you believe that the league would be back in place at some point?
Well, I think what I believed and knew that it was going well. I think everybody was pleased with the fan attendance. The TV viewership was strong and was good and improving. So I didn't know who might buy it, but I figured somebody would because of the beginning success that it had. People were enjoying it again, and I think numbers bear that out when you look at it, fan attendance overall. I mean, the last game at St. Louis, they were over 50,000 sold going in. We averaged 17,000 right there in Arlington, Texas. So, there's a good market for it. So it doesn't surprise me that it's back, and we are. The reason I'm in it is because the confidence in our ownership. When you look at Dwayne Johnson and Jerry Garcia, I mean, these guys, they're real players, and Danny Garcia, I'm sorry, and Jerry is with Redbird Capital, one of our other owners. But this is a strong ownership group that loves football, and they want to make it great. And you look at the track record of all three, between DJ, Danny, and Redbird Capital, they don't lose. So we've got great confidence it's going to move forward really positively.
Now, I do have to know, were you a big Grateful Dead fan since you brought up Jerry Garcia?
Yeah, no, I can't say that I was. No, but anyway, yeah. So we've got a strong ownership group that's really going to push this forward in a really in a positive way.
All right. So have you had a chance to sit down with The Rock, and do you face to face? Do you call him The Rock, or do you call him Dwayne?
You said Dwayne Johnson.
Yeah, I heard you say that, but I didn't know if he's like, no, I'd call me The Rock.
Yeah, we've talked. We've been together. In fact, we just got off a big weekend in Dallas with everybody, all the head coaches, and a lot of support staff around you, and Dwayne and Danny were both there for the whole weekend, so it was great. But yeah, we've talked, and great guy to be around. And no, I when I refer to him out there, I say Dwayne or The Rock. But when we talk, I'm at the point all I say is Dwayne. Yeah, good to visit with you. Great guy to be around, though. Really, just as he appears, really easy guy and fun, good guy to be around and visit with.
Did it take you any time to get used to playing in the baseball stadium? I know you were talking about the attendance and everything, but for a lot of us, it was kind of jarring the first time we saw it shifted into a football stadium.
Well, I hadn't been there much when it was a baseball stadium, so it didn't have that effect on me. So when I walked out there, I saw a full, 120-yard field. The same dimensions I've played on and coached on forever. So no, it was not much of an adjustment for me.
I'm kind of curious, Bob, with the way that college football is rocking right now with NIL. Do you kind of wish, I wish we would have had more of this NIL opportunity while I was doing my thing at OU.
Well, I'm all for I'm all for the players and having an opportunity like this and some kind of financial support, definitely. I worry there's no parameters and no guardrails on it. And so I don't know that this is all sustainable and what it's going to do the next year or two for, college football, which has been so successful and so good. And then you add in, now you could transfer whenever you want. Twice a year, every other year, whatever you want. And that's basically free agency with NIL money without any parameters. I mean, even in the NFL, they've got some guidelines, right?
Yeah.
On free agency and salary caps. Well, right now we don't have that in college football, so who knows where it's going.
Man, we appreciate.
Do I wish I was dealing with it? No.
We appreciate your time very much, Coach. We're excited about the XFL being back in the Metroplex, being back in Arlington, especially since this is the headquarters for the XFL. So we're looking forward to things getting started next year.
We are too. In Arlington, even the last time we were there, man, they what a great area and town. They really support not just, our team, but they love their football there, and the whole the Rangers organization has really been helpful and supportive of us. So everyone there has really just been outstanding, and look forward to being a part of the community for part of the year from here on out.
Well, we look forward to chatting with you when everything gets started next year. Have a good one, Coach.
All right, guys. Good to be with you.
Thanks, Coach.
There you go. Bob Stoops right here on 105.3 The Fan. The only thing, obviously, that we will adjust is tell people to stop calling him during the interview. That is
just
one
tell
thing.
all his friends.
Yeah.
They listen.
He's busy.
Yeah, they should know better.
You think it was Lincoln Riley calling him?
Probably so.
He's like, man, I did not want a part of the SEC.
I did have a Lincoln question. I just didn't get to it. Like, I really do. I wanted to ask, but I was like, there's not a good setup for this. Like, how did you feel? Does that hurt? Like,
were you going to ask him if when Lincoln left, was he embarrassed?
You think that was a bad move? Like, yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Okay.
Was the program embarrassed by that?
Wow. All right, real quick.
Calm back.
We're gonna get to Jerry Jones in just 1 minute, but I meant to ask you, since I was trying to convince you to bid on Joe Namath's mink coat from the 70s. Part of that auction is going to be the highest selling card in history. It is a 9.5 mantle.
Yes. I saw this yesterday.
It is known as 1952.
Oh,
it is
top.
his.
Okay.
Yeah, it's SGC 9.5 mantle. It's known as the Rosen find back from 1985. So it didn't just get graded. It has been graded for a long time. The thought is that the card could exceed $10 million when the auction ends next month.
That's awesome.
It is incredible.
I wonder if that'll be at the National. I really wanted to go. We have Cowboys stuff. I heard Atlantic City might not be the best place to go to the National. So I want to go to the National Card Show one time in my life.
Coming
up. Go to the Dallas Card Show, man.
I do. It's great,
so
but I
better.
also want to see what the National is like.
Never. No, I'll just go to the Dallas Card Show.
I do love the Dallas Card
I'm
Show
going
as well.
there.
Okay, fine.
Coming up next, it is time for Jerry Jones to
Yes!
welcome
Let's do
us
it,
to
Jerry!
Oxnard and training camp. We will hear from Jerry Jones next on your home of the Dallas Cowboys 105.3 The Fan. But.
Oh, I have to turn my mic on again?
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10 will win a 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rangers play the White Sox August 7th. You can buy tickets at Ticketmaster.com or you can win them for free right now. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Since we're also your home of the Rangers. Coming up next, Jerry right here on The Fan.
Blasting out 100. You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We will hear from Jerry Jones imminently on your home of the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
You ready to get pumped up?
I am ready to get pumped up. And in case you missed our giveaway, don't worry, we'll be giving away tickets to the Rangers all week long. But before Jerry pops up, did you see, I got a couple of Cowboys notes for you, that they apparently have no interest in Anthony Barr, who, I mean, they have no interest in most free agents, despite what Steven told us. But does that surprise you at all?
No, for multiple reasons.
Oh, we're ready. We're ready.
Yep,
right here on The Fan. Sorry, Corey.
Hey, can you believe this weather out here? And the first thing that Coach and I talked about this morning was it's just hard to remember how good this weather is out here. And we, of course, are glad to be back. Can't believe we've been coming out here as many years as we have. But all you've got to do is hit this place and under these circumstances and realize that what a great place this is to have camp. We appreciate what Oxnard, of course, is as far as their can-do spirit and what this camp means to them and our Cowboy fans that are here in Oxnard. And so it's great to be here. We always appreciate all of not only the weather, but of course the people, because they're great fans out here. I want to start off by saying that a great friend to all of us, we lost recently, and Ted, and I want to say that that is a loss for all of us, particularly missed when you come to camp and realize how much part of everything he was as the engineer to make everything work for all of us for what we do here with our media presentation back to our fans. But what's really worth noting, because we mentioned Ted when we were thinking about our meeting today with you, and we just really remembered the people that have been a part of this camp that we lost just this past year. Players, Marion Barber, Conley, Neely, Perkins, Reeves, Rayfield Wright. Those are familiar names. A lot of you even have a little more familiarity with them than others. Coach Gary Brown, and then really particularly a real loss for, on a personal basis. And I'm glad she made every camp always. Marilyn Love is not here, and y'all didn't see her as closely as I did, but a lot of you did. And miss her, Janet Scott, and of course we lost Lace. And Stephen and I went over to Jonesboro and were a part of a lot of our staff, certainly our scouts, Jonesboro, Arkansas, when they gave a big memorial to Lace. And Lace held court out here, and I've always, I'm going to get me somebody about a midget to stand up there with me and dress him up like Lace and think Lace is still out here helping us look at the practice with us. But we all need our props and a little memory that goes with it. But here is to Lace, really, and I'm serious about that. Again, it's great to be here. It seems like with the COVID thing a year ago, and then here it just has seemed longer than it has been to be here. We've had quite an off season. We've had things that were directly involved with as football as you can be, with players. We've had speculation. It's for me, I was quickly reminded that we won 12 football games. We obviously didn't get to the result, having won those games, that we wanted to have when we got to the playoffs. But still, it has been an off season full of varied type issues. But one of the ones I want to address directly, because I guess it's the one that probably the one that I have the most sensitivity about, and that is Mike and him coaching. And I want to be real clear. He wouldn't be sitting here today if I didn't think he was the man to lead this team to a Super Bowl. He would not be, and I have choices. And so that's not meant to be insensitive to anybody. That's a fact. And so you guys write about a lot of those choices, and they were there for my use had I wanted them. And no, the guy to my right is who I'm convicted about, have been. We certainly have had things we've addressed, the way we've addressed them in the off season. I think have successfully put together a staff that really, from this vantage point, gives us absolutely the best chance with our makeup and our team to get to the ultimate success. So I want to be real clear about that. We've lost some key players. Those were totally our decision to make those. They weren't they were influenced. Here's what has happened. We've lost 3 really high-profile players. Those players were in the top 10 of our players that make the most money. When you get in that spot, I can tell you, your standards go up. Your bar is higher. Your conduct is higher. Your attention to the team is higher, not just your own performance, but everything. When you have that kind of responsibility, which you do when you have that much of the financial pie. So what I'm trying to say is those decisions were made more about availability than ability. And they were made as to how you arrived at not being unavailable at times. And so let me be real clear. We're in a sport, we're in football, where certainly your skill level and your ability to be a player is why you're even being considered as a player. But more important than anything, these decisions that I made, relative to top players not being here had everything to do with their availability and my concern about their availability. For instance, you could have the exact same player, and if you were paying him one thing, about 10 or 15% of what you're looking at paying him, then you can do that all day long, and you can have half-ass availability when you're paying them about 10 or 15%. The day you're called upon to raise that up about 10 times, then all of a sudden you start questioning whether or not availability should be more in the mix, because those are resources, those dollars he's going to get that can help us win the games with other players. And that is a big thing, and that has everything to do with the decisions we made in free agency this year and putting this team together. Everything with the people involved. Availability had everything to do with it. I'm not trying to talk in pig Latin. I'm trying to be straight. I don't want to demean any player. I love those players, personally. But you have to have number one thing is how we win a football game if you're going to be in the top 10 of paid players, in my mind, for the team. Check I at the door. It's we when you go through the door. Let's see here. That's good. Okay, the rest of this, I just want to be sure I hadn't missed my choice of remarks. I haven't talked to y'all in a long time. I've got some stuff stored up here. But seriously, it is great to be here. It's I lit up like a Christmas tree when I left Texas yesterday to land out here, and I didn't even feel it until I felt it last night when we got here. That's how good it's going to be, and it's great to be with you, those that I've never been here without seeing your face. I'm looking at a couple of them right here. It's great to see you. It's great to be here and getting a chance to compete for this thing as we look forward to the coming year. Now, I'd like to, with no ado at all, just have Mike and have him take over from here and answer your questions and make his remarks. Mike?
Okay. Questions, please. I guess is this where I'm supposed to make a statement? Or?
Your call.
Hey, it's great to see all y'all again. I'll say this, coming in here yesterday, I mean, the drive up the coast and, we talk about the weather, but the environment, year two. I know last year when I came here, I think just like anything, the year one is always there's some angst and uncertainty. And I thought we had an excellent camp last year, and it was I thought it was tremendous on the way we used it as a platform coming out of camp. And I think it definitely showed up in our production of September football and our successful September football start to the season. So just visiting with Jerry again this morning, it is so obvious, what a great environment to train in, and I think clearly we'll be better, in everything that we do just from a function standpoint. I mean, the really only comparable I have for a football team that I can really tie to is last year's sequence of getting ready for the season. And I think our players have done an excellent job coming out of the off season, and they're 5 weeks, off, getting ready. You got the mobility workout going on as we speak. We had the physicals this morning. The information's starting to come in. So we're just very excited about where our starting line is this year compared to last year. So we have an excellent group. We're definitely more experienced in some areas. We have youth that you always have to bring together with your veterans, and I thought our rookie class really knocked it out of the park in the off season of connecting with our veterans and so forth. So just very excited to get going and having a great camp, and also excited about some of the new things we got schedule-wise. And what I'm referring to is practicing at Denver, practicing against the Chargers. So it's definitely going to have a different feel to it. It definitely have some different challenges, but it's great to be here. I think really, Jerry's comments are just really in line with our conversations. I obviously have the opportunity to meet with Jerry in the GM, the head coach realm, and and our conversations are about partnership, direction, vision, and making those things. But also, I do have the opportunity to speak to Jerry, as the owner and to the head coach, and that's really a vast education of so many different things on how. The things that we could do better, from a big realm to make us better. So I think it just really is in line with our conversations. So, and that's really where my focus has always been, is on this partnership. And at the end of the day, we're here to win a championship. And everything I do, I know every single day when I get up. In my younger days as a head coach, I would get, my whole thought process: how am I going to win today? But I think the challenges that that are from the media and all the other things, and it's a huge challenge to be a head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. It's a huge challenge to be a Dallas Cowboy, and I think now being more in tune with that, my daily focus is what affects winning, and that's really where I put my energy and my time into it. You understand the negatives, the narratives that it's part of the job, and that's about as far as it goes with me.
Told us multiple times you don't concern yourselves with the narratives, but I think what Ed was getting at there, is your hope now that we move off that narrative and we can just focus on this football team versus, as you alluded to, Jerry, the other choices that were out there?
Well, I'll say this, I think it's great to see media camaraderie. You're taking up for Ed. That's a first. So, and I guess just when you think you're seeing it all, there you go. So, I think really, I want to focus on football. Part of the job of coaching in this business is there are things out there, and really your family has to deal with it. But other than that, I think even more so ever in this league, because when I look at my head coaching career, since 2006, every single change that occurs in how you train your football team is you got to do it with less time. So whether it's the CBA in 2011, then the last CBA. So the time efficiency and workload capacity is such a key focus for me, and no different than my media responsibilities. I get where you have to ask the questions and the respect that goes with that both ways, but that's really about as far as it goes with me. If I'm going to demand it from the coaches and the players and support staff to keep the focus tight and just keep focused on things that have to do with winning, then obviously I got to do that myself.
Coach, you mentioned the rookies hit it out of the park. Talk about the confidence of Michael Parsons as it increased upon getting more responsibility last year.
Yeah, definitely. I think Micah is, he is a second-year player, and what you look for from the rookie class going into the second year, we talk about it all the time, and it's taking that second-year jump. And when you see Micah, when you get to see him tomorrow, he's lost a little weight. He's had a really good off season. Obviously, year two and how people, look at him and how they'll have to game plan against him. We've had a whole year to implement the schemes around that and make sure we're giving him the opportunities he needs. But, I would definitely put Micah, leading up to this point, he's definitely put himself in a position to take a big second-year jump. And, and that may not show up statistically, but, it's really his impact definitely will be a big part of our defensive success.
Jerry, you referenced in your statements earlier the offseason a couple of times. From a personal standpoint, this past year with the losses you had to those close to you and some other family issues, has this been the most challenging personal time during your ownership? And how does that juxtapose with what you were doing off the field to try to get this team better going into this season?
No, I've first of all, let me say, being with the Cowboys for 33 years, the bumps just don't feel that big. It's almost like you feel like Herschel Walker running and it just bouncing off. There's so much more that's important when any one issue hits you. Now, you do get a lot of issues of varied things, personal, business, and of course football, and the way we operate wide open, we operate on the edge, we do, and I know that. And so when these things come, by the way, more often than not, if you have something that is perceived as disappointing, get ready, it's coming. And it won't just come from the football standpoint, it'll come from other areas. That's the visibility associated with the Dallas Cowboys, whether it be personal or whether it can even be business. It just goes with the territory, kind of like Mike's talking about here. But the pluses to get to be involved today, and that plus side of it kind of is a buffer, if you will, so to speak. This particular off season, we've had varied things come up, both from the standpoint of league as well as from the club, and those have their own narratives. They have their own issues involved in them, and they're varied. And I've got my fingers in a lot of things. And so you're likely to have some of them be criticized or reported on or opinionated on, so to speak. And so that's life. And but the thing that you want to do is take. Let me back up. The thing that that I had before the Cowboys prepared me a lot for the type of criticism that we have now, and the ambiguity and the risk-taking. I was actually as prepared by being in the types of things, business I was in. And being with the Cowboys and the NFL and all of the convoluted ways that you are experienced there prepares you to handle things away from the Cowboys. And so none of them get too big. Now, Maryland was a setback. That's tough. Is a little different than talking about a lot of the things that we're interested in here, as you well know, and you've all, I'm sure, experienced personal issues. But Maryland was vital. This first training camp I've ever been to, that Maryland wasn't doing my stuff out here at the time, and balancing a lot of areas. So again, the off season has not been trying. It's been for me with resolve, and that's why I opened up with the talk about how the changes that we have made relative to some key players. And the resolve we need, I felt personally, and it's consensus, I think Stephen feels that way too, that we could do some doctoring up in areas of just how important is it to people? How important is it to us? Because we put a lot out there for the fans and a lot for the Dallas Cowboys out there. And we're not screwing around. And so we need to do some things, everything we can possibly do to win the football game and make the first downs. And so it all kind of goes back there. As misplaced as it might be, that's where it goes back on a personal basis with me.
Jerry, you spoke about wanting Mike McCarthy here. Did that come with a contract extension for him at all?
Excuse me?
You spoke about wanting Mike McCarthy to be here as your head coach and your confidence in him. Did that result in a contract extension? Come on.
It has not. Any other questions?
Appreciate you pushing.
Any other questions? Any other questions?
That's the way to show confidence, right?
Well, not necessarily. Not necessarily. I don't get contract extensions. You know, when you got your ass out there a little bit, you can. No, I'm. Don't want to at Mike's expense or our expense here, but no, we're in good shape. We have years left on our contract. As far as my answer to that question.
What does that mean, years left on the contract? Are there years past this one?
Well, don't you know the terms? Have we never gone public with the terms of the contract? But there are years past this one, and that's all I'll say.
Mike said he's here to win the championship. You talked about commitment and resolve to win, and obviously the biggest goal is to win the championship. Have you guys done enough this offseason to win a championship this year? Is the commitment there for what you've done in the offseason to win a championship?
I thought we had a team put together last year that was healthy enough when we got to the playoffs, which is always my fear is how healthy we're going to be in the playoffs. I thought we had a team put together. I knew we were going to have adjustments to this team coming into this year. You always do. But I knew we had a couple of our best shots out there financially last year. And so before we even started the season last year, I knew we were going to be making some adjustments with our players this year. We had it teed up pretty good. And in my mind, we made a hell of a run at it. We got disappointed, but we made a big run at it. I think we're in better shape today to make a run at it than when we were sitting here this time last year. And I say that following what I said right before that. I thought last year we had a chance to make a heck of a run at it and had people in place that if we were healthy enough, we might get them. And I think we're in better shape.
Based on why? Why do you think you're in better shape?
First of all, this guy's sitting right here with what we know that we didn't know this time last year. Not me about him, but about our team, what we know about our team. But I will say it one more time. This guy's sitting right here. The staff he's got. I like this staff. And I frankly like the makeup of the players 1 year later that were on this team last year. And I like the new players that we brought on. You say it's hard to count on a rookie. A rookie has a trouble making that kind of impact. We're fresh off seeing one make a hell of an impact in Micah. So I know it can happen. Does that happen often? No. But can you get a player or players that can come in and be real impactful, not just come in and play well, but be impactful? That's possible. We got a couple of shots at that.
It seems like more is based on projections and possibilities than known factors. Is that accurate?
It's always projections. It's always. The day that the veteran players, are they tailing off? the rookie players, are they coming? It's always measuring, sitting right here. We're almost 2.5 college seasons away from being in the playoffs. Okay? We've got about 20 games to go before we get to the playoffs. You'll have some veteran players not be what they were by the time you get to the playoff. You'll have some young players become better than they were. It's always measuring how they're going to get there. Really, only God knows that for sure. But our assessment of that and how we bet on that relative to what we spend to get there, since that is limited and a part of the game, that's the game. And you start making that when we started last year, when we decided to extend or we decided not to extend players.
Zach Martin said yesterday that this is a chance to create your identity out here, begin that process. He would like to see a team that's tough physically and more disciplined than you guys were last year. Obviously, you led the league in penalties. In that regard, how much are you in agreement with that, creating that identity, and how do you go about doing it specifically?
Well, I mean, every year you set out to recreate who you are as a football team, because the reality is you don't get to carry over things from last year. So, but you obviously have that experience of last year. But our team identity is disciplined, grit, and fundamentally sound. So, as we build that each and every year, we definitely need to be better in the area of penalties. We're going to focus on that. And the one thing about the penalties, it really falls under the category, when you talk about team identity, is in the category of discipline. At the end of the day, when you're trying to establish a play style, which, I felt like we hit the target last year. We were up and down in year one with our play style. But when you approach your play style, we're not trying to be disciplined and then play just hard enough. We come from another angle. We want an aggressive, physical play style, and we cross the line too much. So our discipline is pulling back. This is not a group that I have to push forward. And that's very important in how you train in the reality of the mistakes that are made and how we need to, tighten it down. So our play style and the way we attacked the season last year, that's what it looks like. But the discipline in that, we need to be better. We've identified with that. We've addressed it, and it has to be part of our daily function. But I do not want to lose the play style that we've established. So that's the goal. So we're going to aggressively cross that line, but we do need to be much more disciplined in pulling it back, because particularly the pre-snap penalties, that's the one that we need to eliminate and definitely cut that way back, because that's, there's no need for that. But if you look at the, our operation at the line of scrimmage and just the things that we did in the offseason program, I thought Kellen, the offensive coaches, Dak, and the quarterbacks in the center, the extra time that we made, we need to be much better there, and that's the reality of it.
How much of that is about coaching and players understanding what they need to do?
Well, it's all about the connection. I mean, the physical part, each and every year you have the opportunity through player acquisition to build a 90-man roster. And I think Jerry's already hit on this, where, the way that roster comes together, you always have some level of projection and anticipation. So we have a really good blend of veterans and rookies, but yeah, we need to really stay after that and connect, because this is more about the emotional connection and the process towards productivity on a daily basis. Our guys know what's expected from them mentally. We've been able to get all 8 installs in through the off-season program. We had tremendous, I think we were 97% of all the workouts that were available for our whole roster. We're as a target, I would challenge that against anybody's off-season program. So our players have put the extra time in to get themselves ready physically and mentally for this opportunity. Because this opportunity is about the emotional connection, the productivity, the ability to play with play style. You don't get to put pads on until next week. So, our window to get real football is very tight. And that's just the reality of how we go about this. So it's a process. The penalty was too high last year, and it needs to be an experience that we need to learn from.
You guys, the Dallas police have said that Kelvin Joseph won't face any charges. Can you talk about how he responded this offseason after that episode and what he did, and what do you expect from him in this camp? What do you want to see from him?
you ask?
Who are you talking to?
He asked Mike.
Oh, I thought you said Jerry. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I usually don't get 3 in a row up here. This is Jerry's press conference. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was for you. Kelvin, I thought Kelvin, obviously after this, being involved in that situation, showed humility to his teammates. We had this, the internal discussions and so forth, but he was a full participant in the off-season program, and I think he's put forth the energy and the focus that he needs to moving forward.
Any word for the league leaders with the most salary cap space left? Why would you say that is, and what is kind of the plan going forward there?
Well, I think, one of the things when you talk about how are you going to get better, as Jerry mentioned, availability, consistency. I mean, it's time to give some of our young players like a C.D. Lamb, like a Steele and a Tyler Smith and a Willetsko and a Ball, the opportunity to step up. I mean, that's what you look for in these players. Same thing, in the defensive line. You get a draft of Sam Williams, you got a Fowler, you got a Dorrance Armstrong, which may have been hard to keep. I mean, we have a good young roster over the last 2 or 3 or 4 drafts, that are going to be coming up and that we're going to want to keep around here because we do like our foundation, our young foundation. And so I just think it's time for these players to get the opportunity to step up. And when they do step up, of course, they're going to want paid too. But who's to say where we are with how this roster is going to look like when we get 8 games into the season, when we get to the end of the year. I mean, we'll continue to look for ways to improve our roster and make this team better. So we feel really good about our young group. And as you said, Clarence, projections. Maybe you can say they're projections. We've got a lot of resources tied up, whether it's draft collateral or, what we think of these young players. And really feel like at the end of the day that they're ready to take the next step, just like we had confidence in Zach Martin and Tyron Smith and Travis Frederick when they walked in the door, and we plugged them in and they played well. And some of these guys just need the opportunity to get more chances. I mean, a Michael Gallup, he's coming off his injury, but he's a guy who you'd like to see get more chances to get balls. And I'm just looking forward to see what this camp brings for our young group. We certainly do have some dry powder if we need to use it. I've always said about cap space, it's where you've massaged it to that point. I mean, you can create cap space. You cannot have cap space if you want to have it out there looking like that to where you can create it when you want to. But I do think we're sitting in a good spot, one, to see what these young players can do, but two, if we need to make improvements to this roster and there's opportunities to do that, then we'll look at it.
Jerry, now that Joseph has been cleared by Dallas Police, any clarity from the NFL on his availability in their investigation into the personal conduct policy?
No. As far as you're asking me specifically, have they addressed that? No, not at all. And that's what that is. That's best for me to answer just with not necessarily.
As a rule of thumb, how far into preseason might you go evaluating these young players with some of the veterans that are still out on the market before you say, maybe we should reinforce a little bit?
I don't think there's a definitive time, Brad. I think it's just, you're getting a feel for your team as we practice with Mike and his staff and our scouting staff. We'll monitor what we think's going on. We've been doing it for the whole off season ever since the end of the draft. We've had our rookies in there, and as Mike said, he thinks they've done a tremendous job of doing things the right way. So obviously we feel good about what we've seen up till now. But you don't play this game in shorts. You don't play this game in T-shirts. You play it in pads, and certainly, we're going to have an acclimation period here that's longer than others. So we're going to have to kind of hurry up and wait again once we get here. But it'll be something that we're monitoring. But I can tell you this: it's a good, educated projection, if you will, based on what we've seen. Obviously, we feel like we really did our homework in the draft. Really feel like we got a good draft class. Feel like what we did in free agency, we feel comfortable that we've helped this team. And not unlike Jerry, I feel great about our football team.
This is the first time you'll have a 3-game preseason. How will that impact the way you evaluate
Well, I think it's going to be impactful. Clearly, I think just not only the 3 games, but also practicing against 2 other teams. Will be part of that formula of how you get the veterans ready and the opportunities of the young players. I mean, we're going to have our young players going to play a lot of football in these preseason games, especially the first 2. So, yeah, it's definitely a different formula when it comes down to play time and opportunity, and it's a challenge. I mean, that's a big part of coaching in today's league. I mean, you think about your first 10 practices at training camp. I mean, you go back to the 90s. I mean, 40% of your first 10 practices are in helmets, in shirts, and 2 in shells. So, I mean, that is all part of the challenge of, assessing the talent, getting the younger guys and the older guys to blend together, because, it doesn't matter how long you do this. When the offensive guard and the tackle come off in a combination block, it just doesn't happen the first time you put on pads. You need the reps, you need the footwork, you need those padded practices to get the pad level and all the particulars in order. So, because you look at our first week, it's going to be, ramp up. Second week is a huge week for us because it's our padded work together, and then, by week 3 we're heading up to Denver. So, it's the window's tighter, but we're as good as the platform and the foundation we built. And you look at last year, I mean, our defensive rookies made strong contributions in the first 4-5 weeks of the season. You go back and look at the play time of our rookie class on defense, there's a probability that may be the same on offense this year. So my particular experience in this, I coach as a head coach over a decade where, veteran free agency wasn't really part of the everyday formula. So you always have had to count on our young players. Our young players will impact our success early in the season. That's what history tells you, and that's really the way we're approaching it.
Jerry, how have you gone about communicating your sense of urgency for this season to your organization, especially to your coaching staff?
Told them I got a birthday coming up here real quick. I don't have time to have a bad time. It ain't on my schedule. But no, I'm not so sure that's a joke. That's the way it is. But I think more is made of how you communicate. When I visit with the team more often than not, I point to our stadium, I point to our facilities, and I say, guys, if you think anybody's going to give you something for nothing around here, this doesn't happen. Okay? For nothing. We mean business. We've got to have people who mean business. This takes a lot to put this show on. You need to do your part. That's about as it's time that if they're rookies that they're put that equation together if they hadn't already. Now the fact they're sitting there drafted in some cases means they've put some of it together. They saw the importance of what a snap could mean for them. I like to use the term that if you stepped out there and knew that every snap was going to change your life, everybody you're going to love's life for the rest of your life, and people that you love today, if you will look at it that way, you might have more urgency with that snap at practice because it could mean that for you and your family. And so to me, that's how I would go about it, but that's not different than it has been.
You said you feel better about the team now than you did a year ago today. What do you need to see from Dak this year to achieve that potential?
Well, I don't want to see him throw a ball halfway the length of the field and strain something out here the third day. And so that would start. That's for starters right there. And I don't think we'll see that. And that's just Dak. And but no, one of the things that make me say that the most is that Dak does have last year behind him, and he's got several years behind him now. And I feel like we have one of the best people at that position and one of the best people. that a team has in the NFL. He's a big part of my optimism.
Jerry and Stephen, when you look back, I think it's been 15 years since this team has gone to the playoffs in back-to-back seasons. When you look back on what you haven't been able to do, is that a big part of it, not, living in the moment, doing 2 or 3 years of putting yourself in the playoffs to kind of get some traction? And do you feel you're better suited to do that this season than you've been in a while?
My curse is that I don't spend a lot of time on my mess ups or the what didn't go right. I hang on, I really do. This isn't a pep talk, you're getting here, but I really do go to the successes. And I go right past. You say, well, you learn from how you might have done it differently that got you there, but hopefully there's some of that. But really, I don't spend a lot of time. I started to get some games and some seasons and some stats together for visiting with you today a little bit, and I decided against it over the last several years. But I don't look at that. Today is today, and this season is this season. We're here, and some of us aren't here, and so that motivates me to live in the day. And so we're going to give it everything we've got. We're giving it everything we got. If we could have spent everything we have available in the cap, and we could have spent it and mortgaged some more, if I thought it was the best way to win this year or win in the immediate future, then we would have done it. If your logic shows you that. And I have done it. And anybody here that realize that I'm a risk taker, and I'll take them with the best of them. And so my point is, what you see is the best I got here. And what you see with what we've got available to us in our cap, that's the best spot to be in my mind. And I'm a risk taker. So we've got a little dry powder. That's not necessarily for this season. That cap room is available for future as well. We all know that. And so, you sum all of that up, and you got our best shot. What you're seeing right here today as we go. Tomorrow is another day, and we, not that have anything in mind, but that I do believe in changing your mind and would in a second if it'll help our team.
When we look at Ezekiel Elliott's contract, there's a little bit more position flex after this season. I know he was dealing with a PCL injury last year that he was aggravating, but when you think about Zeke, how important is this season for him?
Well, I think every season's important to every player. I mean, that goes without saying. And, no one competes like Zeke in my mind. I mean, that's one of his top of the list of his redeeming qualities. And, there's a lot of players, you see around the league that, if things aren't just right, then they'll sit down. That's not Zeke. He wants to be out there for his team, his teammates. And I admire the hell out of that and what 21's all about there. So one thing's for sure, we're going to get 21's best effort week in and week out. And he's a great football player. And, his physical style obviously lends to him getting some bumps along the way. This is a very physical, don't have to tell you how physical this game is. And no one thinks more Zeke Elliott than this organization.
Stephen, with Dalton Schultz, why was it the franchise tag the best route to go with him?
We tried. I mean, it wasn't that we weren't necessarily talking about a long-term deal. It just gets into the, not unlike DeMarcus Lawrence, who's ended up being a stalwart here, a foundation player for us, not unlike Dak Prescott. We know what we think of him. Sometimes it's just, when you're getting your hands around what this team's not only going to look like this year, but look like in the future, then, you have to kind of play that hand that way and certainly understand where Dalton's coming from. I mean, he represents everything we want in a Dallas Cowboy on and off the field. Jerry talks about being available. Dalton's available. Game in, game out, week in, week out. He's an available player who plays at a high level. And so it's not that we didn't want him on a long-term deal. It's just, getting to the right answer on that. And I think we ultimately will. I think Dalton's going to be a long-term Cowboy here. It just didn't work out to get the long-term part of that figured out this time around.
You pointed out that you focus on successes more than failures. With all due respect, what successes are you focusing on that over the last 20 years that say you guys are going down the right path?
And again, I appreciate your tenderness. I felt like that we've done some things that got us a lot closer than those zeros in that championship game column show. I think we legitimately had 3 or 4 shots that we could have had another one. And the things that we did to get to where I could say that, in other words, those teams that had us close enough to think, but for a play, a ruling on a catch, those type of things, that you might have had you another Super Bowl or you might have had you another playoff, that sustains me. Because I know it wasn't just the one play. It might have been symptomatic. It's what you are, as a good friend of ours said, but it's not symptomatic. I can have the luxury of, from within, being able to really analyze the deals that I didn't do or that we didn't do that we could have done. You don't see that. You don't know how close it was or how far away it was with a negotiation, for instance. So I do. I know. And I know when maybe it's not even recognizable to the public of what we could have done and didn't do it and might have made a difference. So I know all of that. And so I can live with the fact that we have been closer than the zeros we have in line here over these last years you're talking about. That sustains me. That's food for me. And so that keeps me going. That's not a loser you're talking to, although it sounds like it. What it is someone that wants to go again and feels like that we've got the tools to win it. And when I look around at the teams that have been involved in the Super Bowls that I've been involved in, or the people that have been involved in the Super Bowls then I'm thankful for the Super Bowls that I've been involved in. I'm thankful for the record that we have had over the last years. We have a criticism this year. We won 12 games last year. I couldn't live with myself if I didn't get a little bit of feel good out of those 12 games. I understand where our fans are, and they should understand where I am. That's not enough. But it's enough to go again.
Jerry, with all that said, what would qualify as a successful season coming up?
Well, I need to win it. I need to win it. But I'll be candid with you. There's degrees. I want to be fair to everybody concerned. We need to be in the playoffs. We need to be viable in the playoffs to be a successful season.
Jerry, how can Dan Quinn coordinating this defense for the second year help get you there?
Say that again, please.
You said we need to be viable in the playoffs. How can Dan Quinn coordinating this defense for a second year help you reach that goal?
Oh, well, I think he did a great job last year. He works, his biggest reason he's here is sitting right to my right, by the way. And so build on that. A lot of building that can go on there. And these guys are imaginative. And they'll try it on. And they'll change it up on you, too. All of that I like. And so I know their relationship, which is everything here. And that you can sense that, and the players sense that. They know where that confidence level, it's unique. I haven't seen that many times in my 33 years with the Cowboys, where everybody realizes how good they work together.
Departures in the wide receiver room. How have you seen CeeDee Lamb grow, change?
I think the biggest thing with CD is, just like most young players, is he's given more opportunities just based off of, the position he's playing, whether it's the flanker position, the F position, his ability to line up in a 2x2 in a 1 slot, and a 3x1 in a 3 spot, in a 1x3 in the 2 spot. So just the flexibility of opportunities, which obviously we're going to need as an offense because the way the defense will focus on him. So I think he's had a very nice, path to this point. If you look at his production last year, so he's definitely ready. And but he when you talk about the flanker position in this offense, that is the premier number 1 spot for our receiver group.
Tracking at this point.
I'm sorry?
Where do you stand from a physical standpoint? Will Gallup be on the club? Is Cox-
We're still working through that. The information is still coming in from the training room, so but I don't know. We'll get that to you when it's completed.
Steve, when we look at the landscape of these quarterback deals that have come down lately, do you have to start looking at maybe extending out Dak and thinking about cap flexibility going forward?
Well, as you know, one of our biggest challenges was length, and obviously, it's going to be popping up again real quick because we went along with the shorter length. So you pay attention to these all the time, and certainly, we'll always going to be thinking about Dak and how he affects us, and from a salary cap standpoint. But yes, I mean, he's always in the back of our mind when you're managing the salary cap with this football team. He's a big part of it, and obviously well deserved. I know, at the end of the day, he's a common theme in why we're so optimistic about this team being very successful this year. It starts with number 4. So, he's always, a big part of our planning and what we're thinking about with him.
Contract year for Tony Pollard. The better he plays, his price is going to go up. You mentioned that earlier. How can you continue to maximize both him and Zeke on the field? Do you see a long-term future with both Zeke and Tony Pollard on Zeke?
Yeah, I think that's possible. I mean, at the end of the day, obviously, with Mike's leadership, working with Kellen and the offensive staff, I think they do an outstanding job. You start talking about, maybe not having quite the depth in the receiving room. Obviously, Tony can make a big difference, getting the ball in his hand in the open field. And I know Mike and Kellen have come up, will continue to come up with great ways to use those two together. That's why we have them here, is to get creative with guys like Zeke and Tony. And certainly what we see and what happens this year on the field will play a big role in how we move forward.
Does that APY that you're seeing for quarterback contracts, people scoffed at Tony's back when it was like in the 25 million range, 40 with Dak. Does it motivate you to start thinking about that extension so you don't get into some of those messy numbers? For instance, Mahomes was a pretty good deal for Kansas City when you look back at it.
Well, I think anytime you have a franchise quarterback, and we're blessed to have one in Dak Prescott, then that's just the life you live. I mean, we lived it with Troy, we lived it with Tony, we're living it with Dak, and that's a good thing. I mean, to me, that's a blessing that we have a guy like Dak Prescott, who not only is a great, great football player, but he's a better man off the field, and leadership on the field, what they're doing right now in a weight room, and what he does with these guys is just hats off to him. We've just he's very unique in that way, and again, that's why we're so optimistic about what this football team can do.
But you don't plan on shifting that 20 million over there anytime soon.
We'll be working on Dak always. He's a work in progress.
Stephen, earlier you mentioned opportunities for offensive linemen to step up. When was the last time you entered a season with this many question marks on your offensive line?
We don't look at them as question marks as much as we do opportunities. These guys deserve a chance. I mean, they've been, in behind one of the better offensive lines in the league for the last 10, 12 years. So it's been very difficult to step up and take Tyron Smith's spot, Zach Martin's spot, Lyle Collins' spot. I mean, those are big challenges. And I just look at it as not question marks as much as I do, opportunities for some very skilled players that our not only did our scouts think a lot of when we drafted them, but what our coaches think of them now. So, like I said, I don't look at it as question marks. I look at it as it's going to be a great competition for guys to get an opportunity to step up and be the next great offensive lineman for the Dallas Cowboys.
Jerry, you opened this talking about the weather here and all that. Besides the weather, what's the best part or the main reason why you guys keep coming out here?
Well, I like to bring the Cowboys to California. I like the national aspect of it. Y'all write better articles. You tell me if I'll go to camp and we have a media party that you'll be sweeter to me in your comments. So a lot of that is at play here. But seriously, it's weather, but it's also tradition, and there's a tremendous amount of tradition. I've had the opportunity recently to be spending time with some of our most respected storytellers, not just in sports, but in all content for media. And as you know, with all of the different users of content today that you have, not just the networks, you have a lot of people doing documentaries and stories and things like that. It's in vogue. And so we've been, as our chairman on our committee, media committee, we've been looking at ways to align with those storytellers, the Glazers of the world, these people, the Howards of the world. And they talk about almost any meetings I've had with them. They've talked about some of the storied aspects of us being in California and of how they'd had the opportunity to do this story, that story, and how young people now, as a matter of fact, in one group that I interviewed, one or two of the people in there had been to our camps as little boys. And they're at, when we were at Thousand Oaks. So anyway, speed it up here. California is a great tradition for us. We've certainly got our 16 years here, 43 in all out here in California. And it's just a great tradition. And we go out of our way to make it happen. As you know, we'd like to do and are doing a part of our camp back at the Star. And we like to do that. We want to do that. I miss San Antonio. That's very important that to me, that we give the credibility, not credibility, but the how big San Antonio is to the Dallas Cowboys. And I miss that. But this is very important for us to do. So you wrap all of that together, and this is a great place for this franchise to do training camp.
Jerry, speaking of tradition, there are probably about a half dozen players, give or take, from before you owned the team, who are Ring of Honor worthy. Where do you stand on looking at those guys and honoring them?
Brad, I've been waiting on you. You usually are the first through the door about these guys. And of course, I get to hear from a lot of ex-Cowboy players relative to the Ring of Honor all the time, not just at a point in time. And so that the point that I'm getting to here is that with a lot of input, which I've always had, I'm carefully considering where we go from here as to when and how we do our induction. We've got some guys that certainly played well during the time that aren't in there during the time that I've been involved with the team. So those are easy, or easier, let's put it like that. And so it will, I don't do this at a specific time. And I do play the music a little bit as we get into the season. And I like really this ceremony when it's done, or recognition, not in any way to dismiss the importance of what the individual has done. But Tex Schramm gave me some real marching orders, and I mean serious marching orders. And he said, keep that number small, and he said, don't you do it by committee. He said, you'll get up with the biggest mess on your hands you've ever seen. And said, just be your call and make it, particularly work to make it basically formalized, timing or when or who or how many. And I've got that. And that came from the guy that put the Ring of Honor up there. And ours is one of the best Ring of Honors and most successful I think I've seen or know about. So again, I'm giving you what's so that I can say I don't have a time or who for the Ring of Honor today.
Jerry, your first 5 years in the league, you guys were winning Super Bowls, you're playing in NFC Championship. Last 25, that secret sauce has left you. Do you know why? Can you figure out? Is it standard lowered? What's going on there?
Well, the secret sauce, the genie, whatever you want to call it. That's why we're here, to be trite. We're trying to find the secret sauce to get us another one. And it's about as, it's certainly the most challenging thing that I've ever been involved in. And have been involved in a lot of things, but putting it together so that we can get a team to win the Super Bowl has been real challenging, I admit it, and it's given me that much more resolve to get it done. But I don't know about the secret sauce. I've had a lot of sauce too. Hey, as a matter of fact, I've had several people recommend when you don't get in the Super Bowl, what you do is drink a lot.
This will be the last one.
CD and Noah are your only wide receivers who have caught a regular season pass from Jack. Multiple of your newcomers have missed meaningful time in the spring. Are you comfortable with that reality right now at wide receiver? If so, why are you comfortable with that, and how over the next several weeks can your comfort grow before week one? Whomever.
Yeah, I'm extremely comfortable, and I think it really goes back to what we talked about earlier. There's always a jump that you have to have with every team that you put together. So there's always going to be a void of experience where your youth has to step up and contribute, and I have great confidence in that. I have a lot of experience at it. So, and I think when you see a leader such as Dak, it's because it's always the extra. It's the workout. So away from the off-season program, whether it's in Miami or at his home. So it's the details and the extra reps and so forth, because that's just the climate that we work in now. And I think our players are definitely of the right mindset. These guys spend a tremendous amount of time together, away from the facility, and that all those things are important. So the youth of our football team will factor early in our season, and it'll probably be at the wide receiver position. I think you have to anticipate that. That's the way we're training the team, and that's the formula that's going to be part of our success.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, there is Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, Mike McCarthy talking, welcoming everybody to training camp. We're not going anywhere, but just in case you forgot what station you're listening to, there's this.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Go low, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I told you. I was just there to help you out, just to remind you, just in case.
He feels better about this team than last year's team.
There was a lot to take away from that. One of the first things that popped into my head, and I don't know if y'all are interpreting this the same way as I was thinking about it, is Mike McCarthy talking about not entirely understanding what came along with this job. Like, I know all jobs in the NFL are complex for their own reasons, but he was like, Yeah, he said something to the effect of, I didn't entirely know, and I know now. And that was interesting, if not like a little concerning to begin with. Like, I kind of wonder if Jerry explains that to people like, hey, this is not an NFL job, right? Like, this is a different kind of deal.
As in, like, so many, you're going to be looked at under a microscope on everything you say.
Yeah.
Every decision you make and everything we do. And you can either take each one of them as very personally, or you can let some of them slide and try and decide which ones matter the most, right? Like, I think that is a big factor, and you're getting criticized more nationally than you would anywhere else. It's just not going to happen anywhere else.
Like Mike used the example before is the other day, Kyler Murray signed his deal and everyone's like, oh yeah, interesting. And then like, oh, he has to study 4 hours. Oh, anyways. But like, if Dak does anything, holy crap, did you see what happened with Dak? Did you see what happened with this or that? Like, it's a different deal. It's a different level of attention. If Zeke was not on the Cowboys, people would be like, oh yeah, it sucks that he's not that great anymore. But like, because he's here,
Right.
What are the Cowboys going to do with Ezekiel Elliott? Like, it's so different. It was
every
interesting.
roster move becomes a national storyline.
Yes. It was interesting to though. I guess I am surprised. I was about to say I'm not surprised. I am surprised because I appreciated his honesty there, even if it worried me a little bit that he was like, I guess I didn't fully understand all the things that went into that. Now I do. And we're all on the same page. I was a little surprised. I appreciated that. I felt like that was a really honest answer right there, but also a little concerned that he didn't know what all went into the job that he took.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like all the coaches should understand that. That's why whenever I hear Sean Payton and I think of that name, and I know Jerry wanted to make it very clear that there are years left on Mike McCarthy's contract.
Man.
How many? There are years left on that contract. Listen, you know how many years are left out. It's public. That's what he basically told Jane there was, listen, all that information is public. Don't worry about it.
Did it feel like he was talking about Sean Payton too there? He goes, I am well aware of the options
all my
that
options.
were there.
And if I wanted my options, you guys have reported on them. If I want them to be here, they would be here. But when that name comes up, that's a guy who coached here who understands that job, right? Like he understands. He didn't experience it with the Saints.
Right.
They're not on the same level, but winning a Super Bowl, I'm sure that he had a week or a couple weeks of that kind of media too. But he's also been in the limelight in a lot of different ways as well. So I think he laps that up. I think McCarthy was like, man, this is kind of be like Green Bay, to show up. We concentrate on football all the time, and that's all we got to worry about. And I don't think that was quite the experience he's gotten in the first 2 years, especially even having a quarterback like you said, not just Dak in particular, but the quarterback of the Cowboys. That's always going to be a topic. So for McCarthy, he has to handle those things too.
I wonder this, and I know this is a little bit off topic, but from what like they talk about Dak and everything, and then McCarthy, and I wonder if Mike McCarthy does feel limited with Dak to what he's had. He's had Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, when we're comparing Dak to Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers, he doesn't compare. But he is a really good quarterback in the NFL. But you are limited if you're used to running offenses with Aaron Rodgers and with Brett Favre. I think you're a little bit limited. I wonder if McCarthy in the back of his mind goes, hey, at times in meetings, I feel like we're limited with what Dak can do according to the two quarterbacks that I've had as an NFL head coach in Green Bay.
Yeah, I mean, even like, and I know this isn't specific about Dak, but he was talking, he hates, I think McCarthy hates the media for one, but for two, he definitely hates the CBA. Like he Mike, you talk about it all the time about how much they don't want to practice, but like you could hear him going,
"Oh man,
listen, we're limited, and I think that he's talking about some of the limitations with getting Dak and working with him too. Is that with the CBA that they have, he was just like, I hate it.
Did they go play golf on one of their practices?
Yeah, he called it. He was like, look, we did all we needed to do. Let's just call it now.
It's kind of contradicting yourself.
He's trying to get the players on his side.
You're like, hey, we're limited with practices, and when we do have a practice, I like going to Top Golf.
Yeah, because he's trying to get the players on his side there. Hey, look, I care about you guys. I don't want to waste y'all's time at these stupid practices.
Man, Corey, you're usually spot on anyway, but what you just said about how he hates the media, man, when he he was like going in on the media without directly calling them all idiots when he goes, I get it and I respect the media and all of that. It's just we talk about things a certain way and how are you helping win today? And we try to keep it to that and not go beyond that, which that's all sometimes media cares about. I hope they understand that in an off season where, by the way, all the reporters use all these fancy, colorful terms for, hey, your right-hand man and PR guy left because he was peeping on cheerleaders. You might have, there's an allegation that you have a secret daughter and one of your players was implicated in a murder. And everyone's like, it was a wacky offseason. Everyone's like, isn't it always? And I was like, this one felt different. I hope they respect sometimes there's off the field stuff that probably has a certain level of relevancy.
Yeah, a couple other things, Kevin. I really did appreciate Jerry talking about Ted, and I don't know, how that came about, but I really did appreciate
with that.
I mean, that was the first thing he dropped was looking over there. I don't see Ted.
Yeah,
and like from that position, Ted, you could see Ted immediately, and hey, Mike's working. All right, I appreciated that.
That was really cool.
I believe the Lyle Randy Amari thing that he started with. Like I believe because I've worked with somebody who was unreliable, and you go to the bosses. And
hey,
like,
what?
Not you,
I'm
Mike.
trying my best.
You're doing a great job, and I appreciate it.
Jeez.
Not you, but it's you go to the boss and you're like, hey, we can't trust this guy. He's not going to do what's in our best interest. And I can imagine being on a team where like you're like Dak's trying to cover for Lyle's butt. He's like, man, come on, dude. I'm doing everything I can here. And then you kind of get to the point where you're just like, whatever, man. We got to win, and you're not helping us. And I believe that McCarthy and Steven and Jerry sat down and said, those three guys, let's try. With Randy Gregory, I know they tried to make a big offer to him, and it didn't work out, and there was some language in there that was a problem. And if the language was, you're not going to be on the field, you're not getting paid, I don't have a problem with that at all.
Okay, and that was actually going to be my question is, so did any of that ring hollow for you knowing that they did want to pay Randy
They wanted
Gregory?
to pay him, and then he said, I don't like the language because if I'm not on the field, I should still be getting paid.
Okay.
Right? Like that was essentially what we kind of got out of that, and the whole point of what he said at the very beginning was your reliability factor. How did you get to the point where you couldn't be on the field for us and accountable to us? How did you get to that point? Well, we can't trust you anymore. We gave you a first, we gave you a second, we gave you a third chance to go to another point. All we got out of the Kelvin Joseph conversation was the answer was he's done his work in the offseason to be ready from Mike McCarthy. And then from Jerry, he basically said he doesn't know anything from the NFL. And Mike, there is a good follow-up question. If you feel this way about Amari and Lyle and these guys, then why is Kelvin Joseph on this team? If you're talking about character and stuff. And I wonder if their answer would, because I would love to hear that as a follow-up question. I'm betting their answer would be that he's got one strike. This is strike two. No, because they're not going to take into consideration all the stuff that happened at LSU and all these other things. When he was under our roof, he has one strike against him now. How's he going to respond to that? Is the talent, Kevin, I think this always comes up, is the talent so much that we can't even think about moving on because we want to give this guy every chance possible?
You know what it also seems like to me, and this is maybe just my bias towards the Dallas Mavericks and how good of a coach it seems like Jason Kidd has become. Jason Kidd called out his players this year during the season, was specific with Luka on certain things and aspects of his game he didn't like the arguing with refs. It didn't mean like it immediately changed and was just, it's perfect. But Mike McCarthy, how come you didn't say anything about Amari Cooper and Lyle Collins and Randy Gregory last year during the season? Or there's a certain way to do it. Jason Kidd has figured out a way to do it. I'm going to call out my whole team's defense. I'm going to call out my superstar Luka Doncic. I'm going to make examples of this in the media without destroying my relationships with these guys, but let it be known that I'm disappointed with it right now. Last year, for 17 games, all those guys were perfect.
Everything was fine.
And then they release them, and then you start taking shots at him.
Yeah.
Kelvin Joseph. Nothing's wrong with Kelvin Joseph. He's the greatest player we've ever had in our lifetime. This is the greatest team I've ever had in my life. And then once you release them, you start taking shots at them. That's not fair.
Yeah. No, and I think that's a point of respect too. Jason Kidd knew he had the team's respect. Those guys did. They bought in. Whatever Top Golf Jason Kidd was taking them to, they were like, we're in on this thing. It's time to play better defense. You're right. You know, we got to step it up. Otherwise, we're not going to have that opportunity. And those guys need to feel it. The one, we're running up on time here,
Yeah.
so I'll let it go.
You know what? We can carry this over, actually, if the good people want to tell us what your number one takeaway was from that presser. But as always, I am prepared with other content as well. We'll do it all next right here on The Fan.
All day. as well, think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. It's Frankel. Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan from the 214. Tenderness was pretty funny. That was an amazing moment. So here's my question is, did you take things away from that presser, or are you already done with it? Because this is what I'm serious.
Uh-oh.
This is what I always want to know from the 903. Yes. Please move on to other content. The listeners of this station will get it two more shows today, and then it'll be tomorrow morning as well. And then from 972-469-214-903, I saw different variations of blah, blah, same old sunshine pumping BS from the 817, from the 940, same BS from the 469, blah, 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 blah. So that's what I'm always really curious about. Do Cowboys fans, and maybe only people who are upset, text in? I'm not entirely sure. Do Cowboys fans listen to that and they're amped because this is the start of football season and they really liked it? Or are Cowboys fans just frustrated to the point where they're not going to stop being frustrated until the Cowboys start winning, and hearing all that stuff agitates them and it makes them not want to listen? Like, I am legitimately curious.
I don't know. I think there was one football thing talked about.
Right.
In that, do you know what it was? The one real football thing that they talked about?
Probably not, when they said don't have Dak throw long so he gets hurt in training.
That, for me, that wasn't real football either. For me, the one real football thing that was discussed there was what we liked about our team last year was that we were very physical.
Yeah.
But we were boneheads when it came to going after the play. But I liked that I had to reel my guys back instead of pushing them forward. It's difficult to get people to do things.
Yeah.
It's easier to get people to come back just a little bit off of being intense. And that's the one football thing I thought was discussed.
Because McCarthy also said, so obviously we have to cut down on penalties, but then he said, especially of the pre-snap variety.
Yeah, and then the banging your helmet up against an opponent, the Randy Gregory, Jordan Lewis had a dummy one, right? Like when those things, but again, that goes to we have the playing style that we want. We want these because I think the big question there was, what do you want your identity to look like, right? And that's a big question of, are you a passing team? Are you a running team? Are you a physical? Zach Martin said he wants to be a more physical team. A lot of people were like, hey, the Cowboys were a bunch of pansies last year, and we can run over them, we can do whatever we want because they're not tough enough to fight with us. San Francisco said that and popped them in the mouth.
Right.
So that is the one thing. I know, sometimes identity gets looked at as that's just a flash word, a buzzword to throw out there. But if every guy is on this mindset of what they want to be, they can be that thing. So that's the one football thing that was discussed. Everything else was fluff. And it's sometimes it's entertaining, and if you want to laugh at some of the jokes that Jerry says about having a whiskey every once in a while, that can be something you can consume the Cowboys presser however you want to as a Cowboys fan.
Yeah.
But if you wanted real football stuff, you got one thing from the coach, and you know what you're going to get for the rest of the time that we're out there. Yeah, Brian brought us a former scout that's going to be watching these guys with a scout's eye. You're going to have the nosebleeds out there that are fantastic football talkers that are going to be doing the 3 live mics during the practice. That's going to be real football stuff there. We're going to be interviewing all the Cowboys players and all the personalities that are around Cowboys camp there too. And we're going to be asking these guys about their real football lives and some other stuff too, some other silly, stupid questions that might be hilarious. We're going to try and have some good, entertaining moments. But I think when you're dealing with what football season brings in, man, it's a hype of fun. But it's just like there was not a lot of football talk today. It was a lot, and even Jerry said, hey, isn't everything just kind of projections? And he was like, yeah, it all is. We're projecting whether or not the old guys are going to fall apart by the end of this year.
I actually thought that was a fair answer. Like when they said, with all due respect, although not the amazing all due respect, that's a lot of projection. And then they said, well, that's what this always is. I actually agreed with that, and I thought that was fair, and that's how you always strive to keep your team good now, but also plan for the future based in part on projection. And I'm not sure if it was, I couldn't tell because I wasn't watching the video as we went. I was just listening. Who asked the question, if it was Chill or Calvin Watkins? I'm not entirely sure who asked the question, but when it came up, you said that you're heading in the right direction, but with all due respect, based on the last 20 years, what leads you to believe that?
I think that sounded like Clarence Hill to me.
Okay. And sometimes he will ask, I was going to say more aggressive questions, but I don't think they're aggressive. I think they're relevant questions. And so I really like that question because there were multiple times when none of the people in the press were working together, which I get, and they bounce from topic to topic, even though I was like, nobody has a follow-up question about that. So I thought that was a great question. And he laughed about it and said he appreciated them being tender. And then it kind of ended up being like sort of jokey and all of that. But I thought that was a very fair question.
Yeah, no, I did too. But again, if it depends on what Cowboys fans are tuning in for. What do you want to hear from that? Like Bill Parcells, when he was doing his press conference every day, was probably the most entertaining press conference I've ever heard in my life. To the point where whenever I was interning out there, Mickey one day was like, I should be charging you to let you intern and come out here and be part of these press conferences because the entertainment is real. Jason Garrett was not, right? So, that's what you got today was, hey, we're happy to be out here and we can't wait to get camp started.
Okay. This is really interesting to me because I don't think that they believe this is hot air. I do not think this was spin. Like there's plenty of stuff in there that I could see people think is BS or spin or whatever.
That this is the greatest team Jerry's ever had, man.
And like that, I get it. But there was a part of what he said, especially at the beginning, and they reiterated it later from the 682. I care until he starts blowing hot air. There's no way they feel this team is better than last year's team. I think they do. And I think they do because that's why right after shouting out Ted Nichols-Payne, they said, you cannot be paid top 10 at your position and not produce or not be available. I'm not saying they're right. I want to make this very clear. I'm not saying, well, obviously the Cowboys are better than last year. And clearly Vegas doesn't think that either because their odds to win the Super Bowl are worse than they were last year. But I think the Cowboys believe that by eliminating these elements that they have determined as not being all there for whatever reason, that they are a better team.
Well, I mean, doesn't that go back to Michael Irvin, that is? Not Mike Bassick, but Michael Irvin, when Michael Irvin was on the team and he walked in and he was like, they were like, don't worry, just collect a check. And nothing's going to happen, man.
Yeah.
And then he goes to Jimmy Johnson, sits down in the room and says, here's 5 guys on that list that you got to get rid of right now. Here's 10 guys you got to take out of here because they're not going to help me win. And I'm not going to be here to not win. And I don't know who's in that locker room that has that kind of personality that's going to Steven or Mike McCarthy and saying, these guys aren't helping us. I mean, you would kind of hope that it would be Dak. Zeke. See, the problem with Zeke being that guy, when they talk about Ezekiel Elliott, there's nobody that wants that guy to do this as much as we do. He had problems, which he's had some things pop up in his career so far that have maybe kept him from being that leader that could walk into a room and say, I have the credibility to stand up this way.
And that's tough when it comes to the press and the media versus what I want as a fan. Because like what I want as a fan, we talked about being born and raised, all of us in the Metroplex, is when that question got asked, I think it might have been by Slater, how important is this season for Ezekiel Elliott given the cap flexibility that comes with him after the year? And then Stephen Jones said, well, every season is important for every athlete. Fine. I concede that point, and I certainly agree with that. And then talked about how cool it was that he gutted it out for the team. That's probably the right thing to say in terms of like keeping the peace in the locker room. But then I think about your analogy with Jason Kidd when he was calling out the Mavericks. And I don't think it should be the end of the world if you say, but we need Zeke to be healthy because the production we got from him last year when he was hobbled didn't cut it for us. Like, I don't think that should be the end of the world. He wouldn't have gone out there and said Zeke is a piece of trash or anything like that. I get it. You can't totally trash your players, but I do think it's fair to say Zeke has to be better or if he's hurt, we have to have a communicative process to know that maybe he needs some time off. And instead it was, well, every year is important to an athlete, and all the guys respected that he went out there and fought for them. That's probably, all of that is probably true, but doesn't necessarily answer the question about production or salary cap or anything like that.
I will say, I know, and Bannister didn't keep his job long enough for this to actually mature, but Jared would tell us a lot of times, look, he hasn't made a move on this guy yet because he doesn't want to lose that clubhouse. Okay.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that was part of it too. Look, I feel like if I'm McCarthy, I feel like Zeke is one of those guys in my clubhouse. I'm going to give him every chance because I need his voice in that locker room. I need, whenever I say something, that he takes that to the rest of the guys and then they rock along with it. So I'm not going to take him off that field because I want to give him that chance. And he's got his credibility for his toughness will be something he's got to do. I wonder if that's one of those reasons, keeping those seeds planted and not letting them get washed away. The question of, Kevin, what defines success? That was one of my C block questions, by the way.
Okay.
Was for you guys, what is a successful season this year? Because Jerry said, I need to win it. All right. Which ticked off a few fans out there because they're like, we need to win it, Jerry, not I.
Oh.
But the other part,
he can take credit for it. I get to enjoy it too.
But then he also finished that up with, so I need to win it wasn't good enough because it's difficult to win. You're unlucky sometimes.
Sure.
But we need to be viable in the playoffs. And that's not, hey, we need to be able to get to the playoffs. We need to be a viable team when it comes to getting second, third, deeper into the playoffs. That is the only bar for success for this team until they do it consistently. And then you can have an off season where you don't make the playoffs. But until you're doing it consistently, every year is, hey, we have to be at the NFC Championship game. Otherwise, what are we doing with this window that we have right now? And I think that's where the Cowboys, I think that's where they feel they are. I don't know if it's reality that their talent puts them in that conversation every time. Because you can be in the playoffs. We beat our division.
Yeah.
We won the division.
Yeah.
We're doing fine. We're in the playoffs, but going further in the playoffs matters more.
I remain intrigued by two main things, and neither one of them might play out. I remain intrigued by the question about Zach Martin was talking about, we need to become tougher and more physical. And I remain intrigued by this club's idea that by getting rid of what they deemed half-assed availability, like that is a direct quote, that they can get better as a team. Like, I'm intrigued to see if they did enough to improve their physicality and toughness, and if that actually is true, is by getting rid of people that they did not believe were fully committed to the cause makes a difference. As a Cowboys fan, I very much hope it is, but also as a Cowboys fan, I'm used to getting disappointed in the last 26 years.
By who?
By my
it's crazy because we've, at this point, like, there's 200 people that have been on the team in that time period, 300, 400.
Yeah, lots.
And Jerry gets all the blame every year for it, right? Like, and even though
I disagree with that.
You do?
A little bit, yeah, because it's Jason Garrett's fault. It's Mike McCarthy's fault. It's Wade Phillips' fault. It's right. Doesn't
so somebody falls for it,
isn't it? Because every time it's like, if we get a new coach, everything will be solved. And it's like, guys, I would say, it's at this point, it's not the coach. Yeah, there can be better coaches, but there's a guy picking them. There's a guy that has set the standards for this organization, and he ain't changing. And as long as he ain't changing, this ain't changing.
And
but I hear what you're saying. Jerry does get blame from me, obviously.
But y'all brought up expectations the other day in terms of having different expectations with the Rangers, with the Mavericks, and is that fair? And I always go back to this one thing. This might be why I expect more, is because when I was coming in to like really understanding sports and everything, it's when the Cowboys went from being the absolute worst. I didn't understand why it was so important that they fired Tom Landry at the time, because I think I was 8. But like, then they went from terrible to amazing, and it was great, and that kind of became my expectation. And even though the years have worn that down to a certain extent, I always go back to this. The big headline in the Dallas Morning News, the second week of the season when the Cowboys lost, my son, when he was still in elementary school, goes, "What's the big deal?" They won one game, they lost one game. So they're not that good and they're not that bad, just like every year. And that just really bums me out. It's like I remember watching football with my mom, and that's how I fell in love with sports when they were awesome. And my son's like, well, they'll always be fine.
Which is interesting because wouldn't you and I know you hate pump up speeches and meetings.
I do.
But isn't there don't you want somebody to walk into that room? Jerry said, I told him I have a birthday coming up. I mean, what do you want somebody to walk in there and say, guys, whether y'all like me or hate me, y'all are going to have to win in spite of me this year or whatever. Get a reason to get those guys motivated other than their contracts.
That is a lot of people
so we don't have to blame anybody else other
that.
than the guys that are winning this time.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next right here on The Fan.
Hopefully you got some vacation time left. The kids are still out of school.
segment brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event. No matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals at BuyersBarricades.com.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, where we always appreciate when you donate to Junk for Joy, is right now brought to you by D&M Leasing. And it's time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. I'm going to be very sad without you guys for the next week and a half. So I hope you all have safe journeys. And that was actually my first question. What do y'all like or hate about flying in the airport experience?
Oh, when the guy reclines a seat in front of you, those seats should not recline, period.
Yeah.
Okay. Especially if there's people behind you. I could see an option where the pilot could adjust who can lean back if there's nobody behind you. That's number one. Number two, people storming through the aisle, not looking out for shoulders or anything.
Right.
And then not saying my bad if they do hit you pretty hard.
How about the jacknuts that when the plane lands, and they just get up out of their seat from aisle 37 and walk no. Everybody gets their time. You can't just skip 27 rows because you got up and started sprinting to the
wherever you stop. That person can't stand up now. You've taken their personal space. So just people being inconsiderate for the most part. And then there's always the airline stuff of them trying to get you boarded so they can get credit for boarding you and then having you deboard 5 minutes later. I've had that experience. That was tough.
Have you ever been forced to check your bag and they're like, we don't have any space? And then you look and there's all these open bins and you're like, what the crap?
I'd go all Ben Stiller meet the parents on that flight attendant if that happened.
Don't do that. The two people I'm flying with, I won't name their names. They're checking bags today.
Oh, no.
We got bag checkers
I know
up
how much
in here?
that bothers you, Mike.
Me and Bobby.
Doesn't it bother you?
What?
Yeah, it's us too, yeah.
To be fair, Bob's going to be there for a while. Right? Bob's
true.
there longer than
a month.
most of us.
Yeah.
But as Broadus has talked about, there's the washroom somewhere down there.
There's the washateria that's right over by the...
Washateria.
You're not packing 20 pairs of underwear and 20 socks.
I'm not packing any underwear.
I
I'm about to say, he's wearing underwear.
That's right. If
The sea
I
breeze is
buy
gonna be
you underwear,
incredible.
will you wear it for me?
No, it's uncomfortable. I don't want to wear it.
I'd be interested what kind of underwear he would buy you.
Like the silk boxer briefs. Let's take
go
those.
underwear shopping.
All right, let's do. That's you know what, Mike?
That's your video.
Video
I
number
watch
one.
that video.
Mike and Corey go underwear
I
shopping.
am going to
wanna
buy
come.
2 new pairs of underwear.
All right, Giafalo's going underwear
I'm
shopping
in,
with us.
dude.
All right, there we are. 3.
Is that going to be your station outing? We were going to go to dinner, but instead we all went underwear shopping.
There's an outlet mall thing 10, 15 minutes away.
Let's go to Fredericks of Hollywood or Victoria's Secret. Let's do it. Let's do it the right way.
As long as they're in the outlet mall, we're there.
By the way, the armrest for me on the plane. It's a big jostling situation. Especially when you get sat in the middle, which is a nightmare. Broadus hooked it up, so I don't have to worry about that.
You're okay in the middle. You should have both. You can.
That's what
Corey tries to do.
Yeah. No. If you're on the aisle, you go towards the aisle. If you are on the window, you go towards the window. If you're in the middle, you get both.
Eric, I have exciting information for you about being a parent. Is you sit your child in the middle seat so they're smaller and you'll inherently have a little bit more room, and they have no right to those armrests because you brought them into the world. So that is, people don't know how important that is.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Yeah.
I'm usually very not confrontational in those situations.
I could see that.
But I was once next to a guy who was pretty muscular, but he was doing nothing to mitigate that. He was just owning all of it, legs open, arms into my area.
He was doing push-ups. He got a push-up pump before he got on the plane just to piss you off a little bit more.
So at about 20 minutes in, I just took off my headphone and I tapped him on his very robust arm, and I said, "Bro, you're killing me over here. You just are, So can I get half of the armrest or something, or can your leg go back into your side?
Just rest your head on his tricep a little bit.
What happened? What did he say?
Yeah, and he moved.
Okay.
Yeah, see the leg thing. Whenever people do that, if they invade into my area, I will lay my leg on them. Now I am going to make it awkward to make you say I have to move my leg. Now I'm going to open up just as much as you have into your space to where you can either leave it there or you can say, I'm done, I'm moving back into my own.
And you don't mind that contact.
I have no problem with
This
that.
all sounds like terrible problems you guys endure.
When you work out, you don't wear underwear?
No, Mike, I don't.
Well,
You're like jogging
I'm
and you
walking.
don't have...
I'm walking, Mike.
Broadus, how do you avoid these problems? I think it's because the smaller
You
people
guys- you
are
guys
avoiding
sound-
you.
you guys
You're
sound-
just imposing yourself on
You guys
others.
sound like you have terrible problems flying. It's just amazing.
You
These
fly first class all the time,
This
don't
is
you?
amazing. I've got
Yeah, he's private jet.
preferred
Upgrades.
status. Yeah, I was a scout for 20 years.
I'm one of the first people on the plane.
Yeah.
I fly in the exit row. I mean,
Flash a Super Bowl ring.
I got, matter of fact, I got Chiafalo in a seat where there's no seat in front of him.
Let's first class it. Let's
do
show
it.
them up. Let's demand first class. When
There
we
you
get
go. You
there.
said they were sold out now.
I don't know. We'll ask.
Yeah,
It didn't look like I could do it online
All
anymore.
he's got to do is walk up and say, I'm Mike Bassick.
Does first class get less the closer you get to the flight leaving if they have
Mine,
those seats available?
to me, for me to get on our flight today, it would have cost me about $160.
Oh, that was the same as yesterday.
Yeah, it was the same as yesterday.
I was hoping maybe when we got to the gate, they'd say it's $100 to upgrade.
StubHub happening. They're like, it's almost flight time. We got to get
Well,
rid
that
of
way
it.
you get there early, walk up to him and say, hey, if there's first class
But
available,
do
go
you
ahead
have
and upgrade
status?
us.
Do you have what kind of status you have? See,
I flew
that's not
private,
executive
as a Major
platinum.
League Baseball
Adrian's
player.
platinum.
And if
You know,
they have,
we would fly on a private.
if they have seats available in first class, they automatically upgrade me. without
He's like,
pay.
what is this commercial plane? I
Do you
have no
think we'll
idea.
ever get to the point where somebody's got a sign in the waiting area and they're like, first class, looking for first class, and you want to try
Well,
to
aren't you
upgrade your
getting on their
ticket?
flight today? You said you're taking $700
Oh, yeah.
credit.
$700 credit if I wait and go on another flight. So I'm thinking about it.
Dude.
Have they already hit you with the
That's
700? Have
easy.
they said? Because I looked at the flight. It
It
was
was-
like plenty of seats on our
As long
flight.
as you're not sitting next to me, man, I'm totally
Because
down
I'll rub
with
my
you.
leg
Yeah.
all up on you. Yeah, no, I see. I just saw it. I don't know how I'm going to do it though.
Do it.
We have stuff to do.
We got a truck leaving here like
you have-
5:15.
You got underwear to go by.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want
I'm
to
not
tomorrow
buying any
after
underwear.
practice,
Yeah.
and we'll probably need to
We
eat
can
lunch
shop
after practice.
but I'm not going to buy it.
Yeah, but you don't want to be
buy it
bloated when you're
for
doing
you.
I'll
underwear
shop with
shopping.
you.
But you have to wear it.
I don't. What if I
Outside
want
your
to?
pants.
Outside
No,
my pants.
inside his pants.
Are you going to check to make sure he's wearing it?
Yeah.
And I believe him.
I do too.
That's the
All right,
tough
you know
part.
what? Then if I'm going to do that, then for the whole week you have to go underwearless.
No, I can't.
But I can't wear underwear.
It's disgusting.
Hey,
That's the deal.
Hagee, the one thing I will say though about flying sometimes is that when people like take everything they own and try and put it in the overhead.
Yeah.
You know,
that's what I'm
that's when the bag, you know it by when they pull it in, you're like going, there's no way that bag's fitting in that overhead.
What
And
about when they try to talk
and,
to
and
you?
they try, and then you got some.
They're turning it every angle.
you know what? I don't even stand up to help because I know it's not going to fit. I just sit there and go, it's not going to fit.
I put in earbuds, whether they're on or off, just so nobody will talk to me.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yes.
Did you have a bad experience, or that's just your personality in general?
Both.
Okay.
Every experience I've had when somebody's tried to talk to me on the plane that's not my family member or friend, it's a bad experience.
One of my best experiences ever flying. I flew next to a gentleman that drove a nuclear power tax sub.
Oh, I think I heard you say that before.
Like I had my Super Bowl ring on, and so I was talking about football, and he was like, "Oh, so for 2 hours we talked football." And then I go, "Well, hey, what do you do for a living?" He goes, "Oh, I'm a pilot on the USS Nebraska." I go, "What?" He goes, "Yeah, I drive a nuclear power attack sub." And I'm like, "Hunt for Red October?" He goes, "Yeah." So like they're underwater for 3 months. He says they play hide and go seek is what they do. They hide behind ice caps and stuff like that, and chase each other all over the ocean. He said it's a blast, but. You know, it was a very cool story. That's one of the most interesting people I've ever flown next to.
What kind of crap you're missing out on?
Mike,
guys?
talk to
some people.
I'm going to start a conversation with somebody, and if they're not a damn Russian spy submarine guy, I'm going to be like, dang it.
I think you're going to say,
Never
I'm
again.
sorry, I thought you'd be more interesting. I'm going to listen to this Willie Mays book now.
You know what? If it gets bad, I'm going to say, hey, my friend who I work on radio thinks whales are fish, and see where that goes.
Well, Mike, if you don't want to talk to somebody, just tell them you're a priest. You know, that easy. Like they'll shut everybody up. Yeah, just say I'm a priest. What do you do? Sir? I'm a priest, and they'll go and they'll just pipe down.
Or they'll just start
They'll feel guilty. and
berating you
stuff.
with confessions.
Yeah.
You're gonna have a lot on your
yeah.
on your mind.
Or I could make a priest joke, but I'm not going to.
I appreciate that. I really do. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking. We'll have top 10 priest jokes
Oh,
right
no!
out the gates here.
No!
2 o'clock. No, we have the Rangers Player Show coming up at 4:40, and Matt Moore is going to join us there at the left reliever.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. We'll see you tomorrow. Remember, the shows will be in Oxnard tomorrow, so make sure you tune in right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say underwear shopping, Kevin.
I can't wait to see it. Underwear shopping.
We're taking right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Shoot, yeah, it is hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation here, 105.3 The Fan on a training camp Tuesday. Hope you enjoyed that Cowboys press conference earlier in the day. We're going to review the top 3 stories from that right here to kick off the show. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander, Eric Chiafalo, Carter Freeman, coordinating your video. Along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And yes, the truckwreck.com fan text is open if you have reactions to our reactions, or if you have something else that jumped out to you during that presser that maybe you'd like to get our thoughts on. We are open for business. How the heck you guys doing?
Boys, I'm on top of the world right now. Nothing can slow me down. Nothing can stop me. We are West Coast bound. Rookie year training camp is on the horizon. And maybe I'm just naive, or maybe I really am about to go on the trip of a lifetime.
There you go. I love it. It's good enthusiasm, isn't it, Brian?
It is very good enthusiasm, and I started to add up all the times that I'd gone to training camp, and I realized I was really old.
Yeah.
You know, I'm like, I've been going to training camps since 1992. And you start to add them all up, and because it was funny because Brad Sham posted a picture like, number 44, and Mickey's like 37. I'm like,
right behind you, boys.
I'm right there with Mickey and everybody else involved.
no.
Yeah, so yeah, it's but it is super exciting, and it's super exciting as a station because of all the things that we have planned to do there, and to be in the middle of all that, the watching the practices, the interviews, the press conferences. There's just so much that you can take from press conferences, and to be, folks' eyes and ears, I think is a great responsibility, and I love every minute of it.
Yeah, I do. I think it's an amazing broadcast experience. That's for sure. We're very much looking forward to you guys riding with us here over the next 11 shows? 11 days.
Yeah.
About 8 shows or so out there in Oxnard, California. State of the Cowboys press conference. The top 3, and it's hard to come up with the top 3, but Jerry Jones saying this team is more equipped to make a run than last year's really jumped out to a lot of people across Cowboys Twitter, and I just don't know how you could legitimately, rationalize a decision like that or a take like that. So there's that, and I guess that is your Jerry optimism. He's always selling if his lips are moving.
Yeah, that's Jerry, but I thought was really interesting as well about was how he just immediately took shots, at guys that are no longer here.
Yeah.
With the players and stuff like that, and the availability and things, and that was the way he addressed it. But that's something that we had talked about ourselves here on the show. It was about he made moves because trying to change the culture, trying to guys he can trust. The more you dug into what was going on with Amari Cooper and Lyle Collins and stuff like that, the more you're like, man, there's a good shot these guys aren't going to be here anymore.
Yeah, when he was talking, he let out with those conversations about things that had been on his mind throughout the offseason. And I think he wanted to sort of give his take on why they let Collins and Cooper go specifically, and talking about how it's availability and not ability. And guys inside their top 10 of the payment structure. If you're making top 10 money on the team, you can't be missing a bunch of games for any reason.
No,
and I don't mind that standard at all. I like that standard. I do wonder what it means for Tyron and Tank if they have another injury-plagued season. Who could be next in that?
Well, I mean, they talk about Zeke is available, but that's another contract you have to keep an eye on too after this season. So I appreciate him saying that. Also, the thing that he addressed about Mike McCarthy's job security, I think Jerry needs to just shut up about that. I think he needs to just not address it anymore. Because this is going to look bad for him if things don't work out. And then he has to make a change. Just let it go. I mean, if someone wants to ask a question about it, Mike's our coach right now. We're happy with Mike being here. We're getting ready for this season.
You do have to sit through a lot of spin, don't you?
Yeah,
I wish they'd be more transparent.
Jerry feels terrible that Mike had to go on national media, national radio shows, and defend. And I was having a discussion with folks on Twitter. Mike McCarthy took this job because he didn't have a job. Mike McCarthy didn't know what it's like to work for the Dallas Cowboys. He knows what it is now, though. He knows. He's got a general manager that talks after every single game, regardless.
And the next day.
And the next day.
3 days after that.
So that's, if Mike, people are like, oh, no, that's a stupid statement. McCarthy knew. No, he didn't. He did not. But Mike knows now. Mike knows now that, listen, okay, I see where this is going.
Yeah.
That man to my left is the star here. It ain't me and it ain't these players. That's the guy right there. And Jerry, every time he talks about McCarthy, it seems like he's trying to make amends. Mike McCarthy is already damaged. He knows what you think of him. Okay. And if Mike doesn't have success, then he's not going to be here anymore. I don't care how many years he's got left on his contract.
Mm-hmm.
Jerry Jones is about to turn 80 years old in October. We don't have
Crazy.
time anymore. We don't have time anymore.
Seemed like just yesterday he was turning 70.
Yeah. And I understand Jerry's desire and just feeling that, like, hey, I need to come out of the gates, and before you even ask me a question, I want to address this. I get it. Hey, I'm getting to the mic. I'm going to say what's on my mind, and hopefully that's him kind of putting it to bed. I don't imagine he's going to talk about Amari Cooper and La'el Collins and these guys anymore. He had a couple of things he wanted to fire off, let the people know, and I would hope that he's probably not, unless he's provoked. I don't imagine he's really going to be talking much about that anymore. But the idea that he's talking about this team being more ready to win or whatever it is right now, and the outlook of this team, it can only be just from an intangible factor, right? Of just exactly what you were saying about having guys that are here that are going to practice every day, Amari, or are not going to screw up La'el Collins and get suspended and then screw up even more and get suspended for additional games and show up after the COVID year with a hip issue and out of shape and that kind of stuff. That's the only thing he can be talking about. It's certainly not a talent. It's not a talent basis that he's making that statement.
I think he had more of a problem with Amari Cooper than he did La'el Collins.
Which is so funny because it's not like Amari Cooper missed that many games.
Amari Cooper, the whole thing with the vaccine stuff and the fact that remember how
that's true.
Remember how
that's
that was a hot point for everybody in the league.
And they were already heading in that direction last year.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Going into the year, they wanted a big year from Amari because it's been underwhelming in the practice department and all that.
They told him, we need a big year for him.
I'll tell you what, though, Brian, I think they made the right decision here. We saw Amari slowing down last year because the collection of his injuries prevented him from staying in shape. So he's showing up not with legs and feet and all that have been maximized throughout an off season. He's showing up with legs that have, to an extent atrophied. You've lost muscle mass because you're unable to explode because of the feet problems, that continue to plague him and prevent him from practicing. So I think while it sucks that they lost Amari Cooper, this is one of those decisions that I think ultimately the Cowboys are going to look good on.
I hope you're right about that. I think long term you might be, but you're going to need a Tolbert to step up. You're going to need big stuff out of CeeDee Lamb because as it stands right now, the Amari contract with all the wide receiver numbers that got thrown around, it doesn't look like it was that big of a deal.
Oh, no. This isn't on Amari anymore. This is on the general manager who made the decision to get rid of Amari. So if Jerry Jones does not replace Amari Cooper, because if Amari Cooper is not replaced and the offense struggles or the receivers look bad or they can't get it going or it was like that what it was when it was receiver by committee, that's on the GM. And I'm going to go right after the GM for that. Mm-hmm. Because if you're going to make a decision to get rid of a guy because you don't feel like that he's giving you everything he can because he's not available, now, okay, you got rid of him. Now it's your job to go get somebody. Don't let this offense die. And maybe it will die. Maybe it will die because of Kellen Moore and others. But if it dies because the wide receiver plays bad, that's on the general manager right there. Yeah, and if he just says, "Oh, everything's going to be fine," and Tolbert's going to be fine, if we get out there and we start to see it's not fine, I hope that he makes
it wasn't okay. So it wasn't great last year with Amari. He had 10 games, if you include the ones he missed, where it was 3 catches or less.
That's why. We talk about the players, but we point out about the coaches here. Joe Philbin, you're on watch. Mm-hmm. Doug Nussmeier, you're on watch. Bobby Belt and I talked about it this morning on our podcast. Do they miss? Having the coaches that were here before that were helping Dak and stuff like that. You know, that's where I to me, I kind of feel like, John Kitna was the name I was looking for there. But to me, this is where if you're going to make moves and affect the team because you have to, because you feel like availability and all that, then damn well you better make moves when it doesn't look good not having guys. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
But if it doesn't work, if the offensive line doesn't work, if the receivers doesn't work, then now the general manager needs to look at the coaching staff. And they used to say, well, we need to make changes here. We need to make a change here because it's not going to get better with these guys just standing up here and telling us, oh, well, this summer we did this and we, that.
Yeah. No, and that all makes plenty of sense. I think with the Amari thing, when you look at some of the numbers that he had last year, I mean, how much of that was, Amari would tell you could tell by the comments he made about CeeDee Lamb, if Kellen Moore wants to get him involved.
Yeah.
Amari Cooper will probably tell you, I wasn't used properly. I wasn't used right. I was here. I showed up. I'm fine. I'm still running great routes. I can still catch the ball.
But he didn't
How many
practice.
targets am I getting?
He didn't practice. See, that's the whole thing about availability. If you don't practice, how could I use you as part of the game plan? He spit the bit at the Jets game. When he said he had the thigh problem, he tried to play the game. We last 5 plays.
Yeah, it was a nightmare.
See, that's what I'm saying. If you're going in every week, and this is where I'm giving Kellen Moore maybe a little credit. How do you say, okay, I'm going to use you, Amari. I'm going to make you the focal point of the offense today, but you don't damn practice.
I'll pick up the phone and I'll call whoever was running the Giants when they won their Super Bowl. And Plaxico Burress was a huge reason why, and he had an ankle injury all year, and he just never practiced, and he showed up on Sunday and just kicked everybody's ass.
Yeah, there are guys like that.
And it's like, okay, well, who's your next option? Who's going to have the big year? Okay, so Amari's not practicing. Well, on Sunday, is he still the best guy? Because CeeDee Lamb is how many 3-catch games? CeeDee Lamb hasn't found an end zone since before Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
So, it's like, okay, that's fine. You can be upset at Amari. And honestly, if I'm a teammate, I'm looking at Amari a little side-eyed as well. Hey, you're not practicing, but hey, on Sunday, he's here. And what do you want to do? Do you want to throw it to Noah Brown?
Yeah.
Who do you want to get involved?
I get it.
I think the big thing is they made their decision on Amari Cooper well before the season ended. He's not getting the vaccine.
Yeah.
You can go back to when they gave him the extension, and you circled this offseason as the one that they can get out of it. They knew from the jump, and they're telling him, Amari, you better have a big year.
Yeah.
Well, watch what we're going to do to your big year. We're going to give you 800 yards because that's what we're going to give you because you've rubbed us the wrong way. There's plenty of guys in the NFL that don't practice for anything.
Yeah.
But they show up on Sunday and the coach says, well, he's still my best guy. Give me the best chance to win.
Is that on the OC or is that on the player?
Well, that's because he's hurt. He can't perform like he once did. I think he's a tough player. I don't think
there's no question. I think he's a tough
got that
player.
scene of him rolling on the sidelines, the tennis ball. He's doing everything in his power to play through hamstrings and all kinds of stuff. And plantar fasciitis is no joke. That's like for a lot of athletes, it never goes away, and you're constantly trying to perform while feeling like someone's jabbing a knife into the bottom of your foot. That's what he's trying to play through. And I think he was a hero and a warrior, but it's for a lot of players. By the time you're in your late 20s, your collection of injuries is holding you back way too much. And I think that's where Amari Cooper is right now. And I think the Cowboys are making the right decision. You could throw out the COVID stuff and the practice stuff. Just look at how he tried to escape from defensive backs last year.
Oh, no, there's no question.
It was like a little bit of quicksand, a little bit of sluggishness.
But the fact that he doesn't practice, I think, was a big part of this, too.
Yes. Why can't he practice?
Yeah,
because he's hurt.
Yeah, but
it's not like he's wanting to mail it in. Amari's a professional. Amari's tough.
Yeah, he's tough, but then all of a sudden you can't rely on the game because the coordinator doesn't know. Okay, well, I haven't practiced this with this guy.
Yeah.
He's a veteran guy. It's not like it's a rookie player.
Right.
But he's been in the league 7 years. You know what he can do.
I know absolutely what he can do. The thing about it is, I don't know, like I say, I go back to my mind as a coordinator, I'm looking at the damn Jets game where he spit the bit.
Yeah. Well, no. Did he spit the bit or did he try to play, think he could power through it, and then he was like, wow, the pain's more than I thought. Sorry, coach,
but
I
see,
tried.
That's, okay, okay, spit the bit, I'm sorry, I apologize. Bad use of words there. But the fact that he showed up, tried to play, and now the coordinator's like, oh, damn, who am I going to throw it to now? Because the game plan is based around, Amari Cooper routes.
Yeah.
That's the problem. I'm defending Kellen Moore.
That's why the team was smart for getting rid of him. They're like, dang it, this ain't working. We've tried and it's getting worse. Yeah. Every month that we've had Amari Cooper, it just progressively gets worse. We got to move on from it. And maybe it is Kellen's fault or maybe it's Dak's fault. I don't know exactly how you assign all of that blame. I just think it was the right decision to move on. And Jerry talking about availability as a priority for this team, I love it. You know, when I first started covering this team 12, 13 years ago, Brian, they were in love with injured players.
Oh, yeah.
And tried to pretend like it was just bad luck.
Yeah.
Oh, we're getting a super injured player. He's probably not going to have any more. He's already been so unlucky. Now we get him in the second or third round or cheap in free agency and put him to work. Well, guess what? He kept getting hurt again. And now they do seem to have a good a grasp on what it takes to manage that availability. Better grasp. Still a work in progress. Yeah. A day of spinning stories indeed was this Big Mike's biggest fib of the presser. That's coming up next. And we have your G bag of the day right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All day, every day.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, I'm taking some heat on text. So let me get this straight, says the 214. Dawson thinks getting rid of a top 10 wide receiver and signing a hurt wide receiver 2 in Gallup was the right move. That's just a bad take. And Brian keeps alluding to the fact the wide receiver is going to struggle this year. Just watch. Okay.
I hope not.
Let me tell you this. The wide receiver struggled last year with Amari Cooper. In the games you had Cooper, Lamb, and Gallup, it still wasn't good. This team realized a passing game can't carry us because why? Our quarterback and offensive coordinator aren't executing good enough. I don't know if they are good enough, but what they realize is the plan isn't working. So bringing back Gallup and saying, dang it, execute better, was just going to repeat the same mistake of last year. It was good on paper. So was the Eagles 2011 team. They called it the Dream Team. When it got on the field, it was mediocre. You know, and so I don't know what the answer is, but I'll tell you what, Amari Cooper is a player in decline, and smart teams move on from those guys. Bad teams, they're like, oh, no, we just got to keep our fingers crossed that he stays healthy. You're paying him like a premium receiver, and he's not available, and when he is available, he's not playing well. And Gallup is a nice player, you know. Coming back from an ACL is not difficult. Coming back from Amari Cooper's career-long collection of injuries, that's difficult, you know, especially when you have multiple seasons in tow that show a decline in production. And we do got to talk about this quarterback and this collection of OCs that has controlled Dak's career up to this point, whether it's Dez Bryant, whether it's Amari Cooper, now CeeDee Lamb. We're talking about star receivers that aren't hitting their potential. You know, and you shoot, if it's Kellen, it's Kellen. If it's Dak, it's Dak. It's probably a combination, though, to be honest with you. And I think our expectations for those guys might be a little bit too high. So they know we got to get back to being a dominant running team and playing defense, and let the defense worry about our running game, and then we'll be back to 2016 dynamics where Dak Prescott has some heat off of him. He has more one-on-one matchups on the outside and can, you know, pass the ball from a position of strength instead of the defense sitting on their pass. You know, some quarterbacks, some passing games are so good that the defense can sit on it and they still execute. Not Dak and Kellen in that collection of wide receivers last year. That was pathetic. And demanding that the Cowboys repeat that same group as some sort of solution, you know, and if you don't see it the same way, you're an idiot. I mean, what are you guys doing out there? We just saw it. It sucked. The fact they couldn't run the ball ended their season. So they're going away from what sucked and saying, we got to try something new. If we're going to spend $20 million on a player like Amari Cooper, we can't have 10 weeks out of a 17-game season where he has 3 catches or less. That's bad return on your investment. It's 214. You got me off topic. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. If you are hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels 214-333-3333 or go online to truckwreck.com. Yeah, I guess we're fired up for training camp, aren't we? We're right back in Cowboys talking mode. Yes. We're at each other's throats.
Yeah, we're ready to rock and roll, man. I was just thinking to myself, is there anybody in the entire world that's rooting for Deshaun Watson to not play a single snap next year more so than like Jerry and Steven and the decision makers who allowed Amari Cooper to go to Cleveland for a 5th-round pick? Because they're going, gosh, please give me as many Brissetts to Coopers as possible this year. Yeah. Don't let Deshaun play and make Amari look like he's halfway decent still.
Oh, that would be exactly what the Cowboys front office is looking for. You know, you could look at the Cowboys and say, how did you send him for a 5? Or you could say, nobody offered more than a 5.
Yeah.
If he's so good, you know, why? Maybe because the rest of the NFL is looking at that film going, wow, where the hell is Amari Cooper's burst? Will he ever get it back? All right. Mike McCarthy here told quite a whopper at the podium today.
The Whopper's the worst cheeseburger in fast food, by the way.
Wow.
It used to be fantastic.
Yeah.
It used to be fantastic. I will say that.
They switched it up, man.
It's no longer flame broiled?
There's something about the meats.
Okay. Mm-hmm. I'll have to check it out. I haven't had a Whopper in quite some time.
I tried to go get everybody Big Macs, but the line was out the door. It was ridiculous. I was trying. I went in there with Chief. I'm like, hey, man, we've all been talking about eating Big Macs, and I walked in there, and I was like...
Downstairs here?
It's the most packed I'd ever seen that McDonald's.
That's like the Red Cross would have had to drop supplies to us. We were in a line so long.
You know why that is, right? It's because they brought back the spicy nuggets, dog.
Oh, is that what happened?
I walked through there, and every table was just like 10-piece spicy, 10-piece spicy. Everybody's getting the spicy nuggets. They're back, limited time.
A spicy nugget is nice. You know, I don't pass them up very often. Okay, and it does look like Mike McCarthy's been passing up a lot of bad food because he's even leaner than we saw him last couple months.
And good for him if that's the case. I mean, there's a lot of stress on these coaches and stuff.
Y'all been talking about his job all damn off season. I've been stressed out too.
Damn near lost my appetite.
Baby, it's your boy Mike. You know me.
Look what happens when they talk about our jobs. We go into attack mode. So
that's right. What are you talking about?
I get it, but no, good for him if your health and stuff like that, man. It's important.
I guess he's been doing some group boxing workouts.
All right.
Up there at the Star. Yeah. So you might, if you're into that, maybe you'll see Big Mike there huffing and puffing. I can't imagine there's any oxygen in the room.
Well, I was going to make it a mission of mine whenever we are in Oxnard to get to the bottom of this Mike McCarthy new body. What's the genesis of it? What's been the plan? What's the regimen? What's the diet? Like, I would love to go inside the diet and regimen of Mike McCarthy and then he rocks the beard. He's got the silver fox thing going. I'm proud of him.
I wonder if he's trying to take it all the way to 6-pack.
Oh God, can you imagine Mike McCarthy with a V taper?
He's starting to look solid. I don't know if it'll ever truly V. It'll be more like a rock rectangle.
The giveaway to coaches is when they start wearing like the winter gear, like first of the season.
Yeah,
like they got the long jackets on and all that. I mean, it's like
that's when you know they're putting it on.
Oh yeah, you start with a pant size, like your slacks start like at a certain level when you start the preseason. And then by the end,
expand.
By the end, you're looking like Belichick. You're wearing like sweatpants and on the sidelines.
You just got drapes.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's what hurt him. I think that's probably what it was. Honestly, if I had to get to the genesis, like from the outside looking in, last year they busted out those new hoodies with the colored dots on them, and he looked like a sprinkled donut.
Yeah,
and he was like, "Damn it, I can't have this anymore."
No.
I'm proud of him.
Have you ever seen McCarthy wear a short sleeve shirt on the sidelines?
No,
never. That's what I'm saying. When you get to a point,
hiding elbows,
you're hiding a lot of things, and that coaches do that. They will seriously wear cold weather gear in September in games like in Miami and Tampa and all that.
Yeah,
the football guy in me is like, well, geez, I hope McCarthy spent as much time, trying to figure out this clock management and whatnot as he did getting his body right.
Well, we'll have to talk about his big whopper a little bit later on in the show. We do have quite a few windows of opportunity to talk about the Cowboys press conference. It was back there at noon. It's time now for the G-Bag of the Day, curated by Lucius.
It's brought to you by CBD American Shaman. This is the last day for this one.
Yep.
Whether it wins or loses, this is the last day, y'all. It's the homeowner versus the annoying solicitor. Mr. Persistent right here is not going to let the homeowner inside the house without making that deal first.
Hey, how you doing? Hanging in there? Yeah, are we all? My name's Max. All right, Max. I'm a routes manager out here with Cox. We take care of a lot of maybe this one.
But we're good, man.
Have a good day. Take care of the ants and the bees and the spiders and those big tree cockroaches people have been having.
I'm good, buddy.
Do you just do it yourself? Or?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. What type of stuff do you use? You just go to Home Depot?
Look, I don't have time for this right now.
All right. I'll just give you
Look, I'll give you this for persistence. Get the out of my yard. Okay? I'm busy. All right.
Okay.
Go.
We just do everything.
I don't care, man.
$99
just because of this, I will never call you. Okay?
Ouch.
Get out of my yard. I don't have time.
Yeah. Just out here with
God.
Okay.
I'm trying to enter a code into my and I don't know who the you are. And I just told you to, I don't give a I've already told you to leave, and you're still standing there.
Yeah, no, sorry.
You want to fight or what?
No, actually not at all.
Well, get out my property.
Oh, okay.
How's that?
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah, have a good one, man.
No. Leave.
Have a good rest of your day, guy.
Wow.
Hey, have a great rest of your day, man.
I'm Max.
I think he might be trolling a little bit. I think he might be recording that and then going back to his buddies. They're like having a contest who can just stay on the line the longest without getting punched in the face. Is that a good explanation? I don't know.
No, because it came from the homeowner's video.
Oh, it did?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
That's
salute to
good.
that kid.
That's good.
I mean, I had a similar experience on the phone today, and I was impressed with this lady's persistence.
She would let you go.
She was trying to get me to refinance. I said, we already did last year. I'm a client of Dream Lending, and all this, and I love Brad Sullivan and all all those things those guys have done. And she just kept on and on and on, you know, and I told her like a fourth time, a fifth time, she's like, okay, well, there's a lot of exciting things to hear about. And you don't have to refinance. You can add a second mortgage. So what I'm going to do is just transfer you to my boss right here. And he's going to explain some of this stuff. And she actually hit a button. It's ringing through to her boss. I was like, holy crap. I just hung up.
Got you.
Yeah.
God,
unbelievable. Some of these guys are good. I don't know how you do that.
Yeah.
I tried sales a couple of times, and after like, I don't know, a couple of weeks, I was like, I'm just not cut out for it.
I got family members like that. I can't get off the phone. I don't know if they're selling anything. Like, all right, well, that's it for me. Yeah, because that was it for your uncle one time. And I was like, well, what's going on? What's going on?
Wait a minute, weren't you like
what you about to do? Well, I'm about to. Like, oh, come on. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
Weren't you Chuck Weaver or something like that selling magazines?
He was.
What was your
hunting magazines and fishing
that was
magazines.
a little different. Yeah. Because they were qualified leads.
Oh, okay.
We sent them a magazine and a gift, either a knife or a spool of fishing line.
Oh, okay.
And they were like, shoot, yeah, boy. Let's talk, you know. So I was like, it was great, you know.
So you never got the door slammed on you, like, I'm looking at the code, you effer.
No. That's where I came up with Shoot Ya Boy, actually, because somebody sent in a card, and on the card there was art of this buck knife, and across the buck knife it said Shoot Ya Boy.
Shoot Ya Boy. That's hysterical. All right, let's go to Derek Carr. He checks the ESPN reporter Paul Gutierrez.
Oh, that's him.
Yeah, apparently Paul's been putting too much sauce on any story about Derek Carr, so Derek Carr confronted him about it. Told him he need to relax.
I think you're pretty motivated guy, but like, collectively as a team, does it kind of light a fire to you guys?
I said it in like this tone, and now it's been taken to this.
I saw the full quote, so I know it was.
But you know how him and Paul like to do things. You know what I mean? They be doing crazy stuff, and so yeah. I mean, look, nobody expectation. Who cares? Like nobody cares. You know, like at the end of the day, they could say you got all these. That crap don't matter. You know, we have to go play the football games. You know what I'm saying? And that's honestly how I feel. I just got to be more honest. I just got to start speaking my mind. And as I'm getting older, I just say what I want to say, you know. And so my real answer is the expectation, all that kind of stuff. Who says it? Honestly, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. Whether they don't say anything or they say a lot, nobody cares. Hopefully they talk about us at the end. You know what I mean? Like, but right now, that crap don't matter.
It doesn't matter, Derek. Why do you talk about it and why do you?
Thank you, Paul. Whoa. It's so good to see you. I say it because I'm a positive person, and I try and I try and encourage my teammates. There's a way that I say things to encourage my locker room, to maybe put a chip on their shoulder, and sometimes I do it too much, and so I don't appreciate your tone either. You can pump that back a little bit.
Oh, you watch your tone and your delivery when you talk to me. Talk to me nice.
I didn't know about the Derek Carr. He got a little country.
Little country.
I was not
noticing.
Yeah.
Some Brian Kelly in there.
Yeah. He's all over the place, man. We got Dak.
I did Google him because I was like, is he secretly from Texas?
Yeah.
Did he like move down here when his brother got on the Texans or something? But it says Fresno.
Fresno guy. I'll tell you what, man, this might be an interesting summer of training camps. But I'm looking forward. Probably guys clapping back on me on some stuff. So I'm starting to see a lot of things.
Are you going to go after some people?
Well, I mean that's what we've spent the whole off season going after people. Trying to be honest about things, and you got to. The thing you got to do is like Paul. You got to show up every day. You got to give them the opportunity to confront you. If you're going to talk about them, you got to give them the opportunity to confront you.
Just watch your tone and your delivery.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, how about this man right here? Living through the apocalypse. Does it feel like this to you? Did he hit a nerve?
I think the most disorienting thing about being alive right now is
because we are living through the apocalypse. I don't care. I don't care what you say to me. All right, here we go.
Makes sense.
I think the most disorienting thing about being alive right now is we're just reading the most heinous online, and then we're trying to do our little jobs. Like you'll be on Twitter and it'll be like, President Trump text reveals that he said, "Just bring me Mike Pence and I'll kill the myself." And you're like, oh my god. And then you get like a ping and it's an email from your boss like, hey gang, on the Purina dog chow deck, can we fix the typo on page 1? It says bow wow mao. It's supposed to say bow wow wowie. Thanks everyone. And you're like, yeah, I'll attach a V3. And then you go back on Twitter and it's like, Ohio Attorney General thinks women should not exist. And you're like, Jesus Christ. And then ping, and your boss is like, also, on page 5, the client's saying the dogs look a little horny. They look a little too horned up. Can we dial that back a little? You're like, yeah, I'll fix the horny, and I'll send a V5. And then you go back online. It's like guns are now citizens, and you're like, oh my. And then ping, and they're like, actually, the client, they kind of like the horny dogs. So let's just go back to that other V. If you.
Wow, does it kind of feel like that?
Wow.
Yeah, kind of feels like that.
Is that guy like a comedian, or is he just riffing on Insta? Okay, it's time to vote. Is it homeowner versus solicitor? Looking for 5. Is it Paul Gutierrez getting checked by Derek Carr, or living through the apocalypse? A very good champion, 2 very good challengers. This could go either way. I think it's only right to vote for the champ. To get us a 5er in here, Chief. How about you?
I feel the same way, man. Apocalypse Now guy was pretty strong, but I'm giving it to the champ.
Lucius.
Mets manager Buck Showalter is not a big soccer guy. Check this out.
Okay.
Manager Buck Showalter. So you know how soccer players have one-word names like Messi? Okay. You've heard those, okay? Your left fielder.
Soccer? I don't think so.
I don't think so. I don't know what you're talking about. Once you said soccer, I just forgot it all.
Not going down this road with you.
Definitely the homeowner and the persistent solicitor.
I'm going to vote for the apocalypse guy just to give him a vote.
Okay, I'm going to switch my vote to Buck Showalter. That's a funny soccer take, but still by a score of 2-1, and now a 5-time G-Bag of the Day champion. It's homeowner versus solicitor. Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are we headed with that, sir?
Oh, 4 things Mike McCarthy could do to save his job. We'll talk about that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, we are live.
at 1053thefan.com.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's Broadus.
Thank you very much, Sean. Appreciate that. The new podcast is up. Love the Stars up today. This was the final one before we head off to Oxnard. Been doing them 2 a week. Now we're going to 3 times a week. So check it out on the
Turn and Burn, baby.
The Odyssey app and all the places you can. I'm not the most technological.
Yeah, you supposed to say like and subscribe.
Yeah, I hope you do. I hope you like it. Bobby and I
say.
Yeah, Bobby.
Hope you like it.
I hope you like it. But yeah, Bobby and I went through and put together the 53-man roster before camp and had some really in-depth stuff on this lesson. So it's up right now if you want to take a listen. And then, like I say, when we get to Oxnard, I know probably maybe Wednesday, Thursday, or Thursday, Friday, we'll have 2 more for you from what we've seen. So be sure to check it out. We really appreciate you doing that. A lot of people have, which has been really, really nice too as well. All right, I teased about Mike McCarthy and what he needs to do. 4 things. This is going to come from Terrence Watson, who writes for the Landry Hat. I think does a pretty decent job for them. And he kind of put out 4 things that Mike might need to think about as he tries to navigate this season. And, I think as long as Sean Payton's out there, he's going to have a hard time navigating some things. It's always going to be there. Every loss is going to be magnified. And, if you have a bunch of losses in a row, then the Sean Payton noise becomes even louder, no matter what Mike does or no matter how Jerry Jones comes out and says, oh, well, hey, Mike's my guy and all that. So anyway, number 1 is, and this is going to sound funny, but number 1, well, it's number 4, but we'll do it in reverse order. It's trust his gut. And I say that in a way that during the time with the Green Bay Packers, you never heard McCarthy explaining how analytics of a situation played a factor in determining how the team was going to figure out a solution. Instead, decisions seemed to be made based on the coach's experience. And that experience is something McCarthy has quite a bit of during his extensive NFL career. Back then, McCarthy seemed to be going with his gut, and the process is what led him to winning Super Bowl in 2011. Maybe he should start going back to trusting his gut over the analytic approach he's currently using that served him well in the past.
I don't know if I agree with that. I like the analytical approach to going for it and deciding if you're going to kick a field goal and all that. I just think there is strong value in there.
I kind of feel like, though, that there's some times where I wish he wouldn't have kicked a field goal or managed the game. We talk about some of the stuff that happened in the end of games that could have been, they had some mismanagements of some games. The Charger game comes to mind, and they won the game. Mismanagement of the New England game won the game. So maybe that analytics approach and stuff like that. I don't know. I mean,
they shouldn't have trusted the numbers that said they could run with Dak and get the ball.
There you go.
Downed.
There you go.
That was a mistake.
That goes then to number 3, which is they talk about clock management. And McCarthy has been adamant that is coaching the entire team, but gives his coordinators more control of what they're doing during a game.
Yeah, that's not good. You need all hands on deck. I think you need a special group committed to monitoring the game management stuff because it's too much for a play caller to also be managing it to optimize. And if you're not going to be a head coach offering assistance or have a special team management assistant or clock management assistant, then I think you're really making a mistake. Jerry said last year, all teams in the NFL struggle with clock management.
They do.
I think the Cowboys are among the worst.
Yeah, and that's it's an interesting thing. You would love to know the dynamics of every team and what their process is when it comes to this stuff, but of course, it's all going to end up going back to the responsibilities of your head coach, and especially when you are one of these CEO head coaches that doesn't have full control over any one side of the ball. He's not calling the plays, so it's like, what is your job? I mean, you have all these things throughout the week, but on Sunday, how prepared are you for when it is certain moments at the end of halves, at the end of games, fourth quarters? What should you do when the score's here and the clock's here, when you have this many timeouts? I mean, at some point, that's obviously going to be on your coach, but I'm with you. You would think there should be some type of right-hand man or committee guy that's like helping, that's like up in the press box, that's doing whatever it is to say, okay, here, in this moment right now, because it is a lot to ask of a guy where every game's different. Just because you did something in last week's game doesn't have any bearing on the decision you're making in this game, because the time, the clock, the team, the weather, I mean, there's so much that's involved. And so, I would love it if they had a little bit of a separate coaching staff brain trust for these types of things.
Yeah, I think you both are absolutely onto something. The great Bill Parcells had a coach on his staff named Ray Hanley. And Ray Hanley coached the running backs, but Ray Hanley's job was to manage 2-minute situations before half and at the end of half. So Ray would be there calculating how many plays they needed to run, when to burn timeouts, back then they didn't challenge, but if you get inside 2 minutes, you're not going to get a challenge, but do you use a challenge before 2 minutes? Mm-hmm. Those things. I think that Jerry's absolutely right. We see more games botched at the end because of problems of just not understanding of how the game should flow and when you should stop it and when you should let it run.
And I think a lot of play callers or head coaches have been control freaks on that.
Yeah.
Like, I can handle this.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, just relax. You don't have to be so proud. Let's get you a little bit more help in here. And I bet that transition's coming before too long in the league.
No, I think you're absolutely right about that. I know for me, if I was on staff with somebody, I'd say, hey, we need to get somebody that just manages this game for us.
Right.
Andy Reid, I'm surprised, as smart as Andy Reid is, there's problems he has in the end of the game. A lot of these coaches just take 2 stupid pills and a cup of Gatorade and hope for the best. And you really do need somebody that has an understanding of how this works. Okay, number 2 is use the hot hand. Last season, fans saw just how often this Cowboys coaching staff tended to use their starters over their backup players. And never was that more apparent than the usage of Ezekiel Elliott and Tony Pollard. Both had strong stats, but when you look back at games, the more productive of the two was almost always Pollard. Despite that, as well as the knee injury sustained by Elliott, McCarthy and his staff elected to go with Elliott over the more productive Pollard nearly consistently, which boggles the mind to the outside world. This season, that needs to change. McCarthy needs to get his staff to realize that just because a player is a bigger name doesn't mean they will always be the most productive player. So do you guys feel about that, about the using the hot hand approach?
Yeah, I mean, the Zeke and Pollard thing is the perfect illustration there. I mean, and it certainly goes to offensively. Defensively, it seems like Dan Quinn and those guys understand the right guys to play. Whereas offensively, yeah, I think there is some of that on who should be the focal point on on a particular play or game or whatever it may be. But you've mentioned this, Baskey's mentioned this, like how much is Jerry and the people upstairs saying, hey, our money's invested here, we got to make it happen. But that didn't happen with Amari last year.
Yeah,
it wasn't like they went downstairs and said, hey, we got to make sure Amari's getting the ball because he's getting paid X amount of dollars. So I mean, it doesn't make sense if they're doing that for Zeke. They didn't do it for their $20 million receiver last year.
I think those are great points, Eric. I think they've had terrible offensive leadership. Jason Garrett, Scott Linehan, Kellen Moore, whether, they're just deferring to Jerry or they believe it's the biggest name, it's got to go. Nobody has had the balls to step up and say, what the hell are we doing? We got to get Tony Pollard in this.
I agree. Okay, and the number one reason here from the Landry hat was to move on from Joe Philbin.
Yeah.
And as much as we blame offensive coordinator Kellen Moore for the issues the offense has had over the years with McCarthy at the helm, there's another coach that needs to have the spotlight shine on his inability to get the most out of his players, and that's Joe Philbin. These two go back a long way from their time with the Packers, but eventually friendships are tested and coaching changes are needed for the betterment of the team. Philbin's time with the Cowboys hasn't been stellar, and his inability to find a reliable left guard, constant issues at center, and the debacle that was the 2020 season at left and right tackle. Philbin's poor coaching directly affects Moore's ability to call plays, and it's pretty apparent that McCarthy will need to decide quickly about Philbin. okay, we might be a little bit behind on that one. But do you let Joe Philbin have a direction of the call? Stephen Jones talked about the offensive line today, an opportunity with young guys, whether it's Ball, Let's Go, Forniak, those kind of guys. Do you listen to Joe Philbin and when he's saying anything about the offensive line, or do you just kind of say, like the great Ron Wolf used to do when he was talking to Tom Lovat, okay, Tom, thank you very much, and move on to the next coach?
Yeah, it would have been my first fire. I guess now that he's back, you got to let him do his job and just hope he does it better. Hope that urgency of you're going to get fired if this isn't great could inspire him to be better at the gig.
Well, they fired an offensive coach. You mentioned Paul Alexander during the season.
Yeah.
So
they've done it all the time. Sanjay Lal, they used to turn over these assistant coaches when they didn't want to fire Jason and be like, we got it, guys. We got him new assistants. This time, even sticking with most of the assistants really left a poor taste in my mouth as far as expecting something different. We got to get this running game going, and they've run it well at times under Joe Philbin, so you just got to finger cross it and hope Tyler Smith is just a savage and Tyron Smith stays healthy.
And the right tackle. I think you got to play better at right tackle.
All righty. Thank you, Brian. Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40. You're going to want to lock that in. Set an alarm on your phone because we're going to be in Oxnard starting tomorrow, and he'll have full reports, throughout the show, obviously, but especially at 2:40. You get a good concentration of Broadus' scout notebook and all that. Okay, when we return, it's time now for the 3 o'clock hour of the show. Jerry Jones on Dak. We have that Bart Scott audio and more coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat Frankels, though. If you think
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having an awesome day. We have Jerry on Dak. Jerry on how this team is going to the playoffs back-to-back years for the first time in 15 seasons. They have not gone back-to-back playoffs in 15 seasons. They're trying to do it. How could that happen? Those cuts are coming up here. General at your service. There's former Cowboy scout Brian Broaddus. He's ready for Oxnard and a trip to the airport here in just a couple of hours. They'll cut out a little bit early. I'll continue the broadcast afternoon with you with CA and Reggie coming up from 5:30 to 7. And then I'll be on my way to Oxnard, California tomorrow evening. There's Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup, Master Control. Got Eric Chiafalo. And, of course, Carter Freeman coordinating your video over there at 105thefan.com, YouTube, and Twitch. Okay, let's start with Jerry on Dak. What do you need to see from Prescott this season to take the next step as an elite quarterback?
Well, I don't want to see him throw a ball halfway the length of the field and strain something out here the third day. And so that would start. That's for starters right there. And I don't think we'll see that. And that's just Dak. And but no, one of the things that make me say that the most is that Dak does have last year behind him, and he's got several years behind him now. And I feel like we have one of the best people at that position and one of the best people that a team has in the NFL. He's a big part of my optimism.
Yeah, and I appreciate the positivity there from Jerry. I think to specifically answer the question, it's an easy one, right? We know the physicality is trending down a little bit by the time a guy gets to 30. He's got the injuries. It's how does the mental game change with the level of experience that he's had that Jerry Jones mentioned right there? Can he get to a point where he's seeing the game develop a half second before everybody else on the field? And if that happens, Chiafalo, I'm not going to rule out another significant jump for Prescott at some point in the next 3 to 5 seasons.
100%. Yeah, that's the huge thing. I mean, that's what Broaddus has talked about plenty, where Prescott's been best shape of his life, no more baby fat. We got the full-time trainer. It's all the physical stuff. But the big thing that Broaddus has wondered, not only with Dak, but with Kellen Moore as well, and those are the two guys spearheading the offense of, what happened last year when Dick Fangio and the Broncos came to town and it started throwing everything off? What schematically was it that kind of had you confused a little bit? And hopefully, that's one of those things that you would imagine a guy like Dak. Dak doesn't have the 4-hour film study in his contract like a Kyler Murray does. So you would think each year that the game does start to slow down and stuff for you. And then you're right at about that point now where things should be peaking, where your physical attributes are still in that prime sort of area. And then now the mental stuff is starting to go.
Yeah.
Okay. And now we're meeting, and you have like a 2 or 3 year window where everything should be kind of peak, because the mental aspect of your game has taken another step, and you're still in that sub 30 range physically where you should be able to be mobile and move around and things like that. And so if he's able to do that, and he's one of these guys commanding at the line of scrimmage, he's seeing it pre-snap, post-snap, he's not confused, because that was one of the things I saw about Dak, where it's he's one of the worst quarterbacks when the safeties change at the snap.
Yeah.
And then it's like, okay, everything just changed at the snap, and now I don't really know what's going on. And so if he can take another step that way, then you feel like sky's kind of the limit.
Yeah, I think that's a great take. And I know there's a lot of Dak doubters out there, Brian, but I feel like they at least need to be open-minded about what might transpire in this man's career.
No, absolutely. And I also feel like, though, I'd love to see Dak elevate the play of everybody else around him.
And he's got a great opportunity to do that this year.
Because it's going to start off with the wide receivers, and I keep mentioning about the wide receivers. I just don't think it's going to be pretty initially. But if he could get CeeDee Lamb going, he could find a way to get Washington going, he finds a way to get Tolbert going, Simi Fehoko, find a way to elevate these guys' game. Find a way to put them on the run. Find a way to throw the ball in front of them. Find a way to put the ball on the sideline so they tap with both feet and get it down. Find a way just to elevate. Find a way to elevate Tyler Smith's game. Maybe you're going to have to, like, Tyler Smith gets beat on a block, but you step up and avoid, and then you run forward for like 8 yards. Instead of an 8-yard sack, it's an 8-yard gain. Go and elevate your teammates' game this year. That would be a big jump for Dak, I think.
Yeah, if he can do that, that would be amazing. You know, I think, you know, honestly, we're still waiting to see a little bit of that like Romo did in his 30s, you know, with Miles Austin and Laurent Robinson and stuff, getting careers based on, you know, the quarterback making it happen. Cut 8. If you haven't been to the playoffs in back-to-back seasons, which is the case over the last 15 years, how would that change this year, Jerry Jones?
My curse is that I don't spend a lot of time on my mess-ups or the what didn't go right. I hang on, I really do. This isn't a pep talk, you're getting here, but I really do go to the successes. And I go right past. You say, well, you learn from how you might have done it differently that got you there, but hopefully there's some of that. But really, I don't spend a lot of time. I started to get some games and some seasons and some stats together for visiting with you today a little bit, and I decided against it over the last several years. But I don't look at that. Today is today, and this season is this season. We're here, and some of us aren't here, and so that motivates me to live in the day. And so we're going to give it everything we've got. We're giving it everything we got. If we could have spent everything we have available in the cap, and we could have spent it and mortgaged some more, if I thought it was the best way to win this year or win in the immediate future, then we would have done it. If your logic shows you that. And I have done it. And anybody here that realize that I'm a risk taker, and I'll take them with the best of them. And so my point is, what you see is the best I got here. And what you see with what we've got available to us in our cap, that's the best spot to be in my mind. And I'm a risk taker. So we've got a little dry powder. That's not necessarily for this season. That cap room is available for future as well. We all know that. And so, you know, you sum all of that up, and you got our best shot. What you're seeing right here today as we go. Tomorrow is another day, and we, not that have anything in mind, but that I do believe in changing your mind and would in a second if it'll help our team.
This is what I'm talking about, man. I mean, he says, my curse is I don't spend too much time on my mess-ups. Those are the teaching moments for leaders, the coaches, the front office, the owner. When you screw up, you have to be obsessed that next day at work. People got to be cowering in their offices like, don't open that damn door. The boss is pissed that we lost that game. Yeah. He wants to be happy so much. He doesn't want to ruin the empire he's built by being so competitive that it makes people uncomfortable. I don't think I'm a bit wrong about that take, Brian. What do you say?
No, I don't think you're wrong about that. And you know what? I think if I'm there today and have the answers, I hope we get the chance to talk to Jerry Jones. I'm going to give you a little preview. The first question I'm going to ask him about, is it really important for you to win? Is winning important to you? And I want to see, because to me, like I said, when I worked for him, I thought it was important. And now when you tell me you don't go back and look at the things the failures that you've had along the way, to me, that's how you mentioned it. That's how you learn. That's how you get better. It's are you doing everything you can so you just don't have that feeling anymore, that bad feeling. And I don't know with Jerry, when you look at your failures, you feel bad about that. And I don't know if he feels bad about that.
That's how we get better.
And maybe the fact that he's lost so many friends in his life here recently, it's changed him. It's changed him to the point where he's like, listen, I am not going to stress about this anymore. Yeah. And he lost his best friend in Marilyn Love. Yeah. Marilyn Love was like, that was his guiding light, right?
He has old man wisdom, and that's why old wise men shouldn't be running football teams.
No, if you tell me that you're the bottom line guy here and it's your decision and all that, man, and you don't feel bad about the mess ups you've had in the draft or signing guys or whatever, or hiring coaches, you don't need to be running a team.
Yeah,
I'm
you got to
sorry.
have a healthy relationship with your mistakes.
Yeah.
and you can act like it's the focusing on the negatives, you know, and I do admire his ability to really be able to focus on the positive.
Yeah, that's nice.
I do admire that, but there has to be some give and take here where you can't just gloss over it like it's no big deal. Hey, well, I'm only gonna when I think about last year, I'm only thinking about the fact that we won 12 regular season games, and you're just gonna overlook all the other things. You're not gonna poke any holes in it. We won 12 regular season games. Last year was really, really awesome. And then if you really dive into it, it's like, okay, you beat the Giants twice, the Eagles twice. One of them was with their JV team. Awesome. You beat Washington twice. Name a good team you beat. He doesn't want to dissect it that far. I won 12 games. Cool. That's enough for me.
Yeah, got to enjoy this ride. No, I think that's a great take.
Yeah, I just don't feel like that running a team with an attitude that he has right now is not the best way to run a team.
No,
You should
hearing that, I just
fear-
hope Steven's doing more.
You should fear every day for your job, but he was not fearing for his job.
Well, the day after the season ends, he's on the radio and he's mad and he's going to be thinking about everybody's job. I think in that week, he thought, wow, I'm getting way too worked up.
Yeah.
This great life that I've built, I'm all stressed out and angry at people that are my friends. I don't want to fire these people. I want to go back to, and look, when are we heading for the Bahamas? One of the kids on spring break.
Right when free agency starts, Jared.
Yeah. You don't want to stress about that either. So, I think these are just, a continuation of the same problems, but maybe they're getting worse. If you don't have the stomach for the fight, to show up highly, highly inspired, anybody that's a boss of people, and I'm not, but I've been an employee and I've seen how fellow employees react when the boss gets mad. We all work harder.
Yeah.
We all go home a little bit later. We all lay in bed going, damn it, how can I make sure we do a better job so I don't get fired next week? That's what happens when you make people feel uncomfortable. If you just want a happy place to work because, listen, we're all Cowboys, we've made it, let's come in and celebrate, then that's what you get. You get a team that doesn't win a championship or even get close for 26 years. Follow-up moment here. We have cut 9, a funny response from a reporter about the championship drought.
You pointed out that you focus on successes more than failures. With all due respect, what successes are you focusing on that over the last 20 years that say you guys are going down the right path?
And again, I appreciate your tenderness.
Ring him up, Clarence. What exactly are you looking at, sir?
With all due respect.
I felt like that we've done some things that got us a lot closer than those zeros in that championship game column show. I think we legitimately had 3 or 4 shots that we could have had another one. And the things that we did to get to where I could say that, in other words, those teams that had us close enough to think, but for a play, a ruling on a catch, those type of things, that you might have had you another Super Bowl or you might have had you another playoff, that sustains me. Because I know it wasn't just the one play. It might have been symptomatic. It's what you are, as a good friend of ours said, but it's not symptomatic. I can have the luxury of, from within, being able to really analyze the deals that I didn't do or that we didn't do that we could have done. You don't see that. You don't know how close it was or how far away it was with a negotiation, for instance. So I do. I know. And I know when maybe it's not even recognizable to the public of what we could have done and didn't do it and might have made a difference. So I know all of that. And so I can live with the fact that we have been closer than the zeros we have in line here over these last years you're talking about. That sustains me. That's food for me. And so that keeps me going. That's not a loser you're talking to, although it sounds like it. What it is someone that wants to go again and feels like that we've got the tools to win it. And when I look around at the teams that have been involved in the Super Bowls that I've been involved in, or the people that have been involved in the Super Bowls then I'm thankful for the Super Bowls that I've been involved in. I'm thankful.
Yeah, there he is, Jerry Jones. It was a great question by Clarence Hill. Jerry spent a minute and a half trying to come up with some sort of an answer. I guess saying we've been kind of close, but when the company you keep is Detroit and Washington, NFC teams that have not made the conference championship game, that's much more of a report card than, Des no catch. Yeah. Patrick Creighton lost in the lights. Those were 8 and 15 years ago, Jerry, and you haven't even been to the semifinals yet. We got to run, guys. Thanks so much for making us part of your day. It's the G-Bag Nation. We're coming back with Bobby Belt, Cowboys insider. We'll get his take as he prepares to fly out to Oxnard next year on 105.3 The Fan. Let's chat about D&M. every evening here on 105 through the Fan, our Cowboys Insider. Today he's joining us here at 3:20 because he's on his way to the airport and will be headed out to Oxnard, California this afternoon. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. You think there will be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. Frankel and Frankel, truckwreck.com. Salute to all of our truck drivers, by the way, out there. I know over 98% of you guys are outstanding, and you never have wrecks. You're never a problem. But
what are you about to do, bro?
But when there's a guy who messes up, amongst you.
You felt that butt coming, didn't you, Lucius?
Man, come on.
Yeah.
I'm over here dropping bombs like, truck driver.
truck
that's
driver.
it.
Woo-hoo.
Trying to buy me a truck, put it on the road, man.
dude.
And you go about to just disrespect everybody.
Man, those trucks are expensive, too. Those are nice trucks. It's a good business, though. You get a driver.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it is a cool business idea for sure. And we do love
as long as you can work on it. As long as you can afford the parts, or you're going to be down.
Yeah.
You're going to be down for a minute.
Yeah, and you don't want to miss like that.
That's like that.
Growing up, I loved the truck drivers. A family friend of ours took us on like a truck drive around the country. It was pretty good times. I always thought truck driving was cool. So no disrespect to you guys when we're doing those spots. We're just letting you know. For the 0.1% of you guys that aren't careful, we need a little protection. That's where the Frankels come in. Time now for Bobby Belt, our Cowboys Insider, brought to you by the On Time Experts. Bobby, how are you?
Howdy, gentlemen. How are you?
Doing outstanding. What'd you think about Jerry saying this team's more equipped than last year's?
I think the general takeaway was that just about everybody sitting up there at that podium seems pretty annoyed at how annoyed the fans are, and then how annoyed everybody surrounding this team right now is. The fact is that they haven't had the results over the last several years, and a team that looked like it was on the verge of doing something last year before they kind of fell apart at the end of the year, purged a lot of their talent and a lot of really, popular players and a lot of players that helped them win football games over the last several years. And so I thought it was just an interesting, juxtaposition that you've got this reaction from the fans and this chatter from the fans about as much, discontent as I think they've had in an off season. And then the Cowboys came up there kind of puffing up their chest a little bit and seemed annoyed that people would be frustrated with them. And so that was kind of my big takeaway. I mean, they're always going to sell it as though they're going to compete. But I think it's really tough to sell it as we're better positioned right now than we were last year, because I don't think that they are.
Bobby, do you think he had a bigger problem with Amari Cooper or Lyle Collins?
That Jerry did?
Yeah.
Amari, I would guess. But I mean, I think it was, you're kind of just trying to pick and choose. Okay, who are you a little less frustrated with? I think they were largely frustrated with both of them. I know he said that this came down to availability and things like that, and had even lumped Randy Gregory in there. The fact of the matter is, they were going to pay Randy Gregory. They were going to bring him back. He was going to be here. But I think that they were incredibly frustrated. A lot of people in the building were frustrated with Lyle Collins. I think specifically at that level, though, at the ownership level, the front office level, I think there was a little bit more frustration with Amari Cooper. But I think if they weren't so frustrated with either of them, they'd both be here.
It's Bobby Belt with us here in the G-Bag Nation. In terms of guys that you feel like are most important to have really good training camps to give you a more positive outlook on this upcoming season, outside of like Dak, obviously, or like Micah Parsons, who's the one or two guys that you're like, man, I'd really like to see this guy have a great camp because it could bode well for the regular season outlook?
I think so much of what they're going to do, so much of their success is going to be dependent on how much better the offensive line is playing, how much better the run blocking is, how much better they're protecting Dak, and I think everything else can kind of flow out from that. So I think you'd look at your questions. It'd be great if Tyler Biotish had a good camp, if Terrence Steele had a great camp, if Tyler Smith had a great camp. We always know what Tyron Smith and Zach Martin can do, but Tyron's issue is more about health. I don't think there are really any questions about Zach Martin. But in terms of their performance on the field, how they look at these practices, how they're handling things, I think those are the areas that I'm really going to look at are those sort of questions that you have on the offensive line. Let me see Terrence Steele showing the same sort of improvement from year 2 to year 3 that he showed from year 1 to year 2. Let me see that those glimpses that we saw of Tyler Smith and the improvements we saw in terms of his technique, let me see that those are even further along now that he's been working with Duke Manyweather since OTAs and minicamp. And let me see that Tyler Biotish has gone into the classroom and improved things there, because that's the big question for them about him is he the quarterback of the offensive line? Does he have the pre-snap IQ that they really want there? And so I think those are sort of the big ones that I'll be looking at. I feel better if I saw that. And obviously, if you see that these receivers come out here and without Michael Gallup are looking like they're having some success, that would bode well for them too. But I think it all starts with the offensive line.
Bobby, we're getting news that Julio Jones is signing a 1-year deal with Tampa. In your talks with folks at the Cowboys, was Julio Jones a guy that was on that radar? He is a big guy, doesn't stay healthy as much as you would like him to, but was he a guy that people were kind of whispering about if they had to go off that emergency board?
I mean, I think he would have been somebody that at least is worth a call. They've placed calls to chronically injured players over the last several years. They signed one of them, Malik Hooker. They brought in Eric Berry when nobody else was bringing in Eric Berry for looks. So I'm sure they would have at least given it a look. But I think the bigger thing for them is they want, as you and I have talked about, Brian, on the podcast, and we've talked about here on G-Bag a couple times, that the bigger check mark for them if they're going to go out and sign a receiver is going to be availability and familiarity. Those are the two big things for them, I think. So somebody who maybe either has some familiarity with somebody on the staff or has played with Dak before or something like that. And then the availability of just somebody that they reliably, they know they can count on their health. And that's absolutely not going to be Julio Jones. Because, I mean, he's always banged up. He is always hurt. And, I mean, even if he was healthy, he is not the same player that he was, 4 or 5 years ago. So I think he would have been in a list of names, but I don't think that necessarily would have been the area that they would have really pursued.
50% of the Love of the Star podcast with us here in the G-Bag Nation. He is Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider. What about Cole Beasley? His name's getting thrown around. He's on Twitter today saying, like, hey, for Dak, I'd join the Cowboys again. Garofalo, NFL Network, saying he's got plenty of suitors. I mean, do you think there's a chance
Bobby's
there?
about to give you a really good answer. I mean, you're going to give him a really good answer. Why not, right?
I think so. I mean, I think we talked pretty openly at the time when he left Buffalo that the bridge wasn't completely C4'd, right? So, I mean, there was still an opportunity. There were still relationships here. Cole Beasley was not opposed to coming back to Dallas. I think we mentioned that over the summer. And I think that there are people, within the Cowboys decision-making group that wouldn't necessarily be opposed to him, and would be interested in having him here. Robert Prince is really big on having receivers with size. If you're not going to be a receiver with size, you've got to be an elite route runner like he had in Danny Amendola. I do think that's Cole Beasley. But you talk to people over there in the building, they will tell you Mike McCarthy is a lot more stringent on that. Like, he's a lot more hard line on, I don't want smaller slots. I don't want guys who can't play inside outside. And so I wonder if that might be too big a hurdle for them. But in terms of, hurt feelings and things like that, I don't know that the hurt feelings are any worse than they were with Bryce Butler. And when they got in a pinch, they brought Bryce Butler back 7 months later. So I wouldn't say it's completely out of the realm of possibility, but I just think that more due to the size parameters that I think the people on offense have, I think that would be a bigger stumbling block to them than any sort of hurt feelings, because I think there are people in the building who still believe in his talent and think he could contribute if he was here with the offense.
It's Bobby Belt here with you. That's odd. I don't imagine many guys would mind a smaller slot, during their life, but I guess each has their own preference.
Big busty slots over here for me.
Are you at the airport right now, Bob? Are you getting ready to fly out already?
I am. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not, we don't take off we board here in like an hour and a half, but yes, I am at the airport, already gone through security. Had to check bags, as Mike Bassick was complaining about in crosstalk, and but I got the bags checked, and now I'm just kind of hanging out, waiting around, may get some food here soon.
Now, Stephen Jones saying he believes that Dalton Schultz deal can still get done, a long-term deal. He said he believes it will. I know you've been breaking news on this story throughout the offseason. Are you buying or selling that idea that Dalton Schultz will get his long-term deal eventually?
I mean, they had to have their negotiations with him, and I just don't think they're trying to poison the water there by just coming out and saying, like, well, I don't really think we're interested in signing him long-term, because they just came off of half-hearted negotiations to get that done. So, I mean, I think that's going to be their public position, but I'd be really, really surprised if they get anything done with him in the long term after this season. I mean, we already know he's playing on the franchise tag this year, but after this season, I mean, unless he just breaks out and has some sort of career year and is doing George Kittle-like things that we haven't seen before, I have a really hard time seeing them trying to get anything done. And I think as of today, that was a little bit of posturing. I don't think that's Dallas's real long-term plan.
Bobby, we saw the Kyler news yesterday about the interesting clause in his contract. I know you're buddies with plenty of people, agents inside the league and things like that. Have you ever heard of a clause like that where it's, hey, study for 4 hours a week mandatory?
I haven't heard of a clause like that, but I do know teams will spy on those. It's like, checking the screen time on your kids. They will check in on those and see how much you're actually doing film study. I mean, that's been an issue before in the past for the Cowboys with some of their players. And so, I mean, that's not unusual to have that sort of concern and to check up on those things. But it's wild to me that A, it would be put in the contract, and B, it would be signed with that in the contract. That just seems a little, I mean, if you have that big an issue trusting the player, I don't know why you're wanting to sign over $46 million annually and say, hey, you're the guy to lead our franchise moving forward.
Bobby Belt here with you on the Fan. I pulled a Broadus there. I didn't have my mic on.
Yeah,
I'm trying to talk to you.
Oh, come on. Hey, yeah, what's your line, Cheech? When it's red, you can talk. But I know the mic that Dawson sits at, I don't think it has the red ring. So
Yeah, that one.
I think it's burned out.
It is. It is a little bit burned out.
Hey, you're carrying that podcast, by the way, Love of the Star. You're doing some great
thank
work
you. I'm
there.
not. I'm
Not
not.
sure who
I'm
the other
just teeing
guy
up
is.
Broadus. I'm just teeing up Broadus to hit home runs.
Bobby was telling me that's why he had to check a bag. He had to bring all the icy hot for his back while he's in Oxnard. 'Cause he's carrying that damn podcast.
No. I had to check it back because I had to bring all of our recording equipment.
Oh, yeah.
So that Cheech would stop whining and we could actually put him on the podcast with us for an episode.
I've been begging, man. I've been begging and pleading. I want to plummet those numbers for you guys. I want to jump on there.
Hey, moving forward, if players aren't available for a lot of games, do we need to start looking at them and saying this could be his last season if he can't stay on the field?
Tristan Hill?
Man, that's a good question.
Once they start to get paid, I guess, Jerry said.
But I mean, like, it's a little bit of like, okay, well, your actions don't totally match up because you didn't move on from Tyron Smith. You've still held on him as banged up as he's been, and the availability issues that you've had there. And I'm not saying that Tyron Smith should have been purged, but I'm just saying if that's a consistent policy, then you would have already moved on from him. So I don't know. I mean, I think that there was a lot more going on with all three of those instances with Amari Cooper, Lyle Collins, and Randy Gregory than just, they weren't available. I think that was a lot more politically motivated or about things that didn't have to do with availability or sometimes even the football field.
Did you see Aaron Rodgers show up like Nick Cage and Con Air today to training camp in Lambeau?
I did. The hair was wonderful. Great look. I actually do. I do appreciate, as much as kind of like a D-bag as he can be sometimes, I do appreciate the self-awareness of Aaron Rodgers at times. It is pretty enjoyable.
Best Nick Cage movie of all time, according to Bobby Belt.
I've never seen it.
No, but no, I'm saying you haven't seen Con Air. You don't watch Nick Cage movies? I thought you were caged. I thought you were caged on your weekends, just buried in Nick Cage movies.
No. I don't mind Nick Cage, but I mean, like, he's not way up at the top for me. He's kind of a cornball actor, and I've never actually seen that movie. But I mean, I appreciate.
Oh, he got hung up. Oh no, I thought Lucius hung up on him.
Almost hung up on that fool right there,
No. I will.
You were
I do
talking
have,
crazy.
I do have a fun Nick Cage fact though that a lot of people don't know. You know who his uncle is?
No.
Yes.
Either any of you.
Yes.
No.
Who's his uncle?
Yes, one of the greatest actors of all time.
It's one of the greatest directors of all time.
Directors,
Francis Ford
yeah,
Coppola.
that one.
Martin Scorsese?
Francis Ford Coppola.
Francis Ford Coppola. His name is actually Nicholas Coppola, and he changed it because he didn't want to be given any handouts when he got to Hollywood. So he didn't tell anybody that was his uncle for forever.
Okay. Well, good on him. Getting it done on his own merits. Thank you so much, Bob. Anything else before we let you go?
Just that I love you all, and safe travels for everybody.
There he goes. Bobby Belt must follow
Don't mess
Cowboys
up
Twitter.
the room, Bob, before I get there, all right?
Oh, you guys are roomies?
Yeah.
Cute. All righty. Let's go around the Rangers. Players most likely to be discussed in the upcoming trade deadline, which is next week. We have Trevon Diggs content coming up at 4 o'clock. It's a big Cowboys Training Camp Tuesday here with you on 105 through the Fan. Let's talk about Twin Peaks because it is your ultimate sport.
taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. It is the Texas Authority of Barricade Rentals, BayersBarricades.com.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here, 105.3 The Fan. Rangers have fallen on a little tougher times in the last 3-4 weeks. They're now at risk of going double-digit games under 500. The idea of the playoffs, a faint whisper. And the trade deadline is next week. So how do you play it? 877-881-1053 here. It is a training camp Tuesday, and we have Trevon Diggs content coming up here for you at 4 o'clock. But I thought we could do some baseball stuff because Evan Grant wrote about 6 Rangers who are most likely to be discussed ahead of the MLB trade deadline, which is August 2nd. So I'll get you those names, but are you guys with me on this, that, hey, the playoffs ain't happening. We need to look at if somebody wants to overpay, they're desperate for something the Rangers have. We're super open-minded to being sellers here, aren't we?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think the Rangers are in one of those gray areas where I could see them still being a buyer in certain instances where, hey, we can get control of a guy for a few years. It's not one of these, hey, we're only going to have this guy for the rest of the season. We're trying to make a run kind of deal right now. That would make no sense. But if you can get your hands on somebody that you feel like can be a contributor for you, whether it's this year or mostly for years to come, then I think there's reason to be like, okay, that kind of makes some sense there. But generally speaking, I think the Rangers lean more towards being sellers here, and you should capitalize on any one of these guys that you can right now, because this season we're not making a run right now. I mean, we can be honest with ourselves. What is it, 5-22 in these one-run games?
That's what I was gonna say.
Wow.
I think I had 1 in 36 is what I had.
Okay.
Something like that. It seems like it's crazy. They went from being a team several years ago that was great in one-run games to a team now that just can't buy anything as far as getting a victory that way. I hate to say this. I thought they would play 500 ball through the second half of the season, and just finish out and maybe get in a position to think about being a buyer here. I just don't see it.
No,
I don't see it. They had an opportunity with a pretty favorable schedule to kind of get above 500 before the All-Star break. They couldn't do that. They've lost to some bad teams. I just not Seattle's a tough one because Seattle's playing a lot better, but I think the Rangers need to focus. They need to take all calls. They need to take all calls. And if and we like CY and JD and those guys over there, if it's something that makes sense for them that maybe can set them up for 2023, by all means give it a go. But if it's a pitcher, it's got to be one of those controllable situations. I reached out to somebody over there about Dallas Keuchel. They picked up him and
minor league deal.
And I was just kind of thinking, well, is that one of those, you're trying to get something out of this, or what's the kind of the scouting report? And it's kind of like, hey, listen, this guy's kind of a soft tossing lefty, and he's got limited stuff. He competes, but there's not enough swing and misses to his game nowadays, and
fell off pretty hard.
Yeah, fell off pretty hard, and so they're just taking a look at guys right now, and so I think they need to be sellers in this market.
Okay, so here are the names. There's 6 of them actually in this story. Martin Perez, man, it'd be tough to see a good starting pitcher go, and now we've played so much baseball, and his ERA is still under 3. I don't think I want to let him go unless the offer is outstanding.
Right. He's not untouchable, but I think we've started to get to a place where I think we're moving towards more of an extension for Martin as opposed to moving on from him.
I'll tell you what, is this the Profar and things like that where you actually do have a tradable piece and we're just going to hold on because do you feel like that he's going to have the same success that he had last year?
Probably not this level.
Did he figure it out? I mean, are you extending for something? Are you extending just because he had a good year this year? Mm-hmm. Or are you extending him because you think that he could pitch like this for the next 3 years?
Well, I'm going to trust my guys, but I think he's put up enough of a sample size that as long as he's not asking for too much. But to your point, Brian, I'm open-minded. If people are calling about Martin Perez, there's still risk in there. And I'm willing to send that risk on down the road if it's the right, package of prospects or whatever.
And you could get that because he is a hell of a player, and there are teams in need of a guy like Martin Perez. Let's go on a run right now. And so you might have one of these teams that says, bleep it, let's do it. And if you're the Rangers, okay. Yes, this is the right price.
This is the problem. He's had a pretty long major league career. But is this something that was just he found something here on the second go round? Or are you saying, man, because if you extend and it's back to just being, just kind of a basic guy, then that's going to be a bad deal for the Rangers.
Okay, they do have 3 young guys who are now available because you're starting to look at the system as we have redundancy at multiple positions where you have talent, you have young talent, and then you have extra talent. Ezekiel Duran, Josh Smith, Justin Foscue. Reliever Matt Moore, by the way, whose contract runs up at the end of this year. He is on that list at 33 years old, and he's going to join us coming up at 4:40, the Rangers Player Show. And then Evan Grant mentions Adolis Garcia, which seems crazy. But, because he is a guy, Gold Glove, power, great athlete, it's possible that a big contender would be willing to really unload multiple top 10 prospects to you. And according to Evan Grant, Rangers will be open-minded about that. Evan Grant's not just throwing stuff out there, Brian.
No, he's not. And I think a lot of it has to do because we asked about Bubba Thompson yesterday to see why. And will Bubba Thompson maybe play another outfield position instead of center field? Would you move him over and handle, because Young was talking about that, like, hey, when we bring up Bubba Thompson, we want Bubba Thompson here to stay.
Yeah.
And so if that's the case and you want to move Garcia because you want to give another young player an opportunity, then I have no problem with that. This year, to me, I look at it. I just say, let's just try and retool this thing with a couple of different players that looking for 2023 in mind, because this is it. Hey, it was a nice little run, but you just can't finish games. I mean, the bullpen tried its best. It got too wore down. But if you're going to move from guys on from like Garcia and people like that, I don't have a problem with that.
All right. Neither does the 214, by the way. They'd trade Lowe, Calhoun, and Adolis. Somebody wants to pay.
Man, I think they got momentum earlier in the year. They really had things going. They don't have enough to sustain it, but I'm trying to hang on to as many guys as possible. Again, unless that phone rings and somebody has a great offer. Rangers are in Seattle again tonight, where Eric Nadel noticed the best ballpark sign ever in the crowd last night as the Mariners were hosting the Rangers. Here's how it sounded.
Anyway, Ryan and Kat, who apparently grew up in Sherman, have a sign that says, "Always in our hearts, we miss you, TNP." Ted Nichols Payne, of course, who's from Sherman. And we love you, 105.3 The Fan. Thank you so much, Kat and Ryan.
Yeah, what a great sign up there. And salute to everybody. Thoughts and prayers to everybody. Condolences if you are mourning out there in Sherman or anywhere for the loss of our great Ted Nichols Payne. It won't be the same without him out there in Oxnard. Okay, when we come back, G-Bag Nation, it is time now for the 4 o'clock hour number 3. Trevon Diggs right up in the Athletic. Chiafalo is going to give you takeaways on that. We have quarterback news. And even if you hate this MVP, you kind of had to laugh at what he pulled off when he arrived at training camp. Those stories and more coming up next on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, I want to chat about Absolute Beauty Solutions, though, because if you need a little bit of help
Let's do this. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. General at your service. Let's talk more Cowboys football. Get some deets on Trevon Diggs. Takeaways from an article today in The Athletic. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboys scout. He's biting at the chip to get out there for Cowboys training camp. The flight leaves, 7:30 tonight or so, something like that?
7:57, boarding at 7:22.
So you guys are going to rock with me until 5:20. And then the nosebleed guys, well, actually, Reggie and CA are going to step in from 5:30 to 7 o'clock. Yeah, the Get Right. Yeah. My bad on that. Yeah, the Get Right guys. Okay. Yes, KG is out celebrating an anniversary. So congratulations to him. It's half the Get Right guy. Plus CA here tonight, 5:30 to 7 o'clock. Lucius Alexander's at Master Control. Eric Chiafalo, Carter Freeman coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation. Chief, tell us about this Athletic article about Trevon Diggs. What are we learning?
Yeah, this is pretty good stuff here, boys. I do need to shout out whoever made the executive decision here after many, many a year of us complaining about the splashback at the urinal here in the bathroom on floor 11.
What happened?
We got ourselves one of the pee catchers.
Nice.
One of the deals, it's a very simple thing. You just set it in. It kind of absorbs the pee, so there's not as much splashback when you're using the urinal. We have officially upgraded our urinals, and we have that layer of protection there. And if you look at the floor underneath the urinal, there's not a puddle of pee-pees.
Because you got your Crocs on, too, and that'd be a bad thing, right?
Yeah, well, with the Crocs, it is a little bit troubling. But
I'd say that's a strong candidate for biggest dub.
Yeah, it's a huge dub, man. It's a huge dub.
You think we could get some better chairs in the studio?
Well, that's in about 5 or 10 years, we'll get around to that. But right now, I'm basking in the positivity. I'm going full Jerry Jones here. I'm not looking at the negatives, Broaddus.
Don't look at the negatives.
Only looking at the positives. And I'm just very, very thankful that I can go pee now and not get a ton of splashback. It's pretty incredible. Now, the Athletic, Trevon Diggs. It's a big year for him because, remember, Trevon Diggs could have very easily been a first-round pick. He's a second-round pick. So that means
they talked about him as a possible first-round pick. Sure did.
We are not getting – he's not going to have that fifth-year option. Right, when it comes to his contract, because he's a second-round pick.
Right.
So he's going into year 3 now, so it's not desperation mode, but you really want to start deciding here, because next offseason could be one of those where Trevon Diggs holds you up a little bit, and he wants to get his extension or whatever it may be. And so is he a guy that you pay? And it's a weird deal. He's an all-pro. He's got all the interceptions. Should kind of be a no-brainer. Or maybe not. Let's find out. Now, one of the interesting things that they note here is we know how the Cowboys have been so turnover averse defensively for so many years. Now, that's changed here over the last couple, which has been an absolute blessing. But you know how shocking it is to read that if you go all the way back to the year 2000, only 2 players have intercepted more passes than Trevon Diggs in a Cowboys uniform?
Wow.
Trevon Diggs has played 28 games. He's already third on the Cowboys over the last 22 seasons in terms of total interceptions.
That's incredible.
Fun little trivia game is, can you name the 2 that are ahead of him with more interceptions?
Last 22 years?
Yeah, dating back to 2000. And I'll let you guys ponder on that. But I was
tough.
One of these names actually really surprised me.
Sean Lee.
Of who is it now? Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say Sean Lee, but I was thinking it wasn't a defensive back.
That's a really good guess. Sean Lee is actually technically tied with Trevon Diggs at 3, at third, because Sean Lee had 14 interceptions in 118 games.
Yeah.
Trevon Diggs has 14 interceptions in 28 games.
Okay, who was one of those safeties in there? Not Barrett, Gerald Sensabaugh. No, 5 or 6 years for him. Orlando Scandrick did not have 14 picks. There's no way. He might have 5. Brandon Carr didn't get many picks at all.
No, he got 1, I think, his whole career.
Byron Jones was in the single-digit club.
Yeah. Sensabaugh had 8. Orlando Scandrick had 8. Those are the names that you have mentioned. But I'm sure the texters...
T-New. We got to go way back.
T-New. He leads the Cowboys dating back to the year 2000 in interceptions. He played 133 games. He had 32 interceptions.
I think he's still playing.
Terrence Newman? No, he got killed by Mike Evans that time when Mike Evans blocked him when Terrence Newman was a Bengal.
I know. I say that because
blocked him right into the field.
He was an older guy, and I remember everybody when he came out of Kansas State, everybody's like, you can't draft an older guy. I think he was 25. We drafted him, and he ended up playing until he was like 45, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody was like all over us about it, but heck of a player, But yeah, he had a knack for being around the ball, So I could see why he did have a lot of interceptions.
Yeah. So he is the corner. I'll give you guys this hint. Number 2 on the list of interceptions for the Cowboys is a safety. So whenever you guys, I'm sure the text is kind of blowing up a little bit on it.
Michael Downs.
It is not Michael Downs.
Well, this is. I mean, are you saying all time or just since
2000?
Okay,
then
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you said all time. Oh, my bad.
I'm trying to think of Michael Downs. Man, I don't know. I don't even know who Michael Downs is. I'm terrible.
Yeah.
Roy Williams.
The General Gavin Dawson. I didn't realize Roy Williams, we think of him as such, the hard hitter, the linebacker disguised as a safety, but he got himself some picks, 19 in 98 games. But all that to say, Trayvon Diggs in just 28 games is now third on the list in terms of most Cowboy interceptions over the last 22 years. So that's pretty dang impressive. And when you think about 14 interceptions in 28 games, every other game you're getting a pick. That's like some unheard of sort of territory here.
Yeah, and to me, this season and his contract, which you opened up with, it just comes down to the turnovers. I think he's going to have way more than the average corner, but are you going to go to the top of the cornerback market if he has a similar season to last year? Yes. But what if it's 6 picks? What if it's 7 picks? 8, 9, 10, 11. I know I'm like, shoot, we're doing it.
Right.
He's getting a pick every other game still. Mm-hmm. And if you can do that over the course of 3 games, I don't know how you walk away from it.
Only one player in the NFL last year gave up 1,000 yards in coverage. His name was Trayvon Diggs. Yeah. And the thing about it is the Cowboys play a ton of cover 1. So you're playing a lot of man defense. Dan Quinn, we thought he was going to be doing all the cover 3 stuff like he did with the Legion of Boom in Seattle. He comes here and he's doing a ton of man coverages. But Trayvon Diggs also gave up a ton of 5th most yards in zone.
See, that's what I'm saying. If you're Dan Quinn and you're watching tape, don't play him in zone. I mean, his ability to use his length and to stay with guys, he's smart when he can read routes. But when you play him off, he tends to lose. He loses that connection, and then he loses his focus, and then his eyes don't stay with the receiver. But when you can put him up tight and he can have that feel on the shoulder, he's a much better player covering that way.
Trayvon Diggs tied for the most penalties by a corner with 11 last year. Yeah. So that's another one when you kind of start going pros and cons. And Pro Football Focus, grain of salt, but he was in the bottom 10 in defending the run out of 120 corners. And I think anybody who sort of watches Cowboys games knows that he's not really a guy that's getting too much in the mix from a rushing standpoint. And when you look at the top contracts around the league, Jalen Ramsey, Marshawn Lattimore, J.C. Jackson, these guys, these guys are making about $1 million a game. So Trayvon Diggs right now making $100,000 a game. It's like, okay, no problem. That's the value. That's like the Dalton Schultz thing. Hey, Dalton Schultz is a fine player, but now you want to start talking about $15 million a year. Now we're going to start poking holes in your game, and it's going to come across as hate. But that's just what's the value that you're bringing to the table.
Yeah, you don't want your team falling in love with guys that produced. You want your team paying the guys at the top of the position across the entire league.
Right. And so when you start looking at those guys, Trayvon Diggs gives up 1,000 yards. Okay, Marshawn Lattimore gives up 860 last year. J.C. Jackson, Jalen Ramsey, they gave up about 600 yards last year. Now, the difference between that is those 3 guys, Ramsey, J.C. Jackson, and Marshawn Lattimore, they combined, the 3 of them had 15 interceptions. We know Diggs had 11 of them. And none of those guys are playing as much man coverage as Trayvon Diggs is asked to do. J.C. Jackson did a decent amount, but not as much as what Diggs was asked to do for the Cowboys last year. So you can look at the money and all that kind of stuff there, but then you start to wonder of like, okay, what's the deal with, can you what does history say about repeating big turnover years? What is history? Because we know just generally with turnovers, we talk about this with the Cowboys this year. Man, how do they make up for the fact that they're probably not going to get as many turnovers? They're not going to lead the league in turnovers forced. So how do they make up for that? And then so when you start looking at a guy like Trayvon Diggs and you start wondering about, okay, he had 11 interceptions last year, but generally speaking, kind of what happens that way? Well, when you look at seasons of 8 or more interceptions, they don't really happen much at all. And when they do happen, it's not the new normal for that player. It's just a big outlier season. An example, Xavier Howard, Miami Dolphins in 2020 had 10 picks. Last year he had 5. And he's a ball-hawking kind of corner. But it's not something that you traditionally see, okay, this guy gets a ton of interceptions and just year in, year out, that's what you're getting, right? And so that's going to be a big question for him of like, are you getting these interceptions? Because if you're giving up 1,000 yards, that's 200 more yards than like a Marshawn Lattimore. But if you're getting 3 or 4 more picks than he is every year, I'll take that. Like what's 200 yards in the grand scheme for a corner if he's getting 3 or 4 more interceptions than the next guy? I'll take the picks.
Is there a formula there that NFL teams kind of lean on, or do you just kind of go case by case?
I think it's just case by case. I kind of have a feeling that maybe Anthony Brown is going to have more interceptions than Diggs this year.
Wow. What makes you feel that way?
I feel like, every year he's gotten, the number has gone up. He had, I think he had 3 last year. I kind of project him to have somewhere between 4 and 6 interceptions this year. And I just feel he is really, I think he's an exceptional player when, again, you play that press and staying with, and then the ball reactions and stuff like that. When he focuses in on his guy, and he can stay close enough,
as long as it's not Antonio Brown.
Yeah,
that was a mess.
No, that was a mess. He had 2 bad games.
Yeah.
He had 2 bad, and that game against the Raiders, the referee, that's Sean Hockley.
So
it's just a weird game. But to me, I kind of feel like that he could come out of this thing with 4 to 6 interceptions. I think he's going to be that guy that's going to be super, super productive. I mean, you look at all the numbers. If you believe in metrics and things like that, was it like Pro Football Focus and all that? They had all those numbers with quarterback ratings and, knockdown passes and all that. He was one of the top corners in the league when it came to all the metric stuff.
I do expect the Cowboys to play it slow, Chief, and if he gives up big stats and only has 3 or 4 picks, I bet they let it ride into year 4, and if they have to, they'll franchise tag him. I think that's probably how they're going to play it. Now, if he goes out there and dominates next year, maybe they'll be willing to give up that contract, but that's the only way.
And it's going to be a tough thing to duplicate and to depend on. Like if the only way I can really justify paying you is if you're getting about double-digit interceptions, that's just not something you can really bank on. Like there had
not in this era, especially.
Right. I mean, up until Trayvon Diggs this year, there had been no other 8 interception seasons since 2017. Kevin Byard and Darius Slay both reached that number. Byard has not gone beyond 5 since then. Darius Slay has only gotten to 3 in 1 season since. So like he had the 8 interception season. Now he's never had more than 3 since then. Marcus Peters is a guy Diggs gets compared to at times as a ball hawk with holes in his games, but gets a lot of interceptions. Peters had 8 interceptions as a rookie, and he's still been a good corner, but he averages 4 interceptions every year since. So you don't really see it carrying over in terms of guy who gets a bunch of picks. It's not really something that is consistent.
No, even Everson Walls in the 80s, when he had his 11.
Yeah.
He had a couple of more seasons that were great, 7 and 9. But he played like 12 years, and most of them were 2, 3, 4, 5. And that's in the 80s, where the picks were out there to get. So if Trayvon Diggs can pull this off, it'll be one of the most impressive things we've ever seen in the NFL. If he can have another double-digit back-to-back season, and he'll earn that $25 million.
And this was something interesting, too. They say Diggs just gets beaten too often for big plays, so that's kind of what he is, a little bit volatile. He'll get the big play or he'll give up
Feast
the big
your
play.
famine a little bit.
Yeah, on gains of 15-plus yards, there was only one corner in the NFL who conceded more than him. So
is he getting targeted a lot more?
He's not. He's being targeted about the same time as a Marshawn Lattimore, a Jalen Ramsey. You're getting targeted as one of these top corners because that's the thing. You're the best corner, but you're guarding. You're defending the best receiver. So these offenses are still trying to get the ball to their best player, and so the Ramseys, the Diggses, the Lattimores, the J.C. Jacksons, they're all still being targeted somewhere between 6 and 8 times a game, and that's right where Diggs is being targeted.
I didn't think that teams were going to go away from him, even though he was getting interceptions, because you did have the ability to make plays on him too.
Yeah, you just asked your quarterback to be more careful.
I just kind of felt like that. It was like, no, you'd be smart to go away from them. Like, I don't know, man. If the guy gives up some big plays, I'm going to keep attacking him and take my chances.
And I think there's just a feel aspect of it because it's such of the aggression. Like they say, like a lot of these 15+ yard gains that he gives up, a lot of it comes on concepts that are specifically targeted to use his aggressiveness against him. Double moves, stutter moves, and stuff like that. That'll bait Diggs into kind of attacking, and then boom, he gets beat over the top. And I'm hopeful that there is some aspect of his game. We talked about the game slowing down for Dak a little bit as he progresses year in, year out. Hopefully, especially for a guy like Diggs who played a lot of receiver, right? He's still kind of green at the cornerback position. Hopefully the game can start to slow down for a little bit and he can be more judicious with, hey, I know now I can jump this and make the play, as opposed to jumping things and just seeing it and going and getting burned all the time.
Yeah.
Like that's something that you hope he kind of matures into.
Very interesting stuff, Chief. Thank you so much for breaking all that down, getting the takeaways for you, the pieces in the Athletic there, Trevon Diggs. 214, could it be the quarterbacks adjusting to these corners, therefore less picks? They're throwing shorter, they're throwing quicker. Yeah. You know, everybody has bought into the idea of let's throw it short and we'll set them up to bite on the short stuff and then go deep. But, back in the 80s and the 70s especially, it was just like, well, let's drop back and let one rip down the field and see what happens. And they weren't as scared. Like even Parcells would have really, really outdated takes to his quarterbacks. Oh, no, you throw 2 picks a game, that's fine. That lets me know you're trying, you're going for it. And the wisdom of the 21st century and the analytics have been like, no, this is backbreaking. You can't do that to your guys. Okay. G-Bag Nation, thanks for making us part of your day. We got a big show planned. We're about halfway through it, and we're going to come back with something that's always fun for us here about mid-show time, the top 10 at 420. And Chiafalo, where are we headed with that?
Well, for the list, we have a Choose Your Own Destiny because the Nick Cage stuff has me fired up. We could do the top 10 Nick Cage movies, or we can celebrate National Drive-Thru Day that we all celebrated a couple of days ago. So that's a Choose Your Own Destiny. Text that in. And then what is, of all these quarterback competitions at these training camps around the NFL, which one is the saddest? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
All right, let's talk D&M Lacing before we do anything else. If you've been eyeballing something recently, you want the new truck or the new
channeling his inner Nicolas Cage, specifically Nicolas Cage from Con Air, which is an outstanding film. And I mean, it's like Doppelganger, big time. Like, he's got the hair, he's got the beard. I will say, with all the side-by-sides we've seen today, I give the edge to Nick Cage, man, in terms of just like shreddedness, vascularity in the arms. Like, Nick Cage was more physically.
Oh, he rocked it better.
He was in better shape, I think. Like, Rodgers has a little bit. You can see the pudge in the stomach a touch more than you can see Nicolas Cage's when he's prime Con Air style.
Okay.
And Nick Cage has the gun show working in a much better way than Aaron Rodgers did today. But nonetheless, it sparked a bunch of internet conversation. I had to ask Bobby Belt about Nick Cage and his thoughts. And then I'm like, okay, we were going to do the fast food stuff. It was drive-through day the other day, but I think we do Nicolas Cage here because the truckwreck.com fan text is inundating me with Nick Cage stuff. There's a lot of good Nicolas Cage fans out there. So we will respect those gentlemen and we will show some love to Nick Cage today.
And well done by Aaron Rodgers. You know, I might be the foremost Aaron Rodgers. I don't know if I'm a hater. I'm just annoyed by him. I think he's obnoxious and weird, and I feel bad for him at times. But this shows a tremendous sense of humor and a good feel for the bit.
Right.
You know, you could try to pull that off and end up looking like an idiot. You could try to go host Jeopardy and end up looking like an idiot. This is a talented dude. And even I, as an Aaron Rodgers hater, I guess, I got to admit that.
Yeah,
you know?
It was strong. I mean, and he did the John Wick look for Halloween last year, if we remember, pulled that off pretty well. I think he looks more Nick Cage Con Air, though, than he did John Wick.
Did he pull up on a motorcycle and do the whole deal?
I wish. He might have done the bicycle thing. Don't they do the bicycle thing?
Yeah, Green Bay's a bicycle town. Yeah.
So maybe he did one of those, but it did look sharp going in. I will play you some Nicolas Cage sound that is historically dominant from our time in the nosebleed seats. 7 to 11 here on 105.3 The Fan. It is an epic 30 seconds of Nicolas Cage being peak Nicolas Cage. But before we get there, folks, couple of things. First of which, looks like we got 3 quarterback competitions going on around the NFL right now. Okay, training camps upon us. Which one is more sad? Because I find all these to be pretty damn sad. We start in Pittsburgh. It's Trubisky versus Pickett. Okay? Trubisky versus Pickett.
Trubisky-Pickett.
We swoop on down to Carolina, where you can get a good old-fashioned Mayfield versus Darnold. Or you can swing it on up to your neck of the woods there, Dawson, Seattle. And it's Geno Smith versus Drew Lock.
Oh, my goodness. That's pathetic.
I think Seattle's is the worst.
I think so, too.
I think so. I mean, you could...
There's not a sliver of hope in either one of those guys.
I like Pickett. I like Pickett at Pittsburgh. Trubisky, I could do without. They need to just go ahead. You know, Mike Tomlin, hell, it doesn't matter who he has at quarterback. The guy's had like 14 straight winning seasons. It doesn't matter. His quarterback gets hurt all the time, it seems like, you know, with Ben Roethlisberger a little bit lately and then finally retiring. But that situation, you know, I kind of feel like the Seattle situation gives me no hope. You know, I've seen those guys play.
This is Cody Pickett?
The rookie.
The rookie Pickett,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a little bit more sense. I'm like, what exactly do you like about Cody Pickett?
No.
Okay, so that's my bad. That's my bad. Okay.
Rookie from Pittsburgh, yeah.
Yeah.
Good old Ken Dog.
All right, yeah, I would say Geno Smith and Drew Lock.
That's the most sad. Like if you're the fan base, yeah, because there's no more hope in either one of those guys. I think if you could convince yourself, hey, maybe Mayfield, number 1 overall pick, Sam Darnold, top 5 pick, maybe they could show a little something, late bloomers, if you will. And then with Pittsburgh, you're not really having any hope in Trubisky, but maybe Kenny Pickett in his small hands can do a little something.
Sure.
So I guess Seattle. I guess it's maybe the Panthers is the most. Is the least sad because it's Mayfield and Darnold, and maybe you get a little something there. Either way, I would hate to be any one of those fan bases right now, showing up to camp, watching those quarterback competitions.
I mean, with Baker, at least there's been some success in the NFL. About half of 2 individual seasons, he was playing well. Mm-hmm. It's just the other combined 2 seasons, I guess, that he struggled. But I feel like if you can build a good team around Baker Mayfield, he'll play a roughly Derek Carr type of game. I think that's what I think of if you give me a protected Baker Mayfield. Now, he might do things to sabotage himself in the locker room and the post-game media and all that, but I think I would get excited about Baker still if I'm a desperate Carolina fan.
It is with great sadness that I bring you the news of the end, the discontinuation of the Choco Taco.
What?
Oh, what happened?
I don't really know all the details here. I don't know if the numbers were down on the Choco. I can't imagine
they were
numbers
just
being
like
down.
a victim of the pandemic. I was like, what does that mean? So I kept going through the article. I was like, what is that saying?
We all got COVID. We lost our taste, and then the taste for the Choco Taco just never came back. I guess.
But the ice cream sandwich stays.
It's the ice cream sando does.
I feel like the Choco Tacos had a great run from like the ice cream trucks to convenience stores, and now it's just gone.
It's been around since 1984.
Wow.
Okay,
That's my era.
which is a hell of a run,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
kudos to them and Klondike and everybody involved. But the Choco Taco is being discontinued.
Oh, it's a Klondike product,
and it is a Klondike product. And now I gotta imagine there's gonna be a lot of people that are willing to do a lot of wild things for the Choco Taco Klondike. And that is no longer going to be available. So RIP to the Choco Taco, a legendary school ice cream vending machine item. Now to Nicolas Cage. Okay. This is the sound that I want to play you before we get into the top 10 best Nicolas Cage movies of all time. Here he is, just probably maybe 2 years ago, being very self-serious, talking about, no, Nick Cage, he doesn't act. No, he doesn't act.
To go to some really crazy places. Like, how do you amp yourself up for scenes like that? Or is, what does the term over the top even register?
You show me where the top is, and I'll let you know whether I'm over it or not, all right? I design where the top is.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Brian could speak more to this than I can. He knows how spiritual acting is for me. I don't even like the word acting anymore. What? I don't, because it implies lying in some way. I don't act. I feel and I imagine and I channel.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Feel, imagine, and channel. This
Yeah.
guy's
If my actor don't talk like that, then I ain't coming to see your movies, bro. I want you to be out of your freaking mind. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, it's not method acting, it's method channeling for Nick Cage.
So he's not doing the same character? He's not talking similarly in all the movies? I would say you're not acting because you're just doing kind of the same deal, just with a different outfit on.
Yeah.
He's like the tough guy of the Keanu Reeves genre of actors.
Yeah. He is. He's
like Lucius is going to come across the console at me for that one.
I love this guy. There's nothing you can say to make me not like this fool. I love Nicolas Cage.
What's your go-to Cage
Especially
film?
his really bad Southern accent on Con Air.
Yeah.
Con Air, yeah.
Oh my God, that was a terrible accent. That should have never got green lighted.
You a big Ghost Rider guy, Luce?
No, I don't like The Family Man.
Family Man, okay.
Family Man is my joint. And Lord of War.
Lord of War. I thought that's my favorite one.
Is he like a samurai in that one?
No, he's an arms dealer.
Yeah.
And he's always
promising.
like, he's going
it's
through,
good, dog.
he's painting like he's flying different flags of ships, and he's trying. I mean, you talk about somebody who thinks on his feet. That was one of Nicolas Cage, I thought, best movies when it comes to just sheer entertainment for him.
Well, you'll like this. It lands in the top 10. Lord of War comes in at number 8, boys.
How about the Rock?
The Rock is a top fiver.
Because of Sean Connery in that one, too. Right?
Yeah, Sean
Gone in
Connery.
60 Seconds got to be number 1, right?
Gone in 60 Seconds is not number 1.
Ooh.
The Rock was number 2, okay?
Face Off?
Face Off is number 4. What a legendary movie that was.
John
Where he
Travolta,
trades faces with
John,
Travolta.
that was
confusing.
These are like movies I actually have seen.
I'm so proud of you right now,
thanks.
bro. This is amazing. Gone in 60 Seconds comes in at number 6.
Wow.
So outside looking into the top 5, still a no-brainer top 10. The biggest issue I have with this list here is that Matchstick Men is number 15.
Damn.
Dude, Matchstick Men was a hell of a movie.
Where's
Sam Rockwell?
Where's Snake Eyes?
Snake Eyes? Oh, that's actually a pretty good question. I'm not seeing Snake Eyes here.
It's right under Bad Lieutenant. I'm pretty sure.
Snake
the
Eyes.
Weatherman was another one.
I like the Weatherman. Don't do that.
I've seen.
Don't do
I
that.
swear. This is the one actor I've actually seen movies
Oh,
of.
it's so good.
Bad Lieutenant was number 34 for the record. But we did get the.
Do we say National Treasure? We say that one?
Yeah, National Treasure is going to make an appearance here. Snake Eye was number 26 though.
Oh God!
By the way, so Ghost Rider did not crack the top 10 either.
Lucius, was there one where he was about Native American Indians? Wind Talker, something
Yeah.
like that.
Oh yeah, yeah. He did
Was
the
there-
Wind Talker.
Was that about they were cracking
Yeah.
codes, right?
Yeah.
So his movies are all the same. He's always doing something,
he was
cracking
a
codes.
Navajo code
Yeah.
talker.
Yeah.
He was like helping those Navajo code talkers. Come follow me this way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's number 19.
I'm the government, dude.
He's so bad. Kick Ass is number 10, which I can't even fathom that being in the top 10. The Family Man's number 9.
Kick-Ass is pretty good.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
They kicked ass.
Wait, Leaving Las Vegas?
Leaving Las Vegas, I think is number 11.
Oh,
just missed the boat there.
Just missed the boat.
Load of War 8. We're gonna get Raising Arizona, number 7.
Raising Arizona. Yeah.
Adaptation. What's adaptation on the list?
Adaptation. I've seen it somewhere, but it was not in the top 10. I don't believe.
I thought we were getting there.
I didn't know he was in Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
He was.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. National Treasure, the first one, number 5. Face Off 4. Con Air 3. The Rock 2, and number 1.
Pig.
The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent.
That's funny. I just seen that when I had to rent it off of Amazon. $3.99. Yeah, brand new. Come on. That's all I do is watch. Yeah, I don't go anywhere.
That's true. You did admit to watching Jason Garrett doing USFL football games recently, so that is fair by you.
Told the whole family too. Y'all recognize that voice?
Wait a minute. I just saw he was in Valley Girl. I didn't know
he?
Nicolas Cage was in Valley Girl there in 1983. I didn't know that one.
What's funny is go to his IMDb or whatever and just read some of the names of movies that he's been in that like never make it to anything, and they would never make it into a top 10 list. But like he's just in some of the just most wild movies ever. But congratulations to Nick Cage, not the actor, the channeler. There's your top 10 list.
Thank you, sir. Nicolas Cage thrust back into sports relevance today with Aaron Rodgers showing up at Packers training camp in a Nicolas Cage getup. You know, it's quite impressive. I'm sure you'll see it on SportsCenter tonight. Coming up next, it's not time to go around the NFL because we have the Rangers Player Show, and lefty reliever Matt Moore is set to join us. He's dominating hitters, and he's coming up next in the G-Bag Nation. But we want you to beat the heat with Window Nation. Save $200 off any style new window from Window Nation. These are the guys you can trust when it comes to home improvement in the window industry. Plus, you're going to pay nothing until 2024. We got a great deal here for you. Lower your energy bills. Raise the value of your home with the new energy-efficient windows from Window Nation. It's hot, and you need every bit of help you can get keeping that heat out and keeping the cool in. Window Nation are the guys to do it for you. They're made right here locally in Texas by Texans for Texans. Window Nation. Hey, the average installer has over 16 years experience with over 20,000 windows installed. I told you they're the guys you can trust. You know, when it comes to the window business, the home improvement business, there's a lot of fly-by-night operations. You need somebody that's been around so you know when it comes time to redeem your warranty, they're still going to be there. And Window Nation checks that box. They also have an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. And right now, they got a great deal for you. Save $200 off any new style window from Window Nation. Pay nothing until 2024. You'll receive a free entry door with the purchase of a house of windows. And hey, Window Nation is a proud
August 5th at Dos Equis Pavilion. Buy your tickets at livenation.com or win them every morning this week on The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created a Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is a training camp Tuesday here on 105.3 The Fan, and we are standing by for the Rangers Player Show as lefty reliever Matt Moore is going to join us. Matt Moore, a former great pitcher with the Rays, and I think the Rangers beat him twice in like 2010 and then maybe 2011 as well during the playoffs. So he's a name that I know a lot of Rangers fans remember that he was back with the team in 2018, and now he's totally back to being awesome after a move to the bullpen and a successful stint in Japan. And I think he's been the Rangers' best reliever all year long, a 1.61 ERA, something like 45 innings pitched, something like that. So we're looking forward to catching up with Matt Moore here in just a minute on your home of the Rangers. Now, coming up at 5 o'clock, Jerry said he believes this team's more equipped to make a run than last year's team. Is there any way you could find yourself agreeing with Jerry Jones about that? We'll have that discussion coming up at 5. At 5:20, we'll kick off the Expressway, 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. We'll get you caught up on everything that's been developing throughout the broadcast afternoon, and then move you into LA Live with Lucius Alexander coming up at 5:40. It is a little bit of a different show here today because 3 of the guys, Wolchuk, Chiafalo, Broadus, are headed out to the airport coming up after the 5 o'clock segment. And they're going to be flying out to Oxnard tonight, and then I will fly out tomorrow. But all the fan staff is on their way except for the producers, and we look forward to covering camp for you. Okay, joining us now is a player in his second stint with the Rangers. He was on the roster 2018, 2013 All-Star with Tampa, 2020 Japan League World Series champion. And this year, he has been the Rangers' best reliever with a 1.61 ERA over 44 innings. Matt Moore joining us now on 105 through The Fan. And good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Hey, doing pretty well. How are you guys?
We're doing great. Are you in like I look at your you got a 206 area. Now you're calling from Seattle, but have you spent time up there? How do you like the Seattle area?
Yeah, Seattle's been pretty great for me over the time I've been coming here. It's a rainy city, everybody knows that, but the time I've been here, we've had the roof open, 90% of the time at least. So I always like coming here just because the weather's beautiful, and they do really well with their fans come out, and it's a usually pretty good show. So this is one of my favorite spots probably.
Right on. Yeah, we're heading to the West Coast for Cowboys training camp. It's really nice to be getting out of this heat right now, isn't it?
Yeah, I know it. Texas has its own kind of heat, that's for sure.
Matt, you mentioned crowds in Seattle and stuff, and you pitched in Japan. How were those crowds to pitch in front? Is that just constant noise the whole game? I mean, it seems like the crowd is just totally into it, and the drums, the horns, all that stuff. Is that just kind of a wild environment to pitch in?
Yeah, I thought. I was there in 2020, so the fans didn't actually start to show up in big numbers until towards the end of the season.
Okay.
And everyone wore masks, a lot.
Sure.
So it was really, you got a lot of the drums but the chanting and that kind of stuff. We didn't have a whole lot of that, but it was, from a engagement standpoint, it was almost, I don't know if I've ever seen a game here in the States like that where, there's, when there's 2 strikes a lot of the times,
sure.
Or when, but the clapping and the things just seem to be a lot more on cue and a little bit more engaged with the game, the fans. But, just a really fun time for me and my family to be able to go over there and, feel pretty fortunate to, have kind of dodged it, and been able to still have a great experience.
Matt, I've read a little bit about your curveball and changing up the grip and things like that. Is there any specifics you could tell us on some of the stuff that maybe you've had some coaching, some tweaks, and it seems like it's really been working for you?
Yeah, it was in spring training. They have these cameras; they can really tell right when the ball's coming off your fingers what exactly is happening, and so a couple of our pitching coaches were talking about my curveball, and they just, basically the same grip, but they just moved my thumb up closer to the top of the ball, so maybe by like, a half an inch or so. And it felt pretty uncomfortable in my hand when they did it. It didn't feel like I was going to be able to throw it, and have it actually go where I'd like it to. And it just wound up, getting more comfortable the more I threw it, because I could see the depth come back. And then over the next couple of weeks, it really, started to feel natural, and then I could, throw it with quite a bit of conviction. But yeah, it was a really small tweak, just kind of moving my thumb maybe a half inch or so.
Matt, okay, you mentioned about coaches and moving grips and stuff like that. Are most pitching coaches different around the league? I mean, you've made some stops along the way. Are they similar in what they try and teach you, or are there just guys that are just really radical with what they try and do with the grips and things like that?
Yeah, I think typically it's who you're dealing with. Like I was in a stage where I came in on a minor league deal, so a change on a grip is a pretty big change. But I was in a position where a big change could help me, right? I really relied on my changeup last year a lot, and this year I'm relying more on my breaking ball. But it's something that I think Sags and Doug have enough feel to know that, like, hey, look, this guy already has a pretty good pitch. Maybe we don't need to mess with his grip. Maybe we just need to, have him do this other type of drill, or maybe pick up a different target. So usually if it's messing with grips, it's a decent change and tweak. But I was in a place where that pitch was ready to be worked on for sure. And looking back, it's really been, the difference maker.
So, Matt, obviously the Rangers, they need pitching. It's great to have you throwing like this and all that. But better than all of us, a lefty reliever having success, that's a hot commodity this time of summer. Would you be excited to go to a playoff team or a contender, or would you be more bummed out to leave?
You know what? I've been, doing my best not to really think about stuff like that. But no, it's just in general, I'd be bummed out to leave, just because I feel like getting back with this group. A lot of the staff and coaches are the same, but clicking with this group of players is, it's been a real joy for me this season. So,
yeah.
I would probably be, it would be a tough thing to have happen. But hopefully, what happens here in the next couple of days is, we play ourselves into a better situation, and that doesn't wind up becoming something we're doing.
So is starting on your mind still, or are you happy as a reliever?
You know what? At this point, I'm really happy as a reliever. I've kind of bailed on my windup. I don't have a windup anymore, and just my overall mindset. I've kind of adapted into the everyday life of a reliever, which is quite a bit different than the starting role. So at this point, I'm very happy where I'm at, and it's been good getting to have some bullpen camaraderie and coming close with that group. It's been probably the most fun this season.
Is the biggest difference, Matt, though, like you say, just being basically on call every day, and you have a routine as a starter, but as that reliever, is it just that you do you change the way you get ready, or do you do the same thing every day with the thought of you're going to have to pitch?
Yeah, there's some days where you're down probably. Like if I throw 2 innings, Skipper's not going to run me out there the next night unless we're if we're in September and we need the game. That might be a place where you risk a little bit there. But typically, so far this season, there's been a couple days where you're going to have off. But yeah, that's probably one of the things that I think I've come to really enjoy about the relieving life as a whole. Is that like, hey, look, I might contribute tonight, right? I might have a chance to pull on the rope with everybody else. Where when you're a starter, there's 33 days a year, and there's a little more weight sometimes that comes with those 33 days, and just kind of feeling that the 3 to 6 out range, kind of go out there and just smoke it to the filter is it's been something that I've had a lot of fun with this year.
Smoke it to the filter. I like that. Okay, final question. What's a World Series celebration like in Japan? Are they smoking it to the filter?
Well, they were very respectful with protocols and everything. We didn't do any real champagne popping or things like that. We still did have celebrations with within our organization. But we just, gosh, man, it was just talking to some of the guys about it the other day, and how fun it was, that the run that, because we didn't actually win the league, so we had, we won the league, so we had a little bit easier kind of route getting to the World Series, the Nippon Series there. But being able to have that experience was a lot of fun.
Well, nice job, Matt. Congrats on your success. It's been nice catching up with you again. Continue to give them hell. We'll be pulling for you.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys.
There he goes. Matt Moore with you on 105.3 The Fan, home of the Rangers. What's he get, Brian?
Yeah, for appearing on our show today, Matt Moore will be getting a $100 gift certificate from Pluckers. That's got 7 Dallas-Fort Worth locations. So enjoy your wings there, Matt.
And Academy's taking care as well.
The Can Academies.
Oh, the Can Academies. Yes, the Rangers Players Show. I'm an idiot.
I'm more of a Dick's guy myself.
Yeah. The text has been saying I'm still on vacation all day long. I guess there's another example. Yes, the Rangers Players Show is brought to you by Texas Cars for Kids. Right off the car, not the kids. Salute to those guys. Can you make a real argument that this team is more equipped to make a run at the Super Bowl than last year's squad? Jerry tried to today, and it's next in the G-Bag Nation.
Text away your thoughts to the guys right now on the truckwreck.com fan text line at 877-881-1053. This is DFW Sports Station 1053 The Fan.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing.
Southern Recipe pork rinds. Southern Recipe pork rinds have the bacony crunch you crave in a protein-packed, low-carb snack. They're the pork rind that tastes best for just about any event. Southern Recipe pork rinds are also low-sugar, gluten-free, and naturally loaded in collagen, so it's a no-brainer. Get through the daily grind with Southern Recipe pork rinds at southernrecipe.com.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation. We do have the Expressway coming up at 5:20. That'll be 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. Reggie and CA are going to jump in with me there because Brian and Chiafalo and Wolchuk, they're heading out to the airport. They're heading to Oxnard, California tonight. Tomorrow I will join them, and we will be there covering training camp. Today was the State of the Cowboys address, and there was Jerry and Mike. Was there no Steven today?
Steven was there.
Steven was there, just didn't talk as much?
I heard the laugh.
Yeah. No, if you follow Kevin Gray on Twitter, you know that Steven was there. Because every time Steven made a comment, Kevin Gray was going after him.
Oh, yeah. KG's got
has got it for him.
He's got it out for Catboy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've decided for this particular segment, we're not going to play any Jerry audio in the interest of getting to as many topics as possible. Okay, I was sitting there throughout the whole thing, taking notes, taking quotes, and, I feel like we can get you pretty much the entire vibe of what happened if we do it this way. Coming up at 5:20, we'll talk about everything that's been breaking here in the world of sports, and then LA Live kicks off with Lucius Alexander at about 5:40-ish. Replay of the G-Bag of the day, which went 5-time today, a great cut. You're going to want to stick around for that here coming up in the next 40 minutes or so. Cowboys owner Jerry Jones said he considers the team in better shape to make a Super Bowl run this season compared to this time last year, pointing to Mike McCarthy and his staff and the makeup of players and those that were here. So I guess you have more commitment from the players, less wishy-washy guys, but less talent. I don't know about the makeup. The makeup is great if you also have the talent. It'll give you sustainability. But I don't want makeup instead of talent. I think that's bad. And what would make you feel that Mike McCarthy and his staff are going to do a better job? Last year, it was burning. The whole franchise was on fire for 10 weeks. They did nothing. Why should I believe they've gone through some great evolution as a coach? Nothing to point to.
No, there's not. I mean, there's the physical transformation for Mike McCarthy. So maybe he decided to do the internal and the sort of the mental football IQ, clock management, game management transformation as well. And we just haven't gotten to see that yet. The same way we get to see the new McCarthy body, but. Yeah, there's. I mean, that's the biggest problem is thinking about, because when you look at the roster, and I know there's talent that's left, but you can find ways that, oh wow, okay, Tyler Smith ends up being a pretty good player. Maybe he is an upgrade over Connor Williams. Okay, maybe shot in the dark here. Tyron Smith stays healthy. The rookie Jalen Tolbert plays pretty well as a wide receiver. CeeDee Lamb's a bona fide number 1, and you get the pass rush by committee on the side where you lost Randy Gregory. And okay, you can make the case that you can still, like, you got talent, and some of these young guys will step up. Yeah, but the coaching, I don't see how you can expect that to actually be any better. And so that's what you have to, I guess you just have to bank on the players on the roster being better than what our expectations are for them. And if that's the case, and I say all these players, but really, if the offensive line, I think so much is dictated by the offensive line. If they can stay healthy and be formidable, then I think you can make the case that you could be in pretty good shape from a roster standpoint. But the coaching, that's going to be an anchor weighing this team down for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, my hope
offensively.
My hope is, we've talked about this early in the show, where the wide receivers, even with the guys they had last year, that group didn't get it done offensively. They made a switch at receiver coach to try and bring more juice into the room. This is a report that Bobby Belt had, way back in early spring, when they were talking about needing more of that juice, more of that passion in the room. So they add Robert Prince as that receiver coach, and the word around the league is that's what Prince does. He brings a lot of that passion and energy and all that. I'm looking forward to seeing him coach out there in Oxnard, because this was one of those hires where you're like going, oh, well, why didn't they do something with the offensive line? Why did they do something with receivers? I think they did something with the receivers because the receiver coach, not a friend of Mike McCarthy, but They knew they needed to do something at wide receiver. And let's see if somehow that you get Robert Prince. Maybe he's George Edwards, or maybe he's Joe Witt, or one of those guys that gets something out of these players.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Because I'm not looking at these wide receivers as like the strength of this unit at all. Not with the way it currently looks with Michael Gallup not participating.
Yeah.
But if he finds a way to get something done with Tolbert, finds a way to get something done with Washington, and this group looks like it's not going to be a liability, that might be the hire right there that we really haven't talked much about.
But that's how you got to talk about this roster, not how Jerry did.
Right.
You can't say something so ridiculous. You can say, hey, listen, we have maybe 3 or 4 as many of a half dozen maybes.
Yeah.
And if those get positive answers, now we're really rocking.
Well, that's what Stephen Jones was trying to talk about because they were asking about the offensive line and, well, let's go and Ball and Farniak and all that. He's interested in trying to, he's talking about developing the next Zach Martin, or the next Tyron Smith, or the next Travis Frederick, or the next, he's talking that way.
Sure.
Let's see with these young guys. But, if you get there and all of a sudden Ball, who had the whole season last year, didn't have to, play it down. He rehabbed and he was supposedly working in the weight room. If he comes out there in Oxnard and at practice, we're watching him flop around and get beat, then, that was a high pick too. What, 3rd round pick, 4th round pick, something like that. So,
right.
yeah, I mean, you can't have that happen though, for sure.
Next talking point, without being asked, Jerry Jones addressed Mike McCarthy's status and said, I want to be real clear. He wouldn't be sitting here today if I didn't believe he was the man to lead this team to a Super Bowl. He said, I could have hired the guys you wrote about, suggesting that he could have went out and hired Sean Payton, but decided not to in order to keep Mike McCarthy. And I don't even know what to make of that one. I don't know if I believe it or not.
I don't think Sean was ready. I don't think Sean was ready to coach. I
wouldn't even go to Miami for $20 million.
No. I mean, I've reached out to Sean. Hopefully we can get him on our show one day and kind of visit with him. But I don't think Sean, now the Miami thing, that's interesting. But if that to me might be a once in a lifetime. I think the Dallas Cowboys to Sean Payton is a once in a lifetime type of a thing. But I don't know if Sean was ready to take the job today.
I think the Cowboys want to get their cap in order, and I'm gonna ride that for the next 200 days. And if it comes true, it comes true. Okay, decisions on guys that are gone. I love this. It's putting a big spotlight on player health and intangibles. He said the decisions basically on Amari and Lyle were based on availability, not ability. And if you're going to be top 10 paid on the roster, you've got to be available. So I think that's perfect asset management, and hopefully that's going to pay off with not putting up with guys or keeping your fingers crossed that they stay healthy. If you can't stay healthy, if you can't do whatever it takes in the offseason to be on the field, you got to move on quickly because those guys are going to continue to disappoint you.
Well, they changed the culture, but they didn't replace the players that they changed the culture for.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest question. Is the right tackle going to be ready? What's going to happen at receiver? Those are all things. What's going to happen at right defensive end? I don't blame the Cowboys for the right defensive end for Randy Gregory because I think they got the rug pulled out from under them there. But the other ones, those were clearly changes for the culture.
Can I ask you about Mike's vision and Chief weigh in as well? Because we saw what Jason Garrett's vision was for 10 years, and it was process and right kind of guys. I like Mike McCarthy. I'm going to emphasize turnovers. I want defensive tackles who can stop the run. I want ball security, right? And I think, when it comes to
he's missing on penalties though.
Oh, the penalties.
That's been but that was a nightmare for Jason Garrett too. So,
but I like the availability. Like this is a strong push. I think team building wise, Mike McCarthy is good as a game manager and an actual coach. I'm not sure still.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah,
he won a Super Bowl. Things fell right for him. Things feel absolutely right for him. But I'm looking forward to seeing if things start to go a little bit south, does he jump in or does he just let things continue? Because they let things go south last year. Even though they won 12 games and you get in the playoffs, Jerry even said it. That was that was the healthiest team going into the playoffs.
I know, man.
I mean, Jerry was expecting, and you had a home game against San Francisco, where they were kind of reeling to get in. that wasn't Jerry Jones' idea right there of a good time. So I kind of feel like that if McCarthy, if things start to go a little sideways with Kellen Moore, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Tuesday, Bobby Belt announce, hey, Mike McCarthy's taking over the play calling, going forward here. He's got to find a way not to let this thing go bad.
I agree 100%.
If it's the offense, that kind of thing.
Yeah, if the offense sputters on you, and wouldn't we all kind of welcome that?
Yeah. Well, we would if in fact there's no running game, there's no creativity, there's no moving the football. If it's just a stale offense that goes 3 and out a lot, they don't convert on third down, they're poor when they get in the red zone, they kick a bunch of field goals. That'll be your sign right there.
Yeah. I mean,
Dak looks just very average out there.
It'll be a sign that I'll be on nap alert right there in the middle of the third quarter.
Yeah.
It's depressing when you're watching a football game and you're like, oh my goodness, I'm starting to feel sleepy. And
Just
that
punt,
happened way too much last year.
Punt.
Yeah. Cowboys coach Mike McCarthy on team identity, Brian. I know you love this question about team identity, so I wanted to bring it to you.
Yeah.
He said our team identity is grit, discipline, and fundamentally sound. Yeah. I think those are goals, right? That's not your identity.
Fundamentally sound, though, with the number of penalties you had, it's not being fundamentally sound.
No, I think your real identity is you're a good regular season team.
I think your identity is you find a way to beat the NFC East.
Mm-hmm.
In that last year, that got you 6-0 right there. And then
Kings of the East, baby.
Kings of the East, run the East. I don't think that journey is going to be as easy this year. So we'll see what grit is, because grit's going to mean maybe having to win a game in week 17.
Yes, or not getting bullied like the football team or the Niners have done to you. I think that whole grit thing suggests there is some toughness to you, and I don't see a tough football team still.
Zach Martin said that yesterday when he got off the plane, got there in front of the hotel there at the River Ridge Complex. He talked about toughness. So evidently, I bet you that's been the message from McCarthy and the coaching staff. We need to be a much more tougher team.
Well, it seemed like that was from the front office on down. That was kind of their plan this offseason, is like, we got pushed around when San Francisco came to town, and we can't have that anymore. So what are we going to do? Okay, we'll move on from Connor Williams, who can get bullied a little bit, and we'll go get the big, strong Tyler Smith, and we'll bring in the vanilla gorilla who's got some nastiness to him at the defensive tackle spot. Like, that seems like something since the day they got smoked at home against San Francisco, they were like, okay, moving forward, we need to bring in these type of guys. And so hopefully it pays off for them.
I know what'll get them fired up, Brian. And I think you have some experience playing against the University of Nebraska in the 80s, don't you?
Oh, geez.
What made those guys such animals?
I'll tell you what, the steroids were hard to beat.
They are, man. They're hard to beat.
We didn't know what they were in the 80s. They were way ahead of the game. Boyd Epley, who was a strength coach at Nebraska, man, that program, they knew what they were doing when it came to steroids, but we didn't, not in the Southeastern Conference. We didn't have it figured out yet.
I think everybody likes to compete within the guidelines of the rules, but the NFL has shown they're not that worried about the PEDs. They're going to hit you with a 2-game suspension, maybe a warning. For like a third violation, it's 4 games.
Your Robert Quinn thought, huh?
Yes. Yeah, look at Robert Quinn, mid-30s now. He was suspended and then came out and had 14 sacks?
Made a lot of money.
Renaissance season, baby.
Missed the first 2 games. I just... you never would want to encourage or say you got to do this to be in the cool club or to get the most of it. But if you're open-minded to it, if you would like to dominate, and with the help of a doctor, I think there's some pretty healthy ways.
Just leave it out on the table out there in the training room.
Yeah.
Next to the Gatorade.
Who left that D-ball out?
Maybe some literature. Maybe some guys hanging out in the parking lot.
Some
I
guys
don't see any veins coming out of foreheads in this locker room.
Some
How much
guys
you guys want it?
administering the actual injections.
Yeah, I would just say, general kind of statements like, we need to get stronger,
We need to get meaner.
I've been working out all off season, coach, 8 hours a day. I've been eating all the protein. Well, okay, that's fine, but we still need to get stronger, so.
Encourage thinking outside the box a little bit.
Yeah, problem solving.
Yeah, our linebacker just ripped the door off his Tahoe. I think he's got into the D-ball.
See, there's a guy that's strong enough.
That's it. He's ready.
We need more car doors being ripped off.
You see what Jim did this morning? That was outstanding right there. He locked his keys in his car and just reached down to that handle, pulled the whole son of a bitch off. Okay, that's a guy that's strong enough. Sorry, pardon my French. We got to run, Nation. When we come back, the Get Right guys, well, half the Get Right guys, Reggie and CA jumping in as Broadus, Chiafalo, Woolchuck are flying out to Southern California, drive up the coastline to Oxnard, California. Guys, thank you so much for really covering for me tomorrow and allowing me to stay back here and do the birthday with Abby, and I'll see you tomorrow night.
Yep.
And the Cowboys content is going to be screaming for the next week and a half out there in California. So when we come back, Nation, Reggie and CA are going to be in. We'll kick off 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content, and we're rolling here in the G-Bag Nation. They're rolling up there at Toyota Stadium.